The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on in to a Wednesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can call us, and you can now text us. The talk and text line is both live. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. 310-840-4910. Again, you can call and you can text. And we've been getting a bunch of texts all day throughout the shows. I've been listening to the network, so it's good to hear that right away. You guys are responding. You guys are firing some texts away. So again, call or text us 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, let us know who and where you're from to get featured on the show. Whether it's your favorite plays of the night or you want to call us idiots, you can holler at us 310-840-4910. Brad, happy Wednesday, brother. How are you? You just signed off yesterday right before the massive breaking news. Hubert Davis out as the North Carolina head coach. So I'll let you expand here, man. Felt like it was the right move for me. Feels like, we can feel bad for Hubert Davis and want him to succeed in the future, but it feels like this is a results-driven business. And with the brand and the high expectations that is North Carolina, you look at it plainly, 3 of the last 4 years, they failed to win a tournament game, with one of those years being missing the tournament entirely. It was time for a change. How do you feel about North Carolina now that it's official, moving on from Hubert Davis?
Yeah, it's not overly shocking. There was a lot of smoke that was bellowing out of Chapel Hill that this was inevitably going to happen after the colossal failure that they had the NCAA tournament. And it was stacked on other failures. Now, he won 20 or more games every single season there with UNC, and, of course, beloved by that program, being a product of that program over the years. But they have very high-level expectations. They are the definition of a blue blood. And when you see the Dukies, baby, marching on in the NCAA tournament and having their just incredible consistency and their pure dominance, honestly, in the ACC under John Shire, Carolina's like, we ain't having that. We can't be the second fiddle ever. We have to be able to compete. We have to be able to beat Duke on a regular basis. That's what they were motivated by. That is that blue bloods mentality. So it's not at all surprising that they are deciding to go a different direction with this overall program. And they're finally looking outside the family. And I think that's absolutely key for Carolina. Yes, they've got a lot of storied alumni and a lot of people that got strong ties to that program that are elite, either basketball players or coaches in their own rights that have come through that prestigious university there in Central Carolina. But bottom line is they got to get the best fit for the job. They got to get somebody they can count on maybe for at least the next decade who is going to compete, who is going to beat Duke with regularity. And obviously Hubert Davis was not that guy. So this is only the first major domino to fall. There's other rumors out there about Bill Self. We're going to unpack that as the show progresses. It might be other moves in the ACC. This is the wild west right now of college basketball. More coaching changes to come and more moves to be made. So, folks, if you like the drama, if you like the intrigue, buckle up because it's going to be one strange and twisted ride, to say the least.
Yeah, again, phone number to join the show, to call or text is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. So you've got your good buddy, Jeff Goodman, one of the co-founders of the Field of 68. We just had Rob Doster on the show yesterday before the news broke. Jeff Goodman he's talked to a lot of folks. He's talked to a lot of head coaches. He's talked to a lot of athletic directors. And so here he was. This is on the field of 68, talking about one of these candidates amongst them. And I mentioned these names last night. TJ Otzelberger from Iowa State, Tommy Lloyd from Arizona, Nate Oates from Alabama, who was my pick in my prediction. Don't know if I'm going to be right, but that was as of last night when the news was fresh. That's who it was. Dusty May from Michigan. We've heard a lot of Brad Stevens, president of the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And we have heard any and all names like Jay Wright, Jay Williams, and anybody up and down the spectrum from having, coached and retired, never coached a lick in their life, currently coaching. And one other interesting name, Billy Donovan, the former head coach of the back-to-back national champion Florida Gators, and he's been with the Chicago Bulls for about a decade now. Here is Jeff Goodman from the field of 68 on Billy Donovan. All right, we have some audio here
Billy's
to play.
A very loyal guy. Very loyal. I've said this over and over. He's the coach I miss the most that has left college basketball, whether it's the guys who retire, whether it's the guys who left for the NBA, whoever. The Bulls stink. We know that. He's got a lucrative contract with the Bulls right now. Reinsdorf has been very loyal to him. I think in turn he will be loyal to Reinsdorf. However, there are a ton of people in Billy Donovan's circle right now that have told Billy Donovan, get the hell out of there. Get out of there. You can't win with what they've given you, with what Arturas Karnisovas has given you in terms of talent. So go to Carolina and have a chance to win the whole thing again and change your legacy a little bit from, again, being a coach in the NBA that for a long time just hasn't had enough to be able to win at a high level.
Now, Brad, we know Jeff Goodman is pretty damn plugged in, man. And he gave his top 5 as number 1, Billy Donovan, number 2, Dusty May, number 3, Tommy Lloyd, number 4, TJ Otzelberger, and number 5, Matt Painter. That's a wild card, current coach of Purdue. What do you think of what Jeff Goodman had to say about Billy Donovan? Could the great Billy Donovan return back to the college ranks to take over what is one of the pinnacles of the sport, and that is North Carolina? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, the game has really changed since last time we saw Billy Donovan on the sidelines at the University of Florida. He won the back-to-back national titles. That was eons ago. And last time he was on the sidelines, you got to go back a decade. It was in 2015. He's 60 years old. He's not a spring chicken anymore at this point in his coaching career. So I think there are, legitimate interests on both sides of the ledger with Billy Donovan and his camp with North Carolina and possibly pulling away for the Chicago Bulls. I actually tend to agree with Jeff Goodman's perspective there that he's probably not going to get to the upper echelon of winning with the Chicago Bulls franchise and really satisfy and scratch the itch of being a very successful NBA coach. Yeah, he's long tenured. That's a success in its own right. But there's probably something that's pulling him to come back to the college game. It's really rare that a monstrous blue blood program like North Carolina opens up. Maybe Kansas opens up as well, and that could add to the breadth of major programs they could possibly pick from. I think there is some momentum here. Is it a foregone conclusion that Billy Donovan's going to lead the Bulls and head to Chapel Hill? No, there isn't right now. But I would say the smoke is starting to build, and we'll see what comes of it. But time's going to tell. I think Carolina is going to make a move fairly swiftly. They're probably going to wait to see how this all plays out. The rest of the NCAA tournament field, in the Sweet 16, the Elite Eight, the Final Four of the national championship, because there could be one of those coaches possibly in the title game that they want to seek, that they want to lock down, that they want to pry away from their current employer and come to North Carolina. So a lot is going to shake out. And of course, a lot is going to go down next week in Indianapolis, where everybody's going to be gathered there in the flesh. A lot of conversations going to be had, to say the least. But I believe that Billy Donovan is certainly at the top of the list of candidates that could go to Carolina. But is he the best fit? I think there's an argument there.
Yeah, and look, just to build off of what what Jeff Goodman said. I was talking with producer Brandon Combs, who is a big Bulls fan, and you get the sense that Jerry Reinsdorf, with his dealings, with the Chicago White Sox and the Bulls now for decades, like if he hires somebody, he's normally very loyal to them, like overly loyal to a fault. So it feels like Billy Donovan's got a job as the head coach of the Chicago Bulls as long as he wants. But like you said, and like we've seen, the Bulls, they're the play-in Bulls. They get to the play-in every year and lose because they don't have the talent. And AK in Chicago, who runs the show, but for the most part, the front office doesn't really have a clue of what he's doing. We saw them finally choose a direction this year at the trade deadline, selling off most of the team, although they still have Josh Giddey, they still have Matas Buzelis, but they're not really close, to being winners. Certainly not in the realm that the Knicks and the Celtics are in. Like the Pistons have seen the Bulls hovering in that 8th, 9th slot in the Eastern Conference for years, and the Pistons were terrible, and now all of a sudden they're at the top. So, it can be done, and Chicago doesn't do that. So how much longer does Billy Donovan want to stick around? Look, if he's the guy, if he's who North Carolina wants, I'm not worried the fact that he hasn't coached in college hoops for the last decade. Like, it's one thing for, Bill Belichick to coach for decades in the NFL and then go to college football where he's never really done the recruiting or anything as it is, let alone on top of it now, the NIL, the transfer portal, having to have a GM, all that stuff. Billy Donovan, like he did it. He just hasn't experienced this new era with, again, like I said, NIL and transfer portal. And some of that has driven away great coaches like Jim Larinaga and Roy Williams and some of the coaches that have retired here in the last few years. But I still think, yes, he is 60. He's not 40. He's not 45. I still think that if he wanted to, he could come and deliver North Carolina a chance to win a national championship. Your guy Jeff Goodman did also say Brad Stevens is, quote unquote, happy with the Celtics. And then he said Todd Golden, Florida's head coach, and Nate Oates, Alabama's head coach, are likely, quote, not in the equation. Is that just because of the massive buyouts they have? I mean, it's North Carolina. They wouldn't pay $18 million to get Nate Oates free from Alabama. I can't imagine that. If that's who they really want, a guy that runs a modern day kind of NBA prototype offense where you see the game going more and more to the 3-point ball. I think Nate Oates would be great at North Carolina. And I think, the type of ego that he has, he still lives in the shadow of Alabama football. He always will. He would be the king. He would be the king at North Carolina. Bill Belichick would be in his shadow if Nate Oates went to North Carolina. You don't think there's a chance they'd pay out that buyout?
Look, I think it's part of the equation, man. We got to be realistic here. Does North Carolina have FU money? Yeah, I think they do to a certain extent, but there's a limit on everything, right? It's $18 million is the buyout for Nate Oates right now. I mean, that is a whole large, enormous chunk of change. That's breaking into Fort Knox and stealing all the gold bars right now. And, I think some of these schools, they're not willing to do that no matter how prestigious they are, no matter how much cash that they may have on hand. They're going to penny pinch here and there. I agree that Nate Oates has got to get out from underneath that shadow of the Alabama football program. And obviously, he would sit on a throne with a golden staff in hand and a bejeweled crown on his head if he went to North Carolina, because basketball is life at that school. As much as they try to make football a big deal with the Belichick hire, it's never going to be a big deal. It's North Carolina. Although we said that about Indiana, look what happened, right? They won a national title in football with Cignetti, and they're taking a backseat for basketball. But Carolina will not allow that to happen. They cannot get topped by Duke on a regular basis. That is a driving force in all of this. So, yeah, maybe Oates is a part of it. If you got a fat cat who's willing to slap the wallet and shell out a large chunk of that $18 million buyout, sure, he could be part of the discussion. Todd Golden's buyout, I believe, is like 11 to 15 million in that range as well. He could be part of it. But are they going to be the right fit with the administration? Or are they going to jive with the administration of Bubba Cunningham? That's also to be laid out and to be determined. Going back to the list that Goodman threw out there, Dusty May is really interesting. I mean, would he leave Michigan immediately? After this year, I mean, maybe he goes out on top. They're very much still alive and very much in the national title conversation. And he would just get a blank check to do whatever the hell he wants. So I think he is certainly a formidable presence on that list. Tommy Lloyd's interesting. His buyout is in that $11 million range as well. Would he leave Arizona? And he's only been there a couple of years since coming over from Gonzaga, an assistant under Mark Few for a number of years. That's TBD. And then, that's got a great football lineage as well in Tucson, or basketball lineage, I should say, in Tucson. My pick, honestly, is TJ Otzelberger. TJ Otzelberger's buyout is only $4 million at Iowa State. I know his wife and him got firm roots in that part of the country. His wife's got firm roots at Iowa State. And a lot of Iowa State alumni have reached out to me after the comments I made on social media at Noisy Huevos on X over the last 24 hours saying we would find the money. We'd back up the truck. We'd ensure that he would not leave. And Otzelberger himself has said there's nothing to the rumors at all right now. Everybody's got to say that. They're going to try to sweep under the rug and leave it under disguise until, the interest gets really serious and you sit down and you have conversations with the decision makers and they say, hey, TJ, this is what we can pay you. And he's like, oh, all right. Hey, Ames, peace out. I'm going to Chapel Hill. Otzelberger is in his late 40s. He makes all the sense of the world, Pat. He's a winner. He's kicking butt right now in the NCAA tournament without his best player in Joshua Jefferson. We're going to see if he can return. He is an ideal fit. And he is more affordable because a buyout is only $4 million for him to get out of Iowa State. So he'd be at the top of my list and get out of this with the nonsense of Brad Stevens. He ain't going anywhere. And I agree, Golden Oats probably aren't going to leave either. So I think it's going to be TJ Otzelberger, Billy Donovan, or Dusty May. And I know, Goodman threw in the wild card there and Matt Painter. Painter is not going to leave Purdue. So Donovan, May, Otzelberger, book it. It's going to be one of those three who wind up in Chapel Hill.
Again, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You can call us. You can also text us. Tell us what your name is and where you're from if you send a text. A couple of other college basketball coaching news, some big news that definitely affects this conversation. There's reports that Florida is looking to sign Coach Todd Golden to a third contract extension in as many years. AD Scott Strickland just said yesterday, quote, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure he always knows that he's really valuable. So you got that going on. And that is, if North Carolina wants to approach Todd Golden, I think it's that there's active conversations going on right now with Florida, even though they just got bounced by Iowa. There's active conversations between the athletic, the athletic office and Todd Golden. They're probably saying, hey man, how much is it going to take? Like, be honest. If North Carolina comes to you, how much is it going to take? Let's try to work out a deal. And then the other thing is Bill Self has basically denied retirement rumors here. He's denied these retirement rumors that we've been talking about here over the last couple of days. He said, quote, no news, all BS, bad info, in a text message to the Star, which I believe is in Kansas City, one of the big papers in Kansas City. You got some other info as well from Jeff Goodman regarding Hubert Davis, if I'm correct here, about a head coach that told Jeff Goodman some info with Hubert Davis. Because again, that is like, we're still it's still 24 hours. It hasn't even been 24 hours since he got fired. What is the quote from Jeff Goodman on what a coach told him about Hubert Davis?
Yeah, at Goodman Hoops, he posted this on X earlier today, and he said, quote, to one ACC head coach, to me on Hubert Davis's departure, this is a direct quote from that unknown ACC head coach. Leave it to your mind's imagination who it may be. Quote, I had really hoped he was the coach forever. No one in the ACC was scared of him. I'm worried they hire someone really good now because if you get a big-time guy at UNC, they could be right there with Duke again. End quote. Woo, baby. Is that a dig of the knife, to say the least, on Hubert Davis's tenure at North Carolina? But there could indeed be a whole lot of truth to it. If they make the right hire, whether it's Donovan, whether it's Dusty May, or whether it's TJ Otzelberger, that one of those three head coaches is going to push the right buttons in North Carolina back to dominance immediately and put Duke promptly on notice. That is the move that Bubba Cunningham, the AD in North Carolina, absolutely has to make.
Who do you think that was, by the way, assuming Jeff Goodman is telling the truth and it's not Duke, right? Because maybe John Shire said it, and then instead of replacing, they could be right there with Duke again. Maybe the text was they could be right there with us again, and Jeff Goodman put in Duke, so he didn't give it away that it's John Shire. Assuming it's not him, Who do you think sent that text from the ACC? Which coach in the ACC do you think took a huge shot at Hubert Davis on his way out?
Well, it's a guy that's also in the news today, and it would make all the sense in the world if he did it. Will Wade at North Carolina State. He is a type of guy that doesn't shy away from making controversial statements and publicly. The guy's got huevos, and I kind of appreciate it.
Yeah, and you got the in-state rivalry now, North Carolina State, North Carolina. Not that Will Wade has been there for more than just a year, but there is rumors about him really quickly here, Brad. We could spend 60 seconds on it. He is rumored to leave NC State to return to LSU, and he reportedly wants to bring the McNeese AD, his former job, Heath Schroyer, to Baton Rouge. And Jeff Goodman said it's all about available, quote-unquote, resources at NC State. We hear coaches that kind of, throw these like half flares or half grenades into the wind about resources and competitive resources. Nate Oates was asked about it right before the tournament began with Alabama. So that's why I think that he would love to leave to go coach in North Carolina. So what do you think? Will Wade going back to LSU? Would they take him?
Oh, hell yeah, they take him in a heartbeat, man. If he can get his boy there and Heath Schroyer, the AD of McNeese, I think it's going to be all systems go. Whether Schroyer comes over, I don't think he'd be the full-time AD. He'd just be a deputy AD, as reported by Jeff Goodman earlier today on the Field of 68 broadcast. I think this has a real smoke to it, and I think it's going to lead to a bellowing fire eventually. I could see Will Wade leaving the NC State and heading back to LSU. And you want to talk about drama. You want to talk about ego. Holy mother of the sports gods with him. And you know who's there? And Lane Kiffin on the gridiron. It would be downright ridiculous. And Mulkey as well with the women's college basketball brand. My goodness. Would you like to be a fly on the wall with those three in the room at the same time? It would be off the charts.
Yeah, it would be a contest of a certain variety that I can't say on the air. But they would love to sit around one another and talk about how great each one another is. My God. All right, we'll take a short break. Number to join the show, you can call or text 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, 24 hours from now, the Sweet 16 will be here. Iowa versus Nebraska, and then one near and dear to Brad's heart, Houston and Illinois. The whole crew will be on pins and needles tomorrow. We'll break down those games when we get back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
These matchups are mouthwatering. The coaching talent is through the roof. And I told you on Monday, I like this new NCAA tournament. If this is what it's going to be moving forward, and we're going to have less upsets on the opening Thursday, less upsets on the opening Friday, I will trade that for an incredible round of 16, an incredible Elite 8, a great Final Four Saturday, and two stud teams, two Titans playing for the national championship game on National Championship Monday night. Like, just consider this, and we'll do way more on this tomorrow and obviously Friday, which will be game days in the round of 16. Duke and St. John's. Pitino against Shire. Duke coming off playing, I think, pretty poorly in 3 of 4 halves in its first 2 games against the St. John's program. Resuscitated, resurrected. I'm at church this past Sunday. The gospel is Lazarus coming back from the dead. Roll out the boulder. Now, I'm not comparing Rick Pitino to a certain person here, but I'll just say St. John's was dead. And now here's St. John's in the Sweet 16, ready to take on the Duke Blue Devils. Oh, baby. And Pitino, the revenge that he got in 2013 against Duke when Louisville annihilated the Blue Devils en route to a national championship. Not enough. Not enough for Pitino, who wants to take down Duke. And Duke looking to springboard into the Elite Eight against either, and how amazing is this East region, against either Tom Izzo and Michigan State or Danny Hurley and UConn. Man, 2 NCAA tournament meetings between those two schools in history. 2009 in the Final Four, won by Michigan State before Carolina and Roy Williams beat Sparty in the national title game. 2014 in the Elite Eight, UConn winning that game, en route to Shabazz Napier and Kevin Ollie and the Huskies winning one of the weirder national championships ever against Boogie Cousins in Kentucky. Amazing stuff there for UConn in 2014. Huskies a 1.5-point favorite against Sparty coming up on Friday night. Nebraska, Iowa is probably the game with the least juice in quotes, and I think it's got a ton of juice. Ben McCollum, one of the great up-and-coming coaches in college basketball, off the upset of Florida. Freddie Hoiberg, a former NBA coach, obviously, who's got Nebraska in the Sweet 16 for the first time in school history. You gotta love it. These two football schools in the Sweet 16 in college basketball. Illinois-Houston is one of the great high-leverage games in the history of the round of 16, where the winner of that game, you can make the case, will play for the national championship, win the national championship. Illinois and Houston. Arizona, Arkansas. Tommy Lloyd and company against John Calipari and Darius Acuff. How great is that? Texas is an 11 seed coached by Sean Miller. That ain't your average run-of-the-mill 11 seed. This ain't VCU. This ain't LaSalle. It's Texas taking on Matt Painter and Purdue. And you can bleep all over Matt Painter. The guy went to a national championship game a couple of years ago. Michigan and Bama. Dusty May and Nate Oates. Iowa State and Tennessee. Otzelberger and Rick Barnes. This is the first Sweet 16 in the history of the NCAA tournament to feature 3 coaches with at least 900 wins. Pitino, Izzo, Calipari. Now, 2012, in my estimation, when you think about the NCAA tournament, will always be the gold standard for coaches. Cal, Izzo, Roy, Pitino, Boeheim, Self, Donovan, all national champions. This one, though, pretty special, pretty damn good. And I can't wait for it.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show. You can call us. You can text us. It is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Brad, Sweet 16 kicks off tomorrow. It'll be one hell of a show. The nerves, the anxiety, the tension will be off the charts. Not only for you, leading up to Houston versus Illinois, the 2 versus the 3 in the South region, but during the show for our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. He's an Iowa alum. His Hawkeyes have pulled off the win of the tournament so far when they beat the Florida Gators in the second round, and now they've got a very, very winnable game in the Sweet 16 tomorrow night. That's where we start here breaking down these games tomorrow. 9th seed Iowa versus 4th seed Nebraska in the South region. The winner will play the winner of Illinois and Houston at the Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. This is a 7:30 Eastern tip. Nebraska is the very slightest of favorites. This is almost a pick-em here between two teams that have already seen each other twice this year, and they have split their meetings. Nebraska lost in Iowa City to the Hawkeyes in a rock fight 57-52, and then they beat them on the final day of the regular season 84-75 in overtime. Nebraska took care of Troy. Then they got that heart-stopping win against Vanderbilt. And as I previously mentioned, Iowa squeaked past Clemson and then stunned Florida. I don't know how you separate these teams. Both of the meetings were determined by a combined 14 points. One of them went to OT, and it was Iowa that just couldn't hit a shot in overtime when these last two played each other. You got Bennett Sturts for Iowa. You got a bunch of guys for Nebraska that combined to really get it done, but Price Sanford, their leading scorer, with 18 points per game. The Huskers, they shoot a lot of volume. You're the Big Ten junkie here. Break this one down for us. How do you separate these two teams? This feels like in a game with a low total, it feels like it's coming down to the wire once again.
Yeah, a lot of mirror images here between Iowa and Nebraska. The corn porn game is what we're calling it, right? Here on BetMGM tonight. It does make sense, and it's a rivalry game. These two programs don't really like each other a whole lot, so there's a lot on line, and obviously with the berth in the Elite Eight, most prominently on the line. You mentioned the first two games, really kind of polar opposites of one another. That first game was an absolute rock fight, played in the 50s. Second game there in the high 70s, low 80s with the bonus session in play. You look at Nebraska, a team that really shoots the ball quite well from the interior. They're netting right now 56.8% from inside the arc over the last month. So far in games played in the month of March, which is 7 in total. Iowa right around the same percentage at 56.6%. Defenses similar. Iowa a little bit weaker, a little bit leakier, and number 285 and effective field goal percentage defense in games played in March. Nebraska at 192 in that category. Both don't really rebound all that well. I think the biggest advantage for Nebraska and what will be paramount for Iowa if they want to survive and advance is protecting the basketball. Nebraska is sneaky effective with their on-ball pressure. Their force and turnover is nearly 20% of opponent possessions here in the month of March. So if Iowa can't break some of that press, if they make an errant pass here and there with the active hands that Nebraska has, given how close this game is across the board in terms of the overall matchups, that could be the difference in who wins and who loses. So, the spread right now at BetMGM is only a 1.5. That really, I think, justifies just how tizite this game is going to be. The total set 132.5. I kind of lean to the under because I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring affair, though you could have another overtime in play. This is going to be outstanding basketball, folks. And, for those of you that live outside the Midwest and the Great Plains, and are like, I don't give a damn about Iowa and Nebraska. I care more about it on the gridiron. I really care about it on the hard court. The crowd is going to be insane in the membrane. It's going to be probably 67% Nebraska fans. Because remember, folks, coming to the NCAA tournament, the Cornhuskers had never won an NCAA tournament game in school history. And they're in the Sweet 16, and they have a chance to possibly play their way to the Final Four with two more victories. So they're going to be in full throat. They never sit down to Nebraska fans, and they travel like madmen and women. They made a 6.5-hour drive to Oklahoma City. It was basically a home game, the first two games for the Cornhuskers. They probably just slept overnight for the last couple of days in OKC. They're like, oh, we just got to go to Houston. Gas up the ride, honey. We're making a trip down to the Gulf of Mexico. And they're there. And they're going to fill the Toyota Center. It's not going to be Houston red. It's going to be Nebraska red with probably like 20-30% Iowa fans and a few orange and blue of my Illini mixed in. So this game is going to be high energy. It's going to be a fist fight kind of brawl. I can't wait for it. If I had a slight lean, earmuffs, Monty. Give me the Huskers. But this one is the epitome of a coin flip.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at the Big Ten standings in the regular season. 6 teams finished the season ranked. 9 teams got in. These 2 teams are super underrated, Brad, and they are very alike one another in many, many ways. You look at the
Yeah.
offense; they both actually score the basketball a lot more than I thought. For the most of the season, they're both in the top 6 in points per game. But these are the number 1 and the number 2 defenses in the Big Ten this entire year. Both allowed exactly 66 points per game to their opponents. They both were in the top 10 in field goal percentage. They both were in the top 10 in three-point field goal percentage. They both, like you said, struggle to rebound the basketball, though. They were both in the bottom half of the conference in that department. But both in the top 10 in fewest turnovers, both in the top 10 in assist to turnovers, number 1 and number 2 in steals per game in the Big Ten, but the worst 2 teams in the Big Ten in blocks per game. So they don't have a lot of size, but they're both incredible defensively. McCollum's a great coach. Hoiberg's a great coach. And you got Bennett Sturts, the star of Iowa, the biggest star in this game. But Bryce Sanford has done a pretty damn good job filling it up this year himself. Yeah, I couldn't tell you who the hell is going to win this game. I think it's going to come down to turnovers and rebounds, because I don't think either of these 2 teams are going to shoot the ball particularly that well, because they're both great defensively. Yeah, so who can hit their 3 balls as you're putting up the Trey sign to me? I would slightly lean Iowa. I'll split the vote here. I'll slightly lean with the Hawkeyes. Maybe it's just for Monty, but like if either team wins this by more than 8 points, that would be the most stunning thing to me, because I do think this is going to be a close. Yeah, so I'll lean Iowa. You lean Nebraska. Let's move on though, because oh baby, Houston and your ILL, the Illinois Fighting Illini and the Houston Cougars. I think it's fair to say, no disrespect to Monty or the Nebraska Huskers, whoever wins this game should be going to the Final Four. As Brad is just going nuts. I can't imagine what kind of shape you're going to be in tomorrow, brother. I'll let you set this one up here. Houston's favored by 2.5. Also a low total, 139 on BetMGM. Illinois, the 3 seed. Houston, the 2 seed. Tell me why the Illini can win this game, because I picked Houston to go to the Final Four. I picked Houston to go to the national championship game. But honestly, remember I said I like to fill out 2 brackets, because there's times where it's like, well, if they lose this game, then I can see that team going. I was very confident, though, with Houston. But if it wasn't them, I did like Illinois. Tell me why your Illini are going to win this game tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a bad matchup for Houston. The Illinois is like one of the only teams in the country. It might be like 1 or 2 other ones that match up extraordinarily well with the Cougars and their unique style of play. Houston doesn't have a lot of size. But even though they may be somewhat diminutive compared to other schools, they just ceaselessly, relentlessly crash the glass. So they generate a lot of second and third chances on a per possession basis. Clearly one of their strengths. They force a lot of turnovers as well, and they draw a lot of fouls and beat you with a death by 1,000 paper cuts at the charity stripe. Well, here's the strength of Illinois. Rebounding, because they are the tallest team in the country. So they're probably going to mitigate a lot of those second and third chances if they win the battle of the boards, and that's going to be absolutely key in this game. Number 2, Illinois doesn't turn the ball over. They have the lowest offensive turnover percentage on the season of any team in the NCAA tournament. So that's a team that's just not going to make a whole lot of mistakes and, shoot themselves in the foot. And number 3, Illinois doesn't foul a whole lot. They have one of the lowest opponent free throw rates on the entire year. So the strengths of Houston are also the strengths of Illinois defensively. And I also think what is really key for Illinois with that unique size that they have is they can shoot over the top of anybody. Their ball rotations are some of the best in basketball. If Keaton Vogler, if Jake Davis, the Ivasic's step out, David Mirkovic steps out and knocks down threes with regularity, and over 50% of Illinois shots come from downtown, Illinois is going to win this thing. And I am convinced that they will. They're not going to play intimidated by the environment. Brad Underwood said his direct quote was, "I don't give 2 rips where this game is played. Illini Nation is going to show up," and they are. They're going to be there. The orange and blue's got to be rocking. I said, too, that Iowa, Nebraska fans are going to be there for the first game. In Houston, they're going to turn around and root for Illinois because Big Ten teams support other Big Ten teams. So it's going to be probably like a 70-30 split at a minimum. Illinois fans to Houston fans. So it's more or less going to be a road game for Houston inside the Toyota Center. It sounds mind-blowing, but just wait till that plays out. I think Illinois wins in a tight one. I say 73-70 Illini. They're marching on to the Elite Eight. And no matter who they play, they may wind up in Indianapolis in the Final Four. And if they do, guys, I'm just going to hitchhike in the nude with the exception of a painted orange eye across my chest to Indianapolis. I can't wait.
You better hope the weather cooperates. Otherwise, there will be uber shrinkage on your hitchhike there. I like Houston. And again, I had them before the tournament started and in the championship game for my bracket. I just think that, what you mentioned, it's a bad matchup for the Cougars. I think it's a bad matchup for Illinois because Houston's got great guards led by Kingston Flemings, who's one of the best in the country. And he's so quick and sneaky and sharp, and he can cut on a dime. And the Cougars, like you've called them, the zombie horde that will be attacking that glass. Yes, Illinois' got the size. I think Houston's got the physicality measure, which is another issue you've had with your Illinois team over the last couple of weeks. You think at times they lack that steely nature, as you like to say, that physicality, that toughness. And I think it could be exposed against Houston. So either way, you don't have to be a wreck when the game is going. You can enjoy that with your family. So we cannot wait, though, to be breaking it down and previewing it even more tomorrow. All right, we're going to take a short break. The phone number to join us, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text any of your predictions for either of the Sweet 16 games tomorrow. We're going to preview the other two games a little bit later, but when we come back, we got a big Wednesday night in the NBA, and so we'll preview with a couple of the biggest games there, break down the games, give you an update on the standings, and much, much more, because we're less than 3 weeks away from the NBA playoffs. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, first of all, it's interesting because Dan's a good friend of mine, and long before he went on TV and talked about this opinion, we had shared a lot of text messages back and forth, and I share a different opinion than he does, and so we had this conversation over text, probably a week ago, and I ended up the last thing he said. Look, I finished up all the tape. He felt the way he felt. I gave him the reasons why I didn't feel that way, and my advice to him was, look, hey, if you've done all the work, when you've done all the work, then you can be confident in your opinion, and that's what your job is, to give your opinion. So there was nothing, I think people like the whole trial balloon of like, oh, it was an agency favor and all that kind of stuff. Like, well, I'm represented by the same agency, and Ty Simpson is my 38th player, and Fernando Mendoza is my number 1 overall player. That's not really how this whole thing works. So that was kind of silly to me. But for me, you talk about Mendoza. First of all, he's played a lot more. He's bigger. He's stronger. He can, he plays big too. It's not just guys that, in terms of their size. I thought he played big. When bodies were around him, he didn't feel small. Big moments late in games. He did it throughout that run that they were on. I'm a Mendoza guy. And, the offense, you have to cut through all the RPOs. That can be a challenge if it was 10, 15 years ago. But now with the technology, I can sort the video, so I can watch all the 3rd and 7+ throws. I can watch all the red zone throws. I can see him drive the ball on deep outs. I can see him layer the ball on some seam balls down in the red zone. And by the way, in the red zone, he's got 30+ touchdowns, no picks. Like all the key things you look for in a quarterback, Mendoza has it. He's extremely accurate. He's incredibly tough. He's smart. He's big. Like, he checks a lot of boxes. Whereas with Ty, I like him. I have him as my 38th player. I would love Arizona at pick 34. I think would be great for him. If somebody took him, in the latter portion of the first round, I wouldn't mind that either. But you're going against history when you look at the number of starts, and Cam Newton's the only one who's really been any good with that few starts, under 17 starts since like 2011. So you're fighting history there. And then on top of that, he got a little bit beat up later in the year. So you're wondering, at his size, which is not a big guy, how's he going to be able to withstand the punishment you're going to take as a starting quarterback for 17 weeks? So, I mean, that's just part of it. There's a lot more than that, but that's kind of the cliff notes of where I am.
I have to tell you something that I thought was so interesting about what Orlovsky, and this is, again, it's not to be like, I want you to say he's wrong. That's not what this is at all. It's more like confirming something he said that candidly, and I worked at NFL radio for a long time. I feel like I do have some decent sources in the league. I had not that I'm at the same level as you guys. I'm not trying to say that. But when he said that he's talked to some decision makers, that there are teams that prefer Simpson to Mendoza, and we assume the Raiders are not one of those teams, right, who pick first overall, is that the sense that you're, whether like you agree or disagree, or I agree or disagree, do you get that sense that there are some teams out there that do prefer Ty Simpson to Fernando Mendoza, DJ? You're obviously as plugged in as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can talk to different people, but I have not talked to anyone that has that. So, and that's not saying that he's saying anything untrue. He just is talking to different folks apparently than the folks that I've been talking to. But I have not. And that goes obviously from the Raiders and a bunch of other teams too. And it wasn't particularly close for the people that I talked to. And I can see. Look, Dan's got some history in the McVay system. And I could see people in that tree, like in Ty, because he fits that. He fits that. You think about the way Jared Goff operated in that system before they moved off of him. There's, he's not as big as Jared, but stylistically you could see some similarities there. So I wouldn't be surprised like if the Rams were one of those teams, that wouldn't surprise me. But I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody that has that, but some of that stuff's just dependent on who your buddies are.
I'll say this. If the Phillies starting pitchers come back, if Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola get back to what they were and can be, and they're healthy, with Sanchez and Luzardo and the development of Andrew Painter, the Phillies can be a very scary October team. And they can, with their starting pitching, they can beat anybody. So I'll probably say the Phillies. As the team, look, I do think the Cubs have a really good team and would be a threat. I think the Mets have a chance to be a threat as well. But I would answer you with the Phillies just because I know if 4 of their 5 starting pitchers are pitching to their best, to their potential, they can beat anybody in a short series.
There's one name and one name only that North Carolina should call. And he should be at the top of the list. And I told you who it was on Monday. Chicago Bulls head coach, Billy Donovan.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back to the show. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join, you can call us and you can text us. That's right, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're talking North Carolina coaching search, all the possible candidates, all the rumors, breaking down the Sweet 16 games. We're going to get you set for opening night. Baseball is back, baby, in just over an hour. Yankees and the Giants. We'll get to that. But at the top of the hour, Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, is going to join us. So stick around for that. BetMGM players will receive an any sport parlay boost token. It's much easier to use than it is to say. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, Brad, we got a big Wednesday night in the NBA here, and just a quick peek at the standings here. Just about every team has got 10 to 11 games left to go here. The Detroit Pistons at the top of the East still holding off the Celtics and the Knicks. They got a 5-game lead on both of them. Since Cade Cunningham has gone down, they've done nothing but win. They've won 4 games in a row. It's actually remarkable. Dennis Jenkins has been tremendous. We're going to get to them in just a bit. What's really interesting in the East is from 5 to 10, you got 6 teams separated by 2.5 games. So it's going to be interesting to see who ends up in the play-in tournament and who avoids it. And then in the Western Conference, the Thunder have a 3-game lead on the Spurs. So can San Antonio catch OKC? More on them in a bit. Massive game for them tonight. And then also a logjam where you've got the 3 seed and the 6 seed, 4 teams separated also by 2.5 games, with the Nuggets prevailing very, very, very squeakily by the Phoenix Suns last night. It feels like Phoenix is all but headed to the play-in tournament. They trail the Houston Rockets by 4 games for that 6 seed. But as I mentioned, let's get to the Pistons tonight. Still no Cade Cunningham. The collapsed left lung. No idea when he's going to be back. There's optimism. He'll be back for the playoffs, which again are 3 weeks away. But all they've done is won 4 in a row, and they host a team that is equally as hot as them, the Atlanta Hawks, who have surged all the way, Brad, into the top 6 in the East. This was a team that was 27-31 a month ago. Since then, 13-1 in their last 14 games. They said, Trae Young, bye-bye, you stink. We don't need you. This is Jalen Johnson's team now. They got rid of Porzingis, and their moves have worked like a charm. So can the Hawks continue to solidify their spot in the top 6? The Pistons, can they win again without Cade Cunningham? Something's got to give. Pistons are 2.5-point favorites at home in Detroit. Total 229.5. What do you like in this game, Brad?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like old school Dominique Wilkins is back and playing for Atlanta. They're so white hot right now. It's outlandish. Anyway, they've been blasted glass, have been the Hawks. So as a result, I'm going to live in the land down under on Jalen Duren, 11.5 rebounds. Atlanta's given up the 5th fewest opponent rebounds per game in the last 10 at 39.3. Duren has gone under 11.5 rebounds in his last 5 straight games, and he's already faced the ATL not once, not twice, but 3 times. And Patty went 7, 11, and 8 rebounds. And in the month of March, too, he's only averaging 9.8 rebounds per game. Why on earth is this line set 11.5? I don't understand it. It's why it's juiced up at a minus 120, but I'm playing it under Jalen Duren, 11.5 rebounds against the ATL.
Yeah. I don't blame you. He's had like you said, he's had a couple of games recently where he hasn't really snatched a ton of boards. I'm going to go with the guy that has Cade, who is what they're saying in Detroit, because Dennis Jenkins, the former St. John's star, has done nothing but just step right in. He has stepped right in to Cade Cunningham's shoes, and he has delivered. The second-year point guard, again, was with Iona, with Patino, then went to St. John's. Here's his last 2 games. Against the Golden State Warriors, he had 22 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists. And then on Monday in the win over the Lakers, a career-high 30 points to go with 4 rebounds and 8 assists. So quick math, that's 37 points plus rebounds plus assists, and then 42 points plus rebounds plus assists. His usage rate is through the roof because somebody's got to fill the void of Cade Cunningham. You can't just ask a couple of guys to do it together. One guy's got to step up and do it. They've trusted Dennis Jenkins. He's done it. I'll go with him. I'll roll with Dennis Jenkins. Over 28.5 points plus rebounds plus assists against the Hawks team that loves to push the pace. I'm expecting a lot of possessions. Could be a high-scoring affair. I like Dennis Jenkins. All right, the game of the night. The Thunder at the Celtics, the last 2 champions of the NBA. Boston, 2 seed in the East. Knicks tied with the same record as them, still trying to chase down Detroit. The Thunder trying to hold off San Antonio. Everybody is good to go for this game, with the exception of Nikola Vucevic, who the Celtics traded for at the deadline. He's still dealing with that broken hand. This should be a phenomenal game. This could be an NBA Finals preview. The Thunder are a very slight 1.5-point favorite on the road. Total that is continuing to climb. And Brad, just really quickly, I don't know why, because these are 2 of the best defenses in the NBA. So it's gotten to a point where I'm in. I've hit a buy point for me. It's up to 222.5. It was like 6 points lower this morning. It's gotten steamed up. I'll take the under. I don't care. I mean, these are 2 great defenses. It's as simple as that for me. Give me the under in the Celtics and the Thunder. I want defense.
Well, this might be counterintuitive based on that total movement, but I'm going to live and land down under again on SGA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 6.5 assists. You mentioned it. Boston is one of the best on-ball defenses in the National Basketball Association. 7th fewest assists per game they have given up in the last 10 at 24.9 to be exact. SGA has been under 6.5 times in 3 of his last 4. Yes, I know he had 9 assists, when he faced the Seas earlier this month on March the 12th, and he's averaging in the month of March 7.2 assists per game, but my gut says he gets 6 exactly. Give me the under.
All right, very good. We can get to the Rockets and the T-Wolves, another massive game in the Western Conference later. But coming up next, we're going to talk to our guy Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, right here on BetMGM tonight.
There's one name and one name only that North Carolina should call. And he should be at the top of the list. And I told you who it was on Monday. Chicago Bulls head coach Billy Donovan. This is not, if you want to compare the two NBA situations, Donovan and Stevens, they're not comparable. Brad Stevens is running the Boston Celtics, who are good every single year. Like, that is an A-plus job. Now, if you wanted to tell me that Billy Donovan is the coach of the Bulls and they are run well and the team's good, then yeah, like, that's an A-plus job. But let's be honest. What would you give the Chicago Bulls head coaching job right now in a letter grade? Is Chicago one of the best cities in America? Yes. Are the Bulls a legacy franchise? As much as I hate to say it as a lifelong Knicks fan, yes. No question. But the team sucks. They suck. And everyone who knows anything about the NBA says that they are run as poorly as it gets. That they don't know what they're doing, and it reflects in the record every single year. You are in limbo. You are in purgatory if you're with the Chicago Bulls. Now, I would say this is justice for winning all those championships with Michael Jordan, but I'm also a jealous and angry and bitter and jaded Knicks fan, and I acknowledge that. But this Bulls job, if he wants to stay in Chicago, it's just because he's comfortable. Like, there's no reason, if he wants to be professionally challenged, he should leave the Bulls, he should leave them yesterday, and he should go coach the North Carolina Tar Heels. I want someone to tell me how Billy Donovan, with 2 national titles under his belt at the University of Florida, couldn't go to North Carolina today and win a title in the next couple of years in Chapel Hill with those resources that Carolina has and his coaching acumen. This needs to happen. The saying goes, there's nothing finer than North Carolina. That's actually a lie. The only thing finer than North Carolina would be if North Carolina hired Billy Donovan to be its next head basketball coach.
Yeah, well, it's interesting the way you phrased it. If you ask me who the top receiver is, who the best receiver is, I'll go Carnell Tate with that one. I know exactly what I'm getting. I'm getting a vertical receiver, someone who's big, who's rangy, who's long. I don't even worry about the 40 time. He plays plenty fast. He ran in the low 4.5s officially. Some teams had him in the mid to high 4.4s, but he's fine from that standpoint, and he gets up to top speed. He's not a great starter, but he's got great top speed once he gets out and gets going. So you're getting a vertical stretch receiver. He's going to be a big play producer. He's going to be a point scorer, can play above the rim down the red zone. So that would be my answer, is who the best or who the top receiver is. But the way you phrased it, who my favorite receiver is, would be Mekhi Lemon, just because of the way he plays. He does all the dirty work in the middle of the field. He's fearless. He catches everything. He can make you miss. He can break tackles. I love everything about his game. You watch the Iowa game, it's as good a receiver game as you're going to see of just him, contact catch after contact catch after contact catch. So I'm a big fan of his. Aesthetically, I just enjoyed watching him more than anybody else. And then, I would put Omar Cooper Jr. in there, with Jordan Tyson. I ended up putting Omar Cooper above him. Just with Jordan Tyson's got all the ability in the world. It's just the guy's been hurt every year, and he hasn't had a healthy process through this run up to the draft either. And there's some play strength stuff that's not ideal. So you kind of add those two things together. It does scare me a little bit. Now, he's got a ton of ability. He could end up emerging as the best receiver in the draft, when it's all said and done, because he's silky smooth and he's got great ball skills. But, when you have durability concerns and then the toughness is not on the top shelf, that to me, pushes him down just a little bit.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hello! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Let's talk some NBA. Let's talk some hoops, shall we? On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick, how was the first weekend of March Madness for you, brother? And I always feel like I like to ask you this question. It's a revolving question. Where are you currently in the United States right now?
I am in San Francisco, California, inside the Chase Center media room, because I am here for this big Warriors Nets showdown. And guys, it's even funnier because as this is happening, and obviously it's the first time this has happened all year, the Giants on opening night are about to play the Yankees in like an hour. So there are people all over the place down here in the Bay, but it is a reminder, and I know you guys love March Madness just as much as I do, but I love this time of year. I mean, there are so many different things going on all the time, but as I'm watching all the people filter through to go to the baseball park, we've got a regional out here in San Jose over the next few days. I mean, there's just I always tell people, if they sit there and roll their eyes on San Francisco and Oakland and the Bay Area, this is a sports crazed part of the country.
Correct.
People are into it out here. I respect it a lot. And I mean, there's just so much cool stuff going on.
Hell yeah. Love that. Love that, man. And, it's a good thing that there's probably not too many spaces being taken up in the media center, because, I mean, the Brooklyn Nets, man, break them up. Man, it's a high-selling ticket tonight. Nick, let's start with a little MVP chatter here. I personally think the award is done and dusted. SGA is winning it a second straight time, as long as he doesn't suffer an injury here in the next few games, knock on wood. But according to Victor Wembanyama, he himself should be the MVP, because defense is underrated, and because the Spurs beat the Thunder 4 out of 5 times. Those were his words. I disagree with Wemby. I think SGA has more than earned a second straight MVP because he's an offensive machine. And Wemby being the best defender in the NBA, like probably going to run away with Defensive Player of the Year, it still doesn't equate to the same value as what SGA brings, in my opinion. But what do you think? Does Wemby have a case at the MVP here?
No, I'm with you completely. I think SGA is the guy. He's going to win his second one, and he's earned it. OKC guys, I mean, they're just awesome. They are a machine. Watching them, even the last couple of weeks, you're just looking at a group that, to me at least, is still a cut above everybody else, even though Boston seems to be gaining more momentum to potentially come out of the East. When you're looking at the MVP conversation, though, it's always about narrative. And SGA still has that for now. Is he going to have that next year as people get tired of maybe watching him, or voter fatigue? We will see in time. What I would tell you, Pat, is I love the fact that Wembanyama is saying all this stuff. The league so desperately on a much broader level needs compelling characters. They need guys who are great on the floor, but they need guys who people are going to be interested in off of it, who are going to say some stuff. They're going to rattle some people and that are going to get people talking. So I appreciated that Wemby was trying to make his case. I get so tired of guys. They say one thing publicly and then they say something completely different. But when the cameras and recorders are off, and you're like, "All right, so you do have a personality." Sometimes you just don't want to show it. Wemby is that good. He's going to win MVPs. He's just not going to win an MVP this year.
Yeah, I love the compelling storylines, to say the least. And one team right now that is certainly drawing those storylines. How about the Atlanta Hawks, Nick? They're flying high as we're hurtling down the home stretch. Winners of 9 of their last 10 games. Currently the number 6 seed in the Eastern Conference, and in action tonight against the Pistons. What are your thoughts on this team's hot streak? Are you buying or are you selling? Atlanta is a legit dark horse in the East.
I am selling this year. But guys, if you were to buy in a team that you think might continue to improve for the next couple seasons, I would throw a couple bucks down on the Hawks, maybe in a futures total next season or night to night, depending on how everything turns out, because I think there are 2 key factors here. They have a lot of young talent in place. CJ McCollum's helped them, obviously, after that trade, but I don't see him as some kind of main piece for the future. But I think the underrated part of what the Hawks have done is they're building around these young guys, and they have this group that's going to continue to get better together, and then they're going to start spending money. And, I know there was all that talk about the Magic City night and what could happen in Atlanta, and some people got bent out of shape. I think people, especially NBA players, they love going to Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta could turn into a place that attracts different free agents because of the talent that's already there, and the city can sell itself. So in that regard, I'm not buying the Hawks as being able to make some kind of run right now. I would buy the Hawks as a team that you're going to look at in the future and go, okay, the seeds for something are starting this year. They're getting planted now, and this group is going to be a lot better to me a couple years from right now than it is in this moment.
Yeah, I've had a lot of good and very late nights in the ATL, to say the least, and I will leave it at that, good friend. Nick, let's go out west, where you are right now in the Bay Area, but let's go down the left coast of Los Angeles, where Luka Doncic is going full NBA Jam. He's on fire mode right now the past several games. In his last 7, he's booked 51 points in a contest and 60 points in another game, as the Lakers have won 9 of their last 10. What do you make of the heater he is riding and the Lake Show as a collective currently are on? They're right now plus 1,500 to win the West on BetMGM and plus 3,000 to win the title. Is it time to invest in the LA Lakers?
No. The Lakers are not good enough. They are a fun story. Luka is on a hell of a heater. Reeves certainly is getting better. And LeBron may not be at the level we're used to seeing LeBron at for all these years, but he's still pretty awesome. And he can still have moments where you go, all right, I see it. Having said that, the Lakers are not good enough. They are not good enough to get all the way through the West, and they're certainly not good enough to go all the way through the playoffs and win another title. What I would say about Luka, and what would make me feel much better if I were a Laker fan, is that it does feel like he's focused in night to night right now. And when you watched him even earlier this year, you were like, he doesn't still know his place maybe all the way in this lineup. And there were times where he didn't have the type of back and forth that he needed, maybe in finding a rhythm with LeBron. When you see him play now, though, he just knows, I'm the guy, this is my team, and I'm going to have every opportunity to do exactly what I need. every night, especially offensively. So I love Luka's numbers night to night. Just keep hammering the over if you're taking, player props or whatever's happening. I do not love the Lakers, especially this group, as a team that's going to be able to make that much of a difference in this postseason.
I don't know, Nick. I've got my doubts about the San Antonio Spurs. If the Lakers are able to get the 3 seed and win a first-round matchup, if they play the Houston Rockets, I mean, they beat them both times in Houston last week. Rockets have a ton of problems with Fred VanVleet being out all year. I don't trust that offense late in games. Lakers win that, I think they could beat the Spurs. I think they could at least make a run at the Western Finals. I still don't think anybody's beaten OKC, but I'm starting to change. I think the tides are changing here with the Lakers. That's all I'm saying.
You sound like my boy Dave McMenamin, Pat, because I get these texts all the time like, oh, the Lakers. And I say, okay, Dave, yeah. Yeah, the Lakers. Yeah, I'm sure. It's going to happen. I'll believe it when I see it, is what I would say.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. And we're talking with our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, right here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Nick, you mentioned SGA and the Thunder briefly before. We got one of the games of the year tonight in Boston. The past 2 champs square off when the Thunder take on the Celtics. And we got just about everybody healthy, which is awesome considering how banged up both of these teams had been just a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago. Tatum's back. J-Dub is back. The old cliche sports radio term here, a measuring stick game for both squads. Basically a pick 'em, total low, even though it's gone up like 5-6 points today. I found that very interesting. What do you make of this game tonight with OKC and Boston? If you had to pick a winner, who do you think wins?
Pat, I am so hesitant anymore to get excited about any regular season game in the league because I think the product is so watered down night to night. This one is interesting, though. And you have to give credit when it's due, even for a game, because I do think we're looking at a finals preview. I mean, I was just in Boston a few nights ago. That team plays hard. They play tough. They're well coached. And they're riding that emotional wave of, hey, we got Tatum back. I think it's going to be okay. Specific to tonight, if it's a pick 'em, I would always lean towards Boston at home. The Celtics crowd, again, I watched a Celtics Warriors game that wasn't competitive and was actually terrible all night. It was one of the quietest crowds I've ever seen in that building. I say that for context because what does Boston do when there's a game with something that's actually on the line? They get up and they roar. And it would shock me if in this kind of spot, especially towards the end of March, where their team is building some momentum, if the crowd didn't show up, make a little extra noise, and the players didn't feed off of that. Usually that's kind of, yeah, sure, you can roll your eyes at times. But I do think at the end of a long year, when the games just don't matter that much, when one of these type of games pops up, you go, okay. So I would lean Boston, but either way, no matter what happens tonight, to me, these are clearly the 2 best teams in either conference at this point. And I'd be surprised if the 3 of us are sitting here a few months from now and this isn't the series that we end up talking about.
Oh, that's spicy. By the way, you can wager on the exact matchup of the NBA Finals right stinking now at BetMGM. Is it going to be Seas and Thunder? Well, Nick believes that is the case, and honestly, I think you're on to something there, Nick. Nick, you've gotten more familiar with a few college players this NCAA tournament. Who are you taking at number 1 overall for your NBA GM? Is it still A.J. Debonsa from BYU, although they had the early exit? Maybe Cam Boozer or Duke is still alive and kicking. Maybe Darius Acuff of Arkansas, who's lighting up everybody now against Arizona. And, of course, I mentioned a certain someone for Kansas for all of the necessary reasons. Any other players, in your opinion, that you've seen whose stock could also be rising this NCAA tournament? So you taking a number 1, and maybe who's upticking right now among NBA GMs?
I would still take Debonsa. I know that there are arguments, Brad, to be made for every one of the guys that you mentioned. Acuff seems to be generating more interest, certainly, as Arkansas continues to move forward here. But to me, when you watch Devonta, you're watching a potential superstar. And is the effort and the talent going to be there every single night? Maybe not. We'll see. But to me, as you evaluate the information that you have in front of you, I think he's just a little bit better than everybody else. I've had a couple of my friends in the league, though, say, hey, you need to watch Boozer a little bit more because he is a really talented guy, and he's more consistent than probably anybody else out of that group that you named. As far as a guy who is gaining more traction, I'd say, I actually had to laugh because it was a name that you brought up when we were talking a week ago, and it's the kid from Michigan, Lindenborg.
Yaxel!
Yaxel. And when you're watching him in these games, again, what stands out to NBA people is he's able to do a lot of different stuff. And sure, that's part of the league now, and you have to have the length and the size. Okay, fine. But if you can do that and you can hit from the outside and you hit threes all over the place, you're going to draw more attention. I'll be curious to see how this round goes in the next few games. But to me, bringing it back together, it's Devonta and it's everybody else.
Yeah, agreed.
We're talking with our Odyssey Sports writer Nick Friedel here for just another 2 or 3 minutes. He's in the media room right now at the Chase Center in San Francisco, getting ready for the title fight of the Warriors and the Brooklyn Nets. Nick, 2 big pieces of off-the-court news here today. Adam Silver at the NBA Board of Governors meeting said the NBA is going to fix tanking, full stop. Also, the NBA owners have officially voted to explore expansion. I'm blanking on the they had Sacagawea with them. What's their names?
Lewis and Clark?
There you go. That's a bad job by me. I was going
to say I had no clue. I didn't want to hang you out there, Pat, but I was like, I have absolutely no clue who these people are. So,
I've got a history degree, Cats. I got your back.
Thank you, Brad. That's what I thought of when I saw they're going to vote to explore expansion, like Lewis and Clark. Let's explore. They're exploring expansion with Las Vegas and Seattle, a possible return of the Supersonics. The league is reportedly targeting the 2028-29 season for the 2 expansion franchises to start playing. So what do you think happens first? Rules or harsh penalties for tanking, or an official yes on 2 new franchises in Vegas and Seattle? What happens first?
Oh, man, I would say that both are going to happen pretty quickly. As far as which one happens first, I would guess maybe the tanking, just because it always seems like there's so much red tape involved in finally rubber stamping a team in expansion. But, Pat, Vegas and Seattle have been the 2 teams for years. This isn't new. The arenas are in place. It feels like they've got the money coming from different places, that they're going to have options to choose from. It's going to happen. What I am more curious about in this conversation is, okay, you want to fix tanking full stop. As somebody who makes their living based on covering the league, fantastic. It's a great soundbite. What are you going to do, though? And what my fear is what are the unintended consequences that come after that part of this? Like, oh, let's fix this. All right, let's make sure that only the games in the first half carry more weight, and in the second. Okay, I've seen all the proposals. Wake me up still when teams stop tanking, because tanking's been a part of this league for a long, long time. And you can try and eliminate it or try to mitigate it and try to stop what's happening. I think there are always going to be ways around it. And my point would be the stuff that we're going to see down the line, we don't even know about right now. But some smart team will take advantage of something, and they'll find a way to go back to some sort of way in which we've been for so long.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer, Nick. Nick Friedel, Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Nick, we appreciate the time. As always, brother, enjoy this game tonight. I know you're going to have your eyes peeled, maybe taped open, Maybe one eye in the media center on Yankees and the Giants right across the park. But, dude, can't wait to talk to you next week. We'll have a Final Four set. We'll be 2 weeks away from the playoffs. It's going to get real exciting, real freaking quick around here. So can't wait to chat with you next week.
Guys, always enjoy it. I'll talk to you next week. Have a good one.
See you, Nick.
There you go. That was Odyssey Sports NBA Insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All right, we got to take a short break because we've got to finish our breakdown and our predictions and our previews of the 2026 Major League Baseball season. Opening day is 40 minutes away for the Yankees and the Giants. Just about everybody else kicks off tomorrow. When we come back, we'll hit the AL West, which has a chance to be wide open. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You can call us. You can text us. We've got some texts flying in. We'll get to a couple of them as we move throughout the show. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And what the Pistons have shown in this stretch without Cade is that they are, and we knew this already, it's not just Cade Cunningham propping them up to the 1 seed in the East, but you're seeing guys step up. And they're an awesome team. And the defense has been revved up. Like, tell me now, when we get to playoff time, and I am not suggesting that, like, Dennis Jenkins is now going to turn out to be like the new Robert Horry, the new Big Shot Bob. Like, I'm not saying that. But we've now seen Dennis Jenkins in the last 2 games for the Pistons, 22 and 30 points in 38 and 39 minutes respectively. Like, tell me this stretch without Cade Cunningham for Detroit might not yield fruit for the Pistons with all these players getting experience without Cade and having to step up in the big spot because he's not there to do it. Detroit's lead for the 1 seed has widened since Cade went out with the collapsed lung. And obviously, this is not saying that Detroit's better without him. That we're not even coming close to saying something like that. Detroit's way better with Cade Cunningham in the lineup. And this will only hold if Cade's back for the playoffs. Because this is not, and we've talked about this for weeks now, right? This is not your normal, like, play-in group in either conference since we've seen the play-in start, right? This could be the Sixers that Detroit has to play in the first round. Like, Paul George is coming back. You're thinking Embiid and Mac, like, they may be full strength for the playoffs. It could be Orlando. They're playing the Hawks tonight. Atlanta's won 9 of 10. The Hawks are 8 games over 500. Like, the Toronto Raptors, like, could end up in the play-in. The Charlotte Hornets, the Miami Heat. Like, it ain't going to be a pushover for Detroit in the first round. Like, you got to have Cade back. Assuming the Cade's back, and I'm guessing he will be, but it is a guess. This stretch is going to make Detroit, I think, a more viable team to potentially win the Eastern Conference. Now, I'm not going to pick them. I still like the Celtics more. I don't know if I like the Cavs more, just like here's James Harden in a big spot. I like the Knicks more. I am a Knicks fan, I have to say that. Maybe some bias there. But again, you have to take the Pistons a little more seriously now. You just have to.
Funny part about it, after spending the spring with the Yankees in spring training, I think the Yankees are much improved just with their own players. And I think that's the huge storyline here. And I think the other thing is the Yankees farm system is now loaded at the top. And so they've got a lot of major league ready players that are going to be sitting there in AA and AAA. And as soon as you have an injury, they're going to have the depth that they can go get and keep winning. And I think that is special. The camaraderie with the Yankees is different. I think when you look at their use of science and analytics, it's more than it's ever been before in making pitching decisions, which is going to be fascinating. And then you've got guys like Carlos Lagrange, who walks into spring training throwing 102 miles an hour with an easy delivery and the makeup and character to match, where even though he starts the year in the minor leagues, you have an impact arm sitting there in the minors when you need it for the 7th and 8th inning if you need another bullpen arm later in the season. So there's so many positive things going. And you look at the young core of guys like Austin Wells and Ben Rice, and they have a whole nother level that they can go to. They've got a good right-handed bench because they need it because their lineup is too left-handed. But there's something special and different about this Yankee group this spring training. I'm picking them to win this division, and I think they have a legitimate shot at going back to the World Series.
Yeah, Saquon's in sacred air for me. Maybe that was just being in the building at the Rose Bowl against USC and seeing that in person and the body type and everything that he brought to the table. To me, he was in a different class. But when you start talking about Bijan, you start talking about Gibbs, like he's very much in that neighborhood. He belongs in the conversation with those guys. Some things he does a little better than one of them, and other things maybe give the nod to the other guys. But that is right in the mix of the grade that I gave him and the company that he keeps. And you're going to feel him right away. I mean, you're going to feel him as a rookie. You're going to be able to get him involved in the passing game early on to go along with what he can do as a runner and hit some home runs for you. So I pray that he goes to a better situation than Genty went to last year.
Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Can we say what now? Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. You can call in. You can text in. It's 310-840-4910. We got a text message coming through in just a minute or so that I think my co-host will be a big fan of. But first, This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Also, with opening day just 30 minutes away with the Yanks and the Giants, and then just about everybody else kicking off tomorrow, get in on the fun of a new MLB season with a no-sweat token. If you don't win your bet with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. How it works: 1, log in to receive your MLB no-sweat token. 2, make a qualifying $5 to $1,000 MLB bet and attach the token. Number 3, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. All right. We broke down the AL East and the NL East on Monday. We broke down the AL Central and the NL Central yesterday. We made our predictions for who's going to win the division. We picked our MVP of the division. We're going to get to the AL West and NL West here in just a moment. But, Brad, as I mentioned, we do have a text message here on our first day that our text line is live. And this one comes from Chris in Myrtle Beach, who texted, quote, "I've been listening to this channel for years, and it gets increasingly worse. I have heard of the phrase a face for radio, but this Brad guy has a voice for writing." End quote. Brad, your thoughts on Chris in Myrtle Beach?
Chris, thank you. An accurate statement. Actually started my career in this business 20 years ago at Yahoo Sports as a writer, and I'm pointing up for those of you watching on the video broadcast, and all I got to say is scoreboard, because I am a 6-time Writer of the Year. I'm a Fantasy Sports Writers Association Hall of Famer. I think I've been nominated. I've lost the count, quite honestly, for like 17 trophies in the writing world. So, my friend, you are indeed accurate, and I am indeed highly obnoxious and highly annoying. Embrace the haters, Pat. We at NPR Radio, we're always bringing the noise here on BetMGM tonight.
That was a very calculated response and an astute one as well. I love that. And Chris, we thank you for listening, and we thank you for working those thumbs and texting us, brother. Any other thoughts you have?
Yeah,
you want to sling some arrows my way? I'll take them. Really quickly, too, just because we were talking NBA, shout out to our guy Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. Nick from Baltimore texts in, what do you guys think of 32 teams in the NBA in 2028? I am personally excited for the return of the Supersonics and intrigued at what Vegas has for for the NBA. Yeah, look, I think I'm surprised they haven't gotten there already, right? NFL has 32 teams. I'm surprised Major League Baseball doesn't have 32 teams. Hockey's got 32 teams. They keep expanding. So for me, yeah, it's a matter of when, not if. I'm excited for a return to Seattle. I think that fan base got robbed when they took the team out. Now, Oklahoma City, they just gave them that city a championship last year. So they're a rabid fan base, but the folks in Seattle, they love their freaking sports, man. The Mariners, the Seahawks, the Supersonics need to come back. I cannot wait to see those jerseys. I hope they keep the retros for like as much as of a staple of their uni sets. And then Vegas is going to be Vegas. It'll be a destination for a lot of folks. Get in there and see a game every weekend. The folks that live around the area will have another fan base. Vegas has become a metropolis. It's become a major city. Even if you think some of the tourism is a little bit down, personally, if I'm being honest here, Vegas is a cool place to spend a weekend. I don't know if we need to flood every major sport with a team, but I can't imagine basketball in Vegas won't do well. So, but I cannot wait for Seattle. Brad, what do you think? Seattle, Vegas, what do you think is a better spot?
I'm spot on and in total agreement, lockstep with you on the Seattle Supersonics. Grew up enjoying that team, watching the likes of Gary Payton and Sean Kemp, Detlef Shrimp, and others with that, historic and legendary franchise. I got a lot of friends in that area, and they've been chomping the bit for the Seattle Supersonics to return. And Viva Las Vegas is a tremendous place for all sports franchises, honestly, because of the gambling background, because of hotel space, and quite frankly, you want to talk about a home court advantage? My God, do you think ATL is an advantage for the Hawks? As we had Nick Friedel on in the last segment, talking about how guys go out and they party their butts off at Magic City and various other locales, to say the least. Vegas is like that exponentially. So whatever franchise they call it there, the home court advantage is going to be legendary, to say the least. So yeah, I welcome all the new franchises, and I can't wait, Pat, for Bismarck, North Dakota to get one.
Oh man, well hey, the folks of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, they can all flock to Bismarck, and you got 4 states pulling together as one. That would be quite the home court advantage for sure. All right, let's break down this AL West. Our friends at BetMGM going into the season have the reigning champion Seattle Mariners, the reigning division champion Seattle Mariners, at a pretty decent sized favorite, -105. So you actually got to pay the slightest bit of juice if you want to back the Mariners. The Astros second best odds at nearly 3-1, Rangers more than 3-1, and then the A's 13-1, the Angels 40-1. So let's start with the reigning division champion Seattle Mariners here, Brad, who last year won 90 games, got to the ALCS and lost to the Blue Jays, and what an epic series that was. They added Brendan Donovan in a trade with the Cardinals, but it's mostly the same lineup from last year. Big Dumper, Julio Rodriguez, Josh Naylor, Arozarena in the middle, bunch of the young lefties at the bottom of that lineup, Dominic Canzone. Excited to watch Cole Young this year, their first-round pick from a couple of years ago. And then it's a rotation that is just utterly filthy. Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, Brian Wu, and a bullpen that is pretty nasty as well. So for me, it'll be quite the failure if Seattle doesn't win this division, because Houston, they're years removed now from the trash-banging champions. So Seattle, they might win 95 games. Hell, they might come close to 100. I think they're going to be dominant in the regular season.
I totally agree, man. Pacoda's got them at 94.5 wins this season. I think they're going to flirt with 100, man. As you write off that rotation, it's downright ridiculous. It really is. With Gilbert and woo, got to go Ric Flair every time I hear that. Luis Castillo, George Kirby's your number 4? And that's just crazy. He's got pinboy command, hardly walks a soul. And then you read off that lineup with a big Dempa, Josh Naylor, Randy Arozarena. They've got boppers up and down that order, and JP Crawford is batting the 9 hole, most probably consistently this year, and he was their primary leadoff guy last year. So yeah, Seattle to me far and away the team to beat in this division, and they're going to vie for another ALCS championship, and they're going to vie, I believe, for a possible World Series title this year. Seattle's going to be damn good.
Wow. Well, yeah, that would be a thing to watch. I mean, look, it's just like the rotation is too good. It's like, okay, injuries can always ruin a team's season. Like the rotation's too freaking good. The bullpen has got like 2-3 guys that could be the starter. Munoz is awesome, and then some of the other guys that are going to be playing a big role there. Matt Brash is great. So and Jose Ferrer, who they got in a trade with the Nationals in the winter. Like I think this bullpen. I mean, my goodness, they might have the number one rotation in all of baseball this year. So I think even if, Gilbert got hurt, Brian Woo's got hurt, like they have enough dogs, they have enough, stallions in this stable that I think it's like, all right, next man up, and it's going to be no problem for them. The last 5 years, the Mariners, the least amount of games they've won was 85. They've won 90 games, 3 out of the last 5 years, 88 in 2023, 85 in 2024. And the crazy thing is they've only made the playoffs twice in the last 5 years. Just absurd how good the American League has been. But the Astros, they're not that team anymore. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. We look at this Astros projected lineup here this season. And again, it doesn't really strike a whole lot of fear, in my opinion. Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez at the top 3. I don't think Carlos Correa is the player that he once was. So,
no.
Again, unless their young right fielder, Cam Smith, who's one of their top prospects in the organization, who they got from the Cubbies a year and a half ago, unless he steps up and he becomes the next great Astro, I just don't see it happening. Yeah, it's a rotation, too, that's got a lot of question marks. They did get Tatsuya Imai, the Japanese star, and they did trade for Mike Burrows, but Hunter Brown as your ace, he's had some really good starts. He's got some A++ stuff. I just think that overall, a lot of inconsistencies, and I think the Astros will be lucky to make the playoffs. And I got to be honest, I don't feel bad if they miss the playoffs here because they're cheaters still.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. They're going to go down as cheaters until the day I die, which is going to be hopefully years from now. So totally agree with you on that one. 84.6, the wins projection right now at Pacoda. I think that's a wee bit too high. I think they're going to be fortunate to take the 80 games for all the reasons you laid out. Look, I kind of am down with Hunter Brown. He's a guy that can work deep into games and is usually a little bit better about the middle portion of the season. I like Christian Javier stuff. Lance McCullers, we'll see what version you get. Christian Javier is not that bad. The bullpen, though, has got a lot of question marks. And you read that order. There's some pop there. They don't have supreme on base guys. I mean, Jose Altuve is still that guy at this point in his career, the Mighty Might. Jeremy Pena is a bit of a roller coaster ride. Yordan Alvarez, can he stay healthy? I agree with you on Carlos Correa. And he's likely going to be out in cleanup. That's kind of a weak cleanup hitter overall. The bottom of the order really doesn't excite me as well. So I think Houston could be one of those teams that certainly underachieves this summer in the AL.
Yeah, me too. And I think they finished third in this division this year. And because I think the Texas Rangers are going to be better than them. Let's talk about the Rangers because this pitching staff, man, it is freaking scary. You got Ovaldi at the top, who is just ages like a fine wine. Jacob deGrom, if he can stay healthy. Those guys, 36 and 37, and yet I still think they're 2 of the top 10 arms in baseball. Long as they can stay healthy. It's a big question mark. That's what this season is largely going to depend on for the Rangers. But then you got young Mackenzie Gore. They got in a trade with the Nationals. And then the 2 young studs, Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker. If those guys put it together, holy smokes, the Rangers could win this division. Because you got a lineup that took a step back last year after they made a run a couple of years ago. But now you traded for Brandon Nimmo. Wyatt Langford is only 24. Seager's still holding it down in the middle of that lineup. And then it's just like death by lefties at the bottom of it with Jock Peterson and Evan Carter and Josh Young, who was an all-star 2 years ago as a rookie at the third base spot. A bit of a step back last year. But I said it the other day. The Mets, I think, are the ultimate wild card team in the National League. I think the Texas Rangers are the ultimate wild card team in the American League because if they can get things to go right for them, and that's DeGrom makes 30 starts, Evaldi makes 30 starts, and they don't, Seager doesn't miss 80 games with an injury. I think the Rangers could win 92, 93 games and maybe win this division if Seattle slips up. How do you feel about Texas?
You and I are lockstep here on Texas Rangers, man. I think they are going to be arguably the most improved team in all of Major League Baseball and one of the biggest surprises in all of Major League Baseball. Now, Pacoda's got predicted for 84.3 wins. I think they're underselling it. I think 90 wins is a distinct and real possibility. You laid out the reasons why on the pitching side of things. Bullpen could be a little bit touch and go at times. If they get consistency there in the back end of games, that's really the only glaring question mark, because I think their starting lineup, their plate discipline is greatly and grossly improved. I love them bringing in Brandon Nimmo at the top of the order, a guy that gets on base frequently. You got Ryan Langford there. Corey Seager is a guy that absolutely breaks the dish. Jock Peterson draws a ton of walks, though hits for a low average, has got some pop in that bat. Jake Berger, Josh Young is hitting 6, and he's a bit of a walks machine. You got Evan Carter bat 9th. Former top prospect. Like, I kind of like Texas as well. So you and I, popping off. Let's giddy up, baby. The Rangers are definitely going to be a shocker special, not only in the American League, but possibly in all of Major League Baseball.
All right, great. All right, let's move to the A's. So we'll once again be playing in Sacramento because their owner is the worst of the worst, John Fisher. So, but they got an exciting young team, man, especially that lineup.
They do.
They added Jeff McNeil from the Mets, and they get Aaron Savali and Scott Barlow for pitching depth. But just look at the top of this lineup. Nick Kurtz, who was a stud last year, he's only 23. Shea Langoliers behind the dish. Soderstrom in left field is only 24 and had a monster year last year. Brent Rooker, who's capable for 40 bombs again. Jacob Wilson, who's an all-star, the shortstop. I mean, this lineup's great. The thing is, they don't have any pitching, at least in my opinion. Like I said, I know they've added some arms, but Sevy's their ace. They play in the bandbox. Expect maybe a ton of 10-8, 10-7 games this year for the A's here. Can their offense just bash teams to death, and can they use that little mini bandbox stadium as a home field advantage? That's what it's going to come down to if they want to try to finish above 500, maybe make a push for the wild card. I just still think their pitching stinks way too much for them to ultimately be too competitive.
Yeah, they got probably a bottom half at least, if not bottom quarter bullpen. And it's only going to be exasperated by the fact they play in that bandbox. So it's going to really balloon the overall ERAs of the entire staff. They're kind of the Colorado Rockies, if you will, of the American League, right? I agree with you. This lineup is stellar. They're going to put up a ton of runs. There's no doubt about it. And truthfully, I love betting athletic games, especially at home. Just take the over. I mean, if you like burning the midnight oil like I do on occasion, pour another glass of tequila. If tequila's not your jam, have another coffee, stay up late and watch the runs just, tick in. They're going to be piling up on a regular basis. I absolutely love the fact that they play in that miniature stadium there at the AAA level, essentially. And I'm going to be disappointed when they go to Vegas because I love a lot of 12-10 action.
Yeah. When we come back, we will. I guess we'll say a word or two about the Angels, and then we'll make our picks. Who's going to win the AL West? Who's going to be the MVP of the division? We'll do that, and we will preview the Sweet 16 West region games tomorrow. Texas, Purdue, Arkansas, Arizona. So a lot to do. If you want to get involved in the show, it's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. We'll take your phone calls and your texts as well when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Absolutely had to happen. Had to happen. Once North Carolina lost in the fashion it did last Thursday night to VCU, blowing a 19-point second half lead, the team dead tired, like they just finished running a damn marathon. Everyone can see it, including the players and the coaches for VCU. Full Martelli Jr. came on with us on Friday and really nicely basically said we knew they were exhausted. The only person that didn't know, apparently, was Hubert Davis, who steps up to the press conference after the game with like marbles in his mouth and has like nothing to say about any of it. You knew in that moment it was over for Hubert Davis. This absolutely had to happen. Like, you can get away with what has happened at North Carolina over the past 4 seasons. You can get away with that at a lesser school, at a lesser program, one without the national spotlight and the national attention that North Carolina draws. No way you can get away with this when you're the head coach of the Tar Heels. And Hubert Davis can be a really nice guy, and he could be a successful coach somewhere else. This is not an indictment on his future or him as a man. But we have to call it like we see it, right? When it comes to how this went at North Carolina. Hubert Davis was handed a Ferrari by Roy Williams and the school and proceeded to drive it straight into a ditch. And before the car went into the ditch, he's doing 30 miles per hour in a 55. Like, you got this badass engine, rev it up, big boy. And instead, he's watching on the road as he's getting passed by a Honda Civic. Here's a Hyundai Sonata driving right by him. I mean, could you imagine? Ole Miss last year in the first round. Even with Chris Beard, there's your Honda Civic. How about VCU? Here's your Pinto. No disrespect to VCU, but you can't compare these two programs and the resources that they have. And I know that Caleb Wilson didn't play for Carolina. I understand that North Carolina didn't have its best player. And that best player is going to be a top 5 pick in a potentially legendary NBA draft. I understand that. Also, they were up by 19 in the first round against VCU and lost. You can't have this. Cannot have it if you're North Carolina. If the best team wins, it's just going to be the Dodgers. Three-peating, right? And my sense is that's what's going to happen. And, I thought it was interesting, and he's right when he's saying, let's look at a couple holes that the Dodgers had last year, and he brings up, the defense and left and Teoscar Hernandez, and here's Kyle Tucker. Obviously that's not like a Band-Aid on a situation. That's like you get a cut on your arm and you put a Band-Aid on it. No, the Dodgers put like a cybernetic arm in place. Forget the Band-Aid. Here's a cybernetic arm with Kyle Tucker, like big time upgrade. And he's right about Edwin Diaz. Right now, here's this badass closer that the Dodgers have. I don't know. Yoshinobu Yamamoto was pretty good closing games in October. Roki Sasaki, pretty good closing games in October. Just like the depth of this team is ludicrous with the Dodgers. Like, it's not just that the lineup's awesome and the rotation's awesome and the bullpen's awesome. It's like, wow. Edwin Diaz goes down. You know who we replace him with? Yeah, your World Series MVP. All good. Roki Sasaki, no big deal. Yeah, all good.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call us. You can text us as well. We are going to get in depth on the other Sweet 16 games tomorrow. We broke down Illinois-Houston, and we broke down Iowa-Nebraska earlier. We're going to dive deep on Texas-Purdue and Arkansas-Arizona. We'll do it tomorrow, well before the games tip off. So don't worry. We're going to hit on those games before they happen. But for now, we've got to finish our conversation here on the AL West. Let's get to the team that's almost certainly going to be at the bottom of the barrel once again here, Brad. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of United States, whatever.
Orange County.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why did they ever? I don't understand why they ever needed to really change the name. They still play in the same stadium, in the same town, in the same subset of Los Angeles. Whatever. I don't try to understand the inner machinations of that organization. They've been pretty brutal here over the last couple of years, and for the most part, they wasted Mike Trout's career. But you look at what the Angels have done here over the last several seasons, and they have not won more than 80 games since 2018, and even then, they haven't finished above 500 since 2015. The 1 year they were dominant, 2014, when they won 98 games, they got swept in the ALDS. So it's been some lean years for the Angels. Trout, 34 years old now, still there. Nolan Schanuel in the middle of the order with Jorge Soler. Yoan Moncada, who used to be one of the great young prospects for the Chicago White Sox, had an injury-riddled beginning of his career, so trying to rejuvenate himself there. He's already 30, which is crazy, because I remember when Yoan Moncada was like 23, and I was like, this guy's going to be the next great player in baseball. Zach Neto at the top of the order, and then they've got a rotation that it's got some good vets. It's got some young, unproven names like Reed Detmers, who actually was pretty decent last year for them, but they need Jose Soriano to be great, and they need Yusei Kikuchi at 34 going on 35 to just eat up innings. But ultimately, death taxes and the Angels winning 68 to 73 games. I think that's how this season goes once again for them.
Yeah, they're going to be trash, man. If you look at a Pacoda at 65.5 wins, they're going to be like the St. Louis Cardinals. I love saying that so much. The St. Louis Cardinals, the dregs the king of this division. But it's real. They're probably going to have one of the lowest, if not the lowest batting average as a collective in Major League Baseball. Got plus power, obviously, there with Trout, Moncada, and some of the other big boppers, Jorge Soler, a guy that could, jack 25 to 30 home runs. But they don't steal a ton of bases, and we'll see if, Trout can actually stay healthy, and that rotation doesn't scare anybody. And that bullpen is projected to be one of the worst in baseball, probably a bottom 5 unit overall. So long ago were the days of the rallying monkey. The LA Angels are going to be far from heavenly. It's going to be quite the hellish year in Anaheim.
Yeah. All right. So lastly, really quickly here, let's pick a division winner. Look, man, we kind of hinted at it. I don't know if you're going to be bold with me, but I'm going with Texas Rangers. Why not? To surprise everybody. Everybody thinks it's going to be the Mariners. We both think the Mariners are going to be great, but how about everything breaks the way of the Texas Rangers this year? They win the division with 95, 96 wins. They surprise a lot of people. Give me the Rangers to win the AL West, because why not?
I love how you play Team Weibo's card. I cannot do that, my friend. As a member of Team Raisins as well, I'm shrinking. I'll just take the chalk. I'll take Seattle, and I'll take the Dempa. Cal Raleigh coming off one of the greatest seasons ever for a switch hitter in Major League Baseball history. Will he be able to duplicate it? Probably not. But he's not going to take a quantum leap backwards. So I think the Mariners are far and away the team to beat. That rotation is downright sick. Pat, do you want some breaking news of college basketball?
If you could squeeze it in 30 seconds, sure. I'd love some breaking news in college basketball.
I'll read this quickly. John Rossi reporting about 10 minutes ago, Alabama's Aiden Holloway didn't travel with the team to Chicago for Friday's Sweet 16 game against Michigan per Nate Oates. Holloway didn't play last week's NCAA tournament game after being arrested early last week at a marijuana-related incident, averaging 16.8 points per game. So no Aiden Holloway for Roll Tide in their Sweet 16 matchup against mighty Michigan.
Yeah. So he's out. Not a surprise. I mean, once he got arrested, and you said the way it happened, it was on spring break. They needed to investigate it. It didn't seem likely that he was going to be able to play with the team, even if they did get through to the second weekend, which is the case. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to be shorthanded, but again, they're still going to bomb away 40-53. So can they knock them down against Michigan without their second leading scorer? It's left to be seen. I still think Michigan was going to take care of business either way, if he played or if he didn't play, and it looks like Aiden Holloway is definitely not going to play against Michigan. By the way, my MVP of the AL West, if the Rangers are going to win the division, Corey Seager, with a prime Corey Seager season for Tejas and the Rangers. All right, when we come back, we will get to the National League West. Anybody but the Dodgers, please? Please, we're waiting on a miracle. We'll talk about the NL West, though, because there could be two other wildcard teams coming out of it. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
These matchups are mouthwatering. The coaching talent is through the roof. And I told you on Monday, I like this new NCAA tournament. If this is what it's going to be moving forward, and we're going to have less upsets on the opening Thursday, less upsets on the opening Friday, I will trade that for an incredible round of 16, an incredible Elite 8, a great Final Four Saturday, and two stud teams, two Titans playing for the national championship game on National Championship Monday night. Like, just consider this, and we'll do way more on this tomorrow and obviously Friday, which will be game days in the round of 16. Duke and St. John's. Pitino against Shire. Duke coming off playing, I think, pretty poorly in 3 of 4 halves in its first 2 games against the St. John's program. Resuscitated, resurrected. I'm at church this past Sunday. The gospel is Lazarus coming back from the dead. Roll out the boulder. Now, I'm not comparing Rick Pitino to a certain person here, but I'll just say St. John's was dead. And now here's St. John's in the Sweet 16, ready to take on the Duke Blue Devils. Oh, baby. And Pitino, the revenge that he got in 2013 against Duke when Louisville annihilated the Blue Devils en route to a national championship. Not enough. Not enough for Pitino, who wants to take down Duke. And Duke looking to springboard into the Elite 8 against either, and how amazing is this East region, against either Tom Izzo and Michigan State or Danny Hurley and UConn. Man, 2 NCAA tournament meetings between those two schools in history. 2009 in the Final Four, won by Michigan State before Carolina and Roy Williams beat Sparty in the national title game. 2014 in the Elite 8, UConn winning that game, en route to Shabazz Napier and Kevin Ollie and the Huskies winning one of the weirder national championships ever against Boogie Cousins in Kentucky. Amazing stuff there for UConn in 2014. Huskies a 1.5-point favorite against Sparty coming up on Friday night. Nebraska-Iowa is probably the game with the least juice in quotes, and I think it's got a ton of juice. Ben McCollum, one of the great up-and-coming coaches in college basketball, off the upset of Florida. Freddie Hoiberg, a former NBA coach, obviously, who's got Nebraska in the Sweet 16 for the first time in school history. You gotta love it. These two football schools in the Sweet 16 in college basketball. Illinois-Houston is one of the great high-leverage games in the history of the round of 16, where the winner of that game, you can make the case, will play for the national championship, win the national championship. Illinois and Houston. Arizona-Arkansas. Tommy Lloyd and company against John Calipari and Darius Acuff. How great is that? Texas is an 11 seed coached by Sean Miller. That ain't your average run-of-the-mill 11 seed. This ain't VCU. This ain't LaSalle. It's Texas. taking on Matt Painter and Purdue. And you can bleep all over Matt Painter. The guy went to a national championship game a couple of years ago. Michigan and Bama. Dusty May and Nate Oates. Iowa State and Tennessee. Otzelberger and Rick Barnes. This is the first Sweet 16 in the history of the NCAA tournament to feature 3 coaches with at least 900 wins. Pitino, Izzo, Calipari. Now, 2012, in my estimation, when you think about the NCAA tournament, will always be the gold standard for coaches. Cal, Izzo, Roy, Pitino, Boeheim, Self, Donovan, all national champions. This one, though, pretty special, pretty damn good. And I can't wait for it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight. Working on my strike 3 punch-out motion here. And opening day has arrived. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM Tonight. Make it legendary. Wait, hold on. This is BetMGM Tonight. We are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Sorry, I'm trying to lock in for Yankees and Giants. Get to that in just a second here. BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line. You can now text us in addition to calling us. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We've taken a couple of your texts already. If you want to call in, anything about March Madness, any picks, predictions that you have for the Sweet 16, who do you think is going to win the championship, any and all of your reactions to Hubert Davis being fired, who do you think should be the next coach at North Carolina, and any and all of your predictions for the 2026 Major League Baseball season. Before we break down the NL West here, Brad, Yankees and the Giants, moments away from starting. They're about to hit the national anthem at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Our friends at BetMGM, really quickly, they've got this as basically a pick 'em, not a surprise. Yankees slight favorite at -120, Giants at +110. The over-under is a low 7 because it's March 25th. Pitching usually does well. And I believe the temperature right now in San Francisco, let me just get the hourly
I think it's above average.
60. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's about 62 degrees.
Yeah.
You know, which at night,
nice.
it can get crazy. There is 19 to like 25-mile-an-hour winds, but it's 5 p.m. in local time in San Fran. So 61, sun will be out for almost all of this game. So a nice little chilly dusk into evening at AT&T Park. Max Fried versus Logan Webb. Really quickly, I'll just run through the lineups here. Yankees going with Trent Grisham, Aaron Judge, Cody Bellinger, Ben Rice, Giancarlo Stanton, Jazz Chisholm, Jose Caballero, Ryan McMahon, Austin Wells. Very run-of-the-mill lineup for the Yankees. Giants got a lot of newer faces. Luis Ariz at second base, Matty Chapman, Rafi Devers, then Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Helio Ramos, Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, and the new center fielder, Harrison Bader, with Logan Webb on the mound. Really quickly, I'm just going to watch this one. No need to play it for me. Somebody that did about 10 Yankee postgame shows last year. Obviously, I'm rooting for the Yanks. But I'm just sitting back here, Netflix in hand, Can't wait to watch this one. But we've made it, Brad. Baseball is freaking here, brother. What do you think? Any thoughts about this game before we get into the NL West?
Yeah, it had me at the under, quite frankly. When you got Max Fried on the bump and Logan Webb, I know it's early in the season. These guys first starts. Yeah, there could be pitch count limitations, usually are. If I had any kind of lean, some people were asking in the chat on our YouTube channel, and again, you can communicate with us a variety of ways via YouTube in that chat. You can text us as well. You can call us at 310-840-4910. And people ask it, what are the bets tonight, guys, for this game? If I had a lean, I would go under. But frankly, I don't bet on baseball until about 3 weeks in because I got to see actual data. And I'm still in March Madness mode, so it's a little early for me, but I expect this to be like a 3-2 finish. I'm not picking the Yankees or the Giants. I'm just hoping for a good game, and I think we will have a fine and dandy one by the Bay.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Arson Judge, who almost nearly went to the San Francisco Giants. I referenced the great John Heyman tweet from a couple of years ago when he said Arson Judge nearing to the Giants, and then that was wrong. But Aaron Judge with the team he nearly went to 2 years ago in San Francisco. It should be a great one. He went to Fresno State, so not too far away from him. All right, let's get into the NL West because the Giants, they'll be looking to make a push here for the playoffs. And Brad, let's just take a look at the odds first from our friends at BetMGM for the National League West. And not a surprise, shocker here. The Dodgers are a massive favorite to win the division. Minus 700. Minus
Wow.
700. You'd have to put down $700 to win $100 if you want to pick the Dodgers to win the division.
No thanks.
Absurd. Just absurd. The Padres second at 8-1. The Giants third at 18-1. D-backs 20-1. And the Rockies, break up the Rockies, 400-1. 400-1
You're missing some zeros, I think.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I was missing some zeros. The Rockies 43 and 119 last year. But other than that, this division was pretty damn good. Arizona was making a push. Again, not too long ago, they went to the World Series. They just finished under 500. The Giants, look, they were making a push. Then they sputtered at the end. They finished at 500. Padres get in and lose to your Cubbies in the wild card round after 90 wins. And the Dodgers, remember all the injuries to the rotation they had last year? They still won the division after San Diego had about a day lead in the late August, and the Dodgers still won it at 93 and 69. So there really isn't much to say about the Dodgers here, man. I mean, they go and they sign Kyle Tucker for $1 billion in the offseason. They go out and they grab Edwin Diaz. They're like Thanos collecting all the Infinity Stones here. It's basically, it's not a question of if they're going to win the division. It feels like just by how many games. And a lineup that now goes Ohtani, Tucker, Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Max Muncy, Teo Hernandez. And look, last year, Brad, we were able to avoid Ohtani for pitching for most of the year. Now he's going to start in the season in the rotation. Yamamoto, Glass now, Roki Sasaki, after he was crying in the beginning of the season, we thought, oh, what a bust of a decision that was. And then the guy basically, is the closer as they win the World Series again. I mean, make it stop already to get me to the lockout so I don't have to watch the Dodgers dominate baseball.
Yeah, I'm kind of sick and tired of the Dodgers. When you got all the mad money in the world and you can spend it freely and easily as they do, I mean, they're taking advantage of the system. This is why the system is broken. This is why a lot of people kind of hate the current system in baseball, and hopefully a lockout's going to get it fixed in some form or fashion. But they're, just taking advantage of what they are have rights to and what the game is giving them. So can't really blame them. Yeah. Do I want to see them fail? Sure. Are they going to be the best team in baseball? Absolutely. Bacota's got them projected for 103.1 wins. And Bacota oftentimes is rather conservative with some of the higher end projections. They got them for 103 damn wins. Somebody, please. Destroy and deconstruct the LA Dodgers. You're right, man. They're pure dominance, and they're playing right now on the highest level imaginable on your favorite video game, but in real life.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, look, I don't blame their ownership, though, because I honestly, I wish every fan's favorite team spent the way that the Dodgers spent. I wish everybody had a consortium of billionaires that, just pitch together and say, yeah, sure, we'll defer all these contracts. We'll give out a $400 million contract. Why not? What's it matter? It's only money. So really the debate is who finishes second in this division and who could be a wild card team. Is it the Padres? Is it the Giants? Do the Diamondbacks have a run in them? Let's talk San Diego here because they have been the team along with the Dodgers that have made the postseason the most in the last couple of years. They lose Dylan Cease to Toronto. They lose Luis Ariz to the Giants. They lose catcher Elias Diaz, but they get Michael King back. They take a flyer on German Marquez, maybe not pitching at Coors Field anymore. He'll have an ERA under 7. And then they get Nick Castellanos, who the Phillies dumped to the side of the road. They pick up Miguel Andujar. They retain Ty France. The lineup that's got Fernando Tatis, Jackson Merrill, Manny Machado still. I think Xander Bogaerts, put him in the same conversation as Carlos Correa, not the same player he once was and never will be again. But then a rotation, oh man, I don't know. For me, this Padres lineup is good, and they play in a pitcher's ballpark. So hopefully that will help a pitching staff that I got a lot of question marks about. Pivetta being the ace at the top. Michael King is crafty as all hell. I watched him for years at the Yankees. Give him a lot of credit. They also had the other former Yankee, Randy Vasquez, but taking the flyer on Marquez and taking a flyer on Walker Buehler, you better hope you got a lead going to the 6th inning, and then you could just turn it over to this murderer's row bullpen with Mason Miller and Morejon. But I think this rotation, if the Padres miss the playoffs, it'll be because of this very lackluster starting rotation, in my opinion.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, man. The bullpen may be the best in baseball, quite frankly. So they're going to slam a lot of doors. But, yeah, can they get a consistent amount of quality starts out of that rotation? Buehler, as you mentioned. What version are you going to get with him? I mean, he has been a shell of what he used to be when he was a member of the LA Dodgers. I didn't know German Marquez was on this roster until today. And I'm like, why? He was god awful in prior stints with the Colorado Rockies. It's rather comical that he's actually in the starting rotation. The order overall pretty damn good. I mean, Jackson Merrill is a stud in the making. Manny Machado absolutely rakes. Fernando Tatis, a multi-time All-Star. Jake Cronenworth, we'll see what he can bring to the table. Xander Bogaerts still there, can set the table. I mean, they got I think an A-level lineup. They should be premium in terms of power numbers. Patience may be a little bit lacking. I like San Diego. I don't think they're the second best team in this division because that starting rotation, but man, that bullpen could be lights out.
Yeah, you mentioned why the heck is German Marquez on this team? I think the Padres thought they were getting back Joe Musgrove for the start of this season. He had Tommy John. He missed all of last year. Remember him in his shiny years when he beat the Mets in the playoffs?
That's right. Yep.
And it looks like he's on the 15-day IL. They have no idea from what I've read when Joe Musgrove's going to be ready. They also got Griffin Canning from the Mets. He's coming off a ruptured Achilles tendon, which he had surgery for in June. So hopefully he could be back soon. But yeah, it's a bunch of question marks in this starting rotation, and they're going to need that bullpen to be lights out. They're going to put that bullpen in a lot of high pressure situations, and hopefully they do their job. So that brings us to the Giants, the team that is starting right now. By the way, Monty and Combs in our show chat saying that it's mostly Combs actually. Saying that the Yankees, and I haven't had my eye on the game, I got it on now here, but the Yankees came out with New York City taxi cabs outside the dugout, and the Giants are coming out of a trolley. So they're really leaning into the New York City, San Francisco thing here.
Okay. All right. Do they also have to shell out exorbitant cash for the real estate? Because those are some of the most expensive zip codes. In terms of owning a house in these United States of America. So that would be appropriate.
Yeah, they basically should just come out of like an IRS tax form because that's where most of the money goes if you live in either of those two areas.
Pricey.
Man.
Yep.
All right, so let's get to the Giants here, and I read the starting lineup, and I think that this lineup's got some pop in it. You add Luis Ariz. How many more years can this guy just basically slap singles and hit at a 300 level? I'm not sure, but they're banking on it. Matt Chapman, who is I don't think he's ever going to be the player that, like, a couple of years ago you thought maybe it was going to be a perennial all-star. They made the big trade for Rafi Devers. We'll see how he does hitting an AT&T Park with the bit of the short porch in right field, but McCovey Cove right after that. Willie Adames, after they had him a year ago from Milwaukee. Bottom of this lineup doesn't really do anything for me. So this rotation better be lights out. Logan Webb and Robbie Ray at the top is a solid 1-2 punch. After that, the guys at the bottom end, they added Tyler Mahle from Texas, and they got Adrian Hauser from Tampa Bay in free agency. Those two guys are going to have to step up because it's a bullpen that gives me a lot of pause. They traded Camilo Doval to the Yankees last year. Ryan Walker looks like he's heading into the season as their closer. This pitching staff as a whole, I don't really like it. And for me, it kind of feels like the Giants are headed for another 82 and 80 season, 80 and 82, whatever, right around 500. Tony Vitello leading the way, coming from the University of Tennessee. I can't wait to watch him manage. I just don't think the team on the pitching side is all that good enough.
Yeah, you and I are concurrent on this, man. We're in complete agreement, to say the least. Yeah, I just think they're really average across the board. Right now, you look at the hitting lineup. ESPN's got them ranked number 17 Major League Baseball. The bullpen, according to InsideThePen.com, has them ranked 17 in Major League Baseball. I do love Logan Webb. Eats a lot of innings. Gets you 6, 7, 8 innings repeatedly. I love betting the over on his outs props, by the way. Not tonight, but once we get a little bit deeper in the season, Robbie Ray can be adventurous at times. But yeah, the lower of that rotation does not excite me at all. That lineup does not excite me at all. They don't have a lot of speed. And they don't have any base swipers they can really rely on a regular basis. So unless they got nothing but 300 hitters at the top of the order, and I don't think Rafi Devers is going to be that guy. Chapman certainly is not. I think they're going to just be ho-hum. Vanilla is the flavor of the ice cream at Oracle Park this season. San Francisco is going to be mediocre at best, and they'll be lucky to be a playoff team.
Yeah, vanilla is the flavor of the ice cream. That's a great little reference there by you. How about the flavor of the 999 challenge that they're rolling out? You sent this to us in our show chat, the social media post. The Giants, so the 999 challenge, for anybody not familiar with it, that doesn't, lives under a rock here. 9 hot dogs, 9 beers in 9 innings. There are some, before we actually roll out what the Giants are doing and why it's blasphemous, Brad, there's some gray areas about the 999. I want to get your answer on it. I was always under the impression that you had, throughout the entirety of the game, didn't matter how quickly you did it in the beginning or if you wanted to try to pace yourself, I was always under the impression that you had anywhere throughout the 9 innings to eat 9 hot dogs and drink 9 beers. But I feel like there's a lot of people, a lot of social media circles really gaining steam that you have to have a beer and a hot dog within each inning. So first inning, you got to have a hot dog and a beer. Second inning, you better finish a hot dog and a beer. So on and so forth. That, to me, that's too strict. Just I don't care. Like, if I eat 6 hot dogs in the first 2 innings, all right, I went all out in the beginning, and now I got to try to see how I can get across the finish line. Or if you do pace yourself, great. But do you have any, if you've done the 999, do you follow a set of rules, or is it just, hey, as long as I do it within the 9 innings?
It's always been my understanding, and by my own rules, and I have not partaken in such a challenge. I have not been around people that have partaken in such a challenge. But if I had to establish the rules for such a challenge, yeah, I just got to complete, 9 beers and 9 hot dogs in 9 innings. If you want to do, 3 and 3 in 1 inning, go for it. If you want to, just start off slowly and finish off with a bang, also go for it. We got to remember, folks, not all innings are built the same in a baseball game. And the downside would be, think about this, Pat. Think if you were required to have a beer and a hot dog and you got dueling no-hitters going on. That does happen sometimes. My God,
yeah,
you're going to tear up your system and your stomach trying to thrash a dog and chug a beer in those 1, 2, 3, ultra efficient innings. So that's why I think spreading out and getting all of them in within the 9 innings is fair.
Yeah, especially with the pitch clock nowadays, the game moves faster. You get 3 innings that breeze by in like 40 minutes.
True.
And that's the thing too. Like, think about it. Think about if you're like, all right, let me hammer this. Like, second inning, I got a good pace. Let me hammer it right away. Got it done. Bang. I can sit back, relax. And then all of a sudden, you get a 6-run inning, and you're just sitting there because you're like, oh, well, I have to follow these stupid rules. I can only have a beer and a hot dog per inning. And it's like, no, you have an opportunity there to really get ahead and build some steam and get some momentum. So I don't know. Maybe that's just a very small minority that have been making a lot of noise on social media the last couple of days. But that's somebody was like, for those of you that don't know, the real 999 challenge is you got to do 1 per inning. It's like, shut up with your gatekeeping, your different rules. All right. So anyway, really quickly, we have to break, but really quickly, the Giants, they're doing the 999, and they're basically giving you 1 beer to do it with. And I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. They got these little mini glasses.
I agree.
I thought we were a proper country. Brad. All right. We got to.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's a travesty.
I've used the 999, man, and I've just taken up way too much time. We got to break because we got Joe DeLeon coming up next. We're going to talk some college football, talk some NFL draft, talk some NFL free agency with him when he returns. When we return, he's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
Well, first of all, it's interesting because Dan's a good friend of mine, and long before he went on TV and talked about this opinion, we had shared a lot of text messages back and forth, and I share a different opinion than he does, and so we had this conversation over text, probably a week ago, and I ended up the last thing he said. Look, I finished up all the tape. He felt the way he felt. I gave him the reasons why I didn't feel that way, and my advice to him was, look, hey, if you've done all the work, when you've done all the work, then you can be confident in your opinion. And that's what your job is, to give your opinion. So there was nothing, I think people like the whole trial balloon of like, oh, it was an agency favor and all that kind of stuff. Like, well, I'm represented by the same agency, and Ty Simpson is my 38th player and Fernando Mendoza is my number 1 overall player. That's not really how this whole thing works. So that was kind of silly to me. But for me, you talk about Mendoza. First of all, he's played a lot more. He's bigger. He's stronger. He can, he plays big too. It's not just guys that, in terms of their size. I thought he played big. When bodies were around him, he didn't feel small. Big moments late in games. He did it throughout that run that they were on. I'm a Mendoza guy. And, the offense, you have to cut through all the RPOs. That can be a challenge if it was 10, 15 years ago. But now with the technology, I can sort the video, so I can watch all the 3rd and 7+ throws. I can watch all the red zone throws. I can see him drive the ball on deep outs. I can see him layer the ball on some seam balls down in the red zone. And by the way, in the red zone, he's got 30+ touchdowns, no picks. Like all the key things you look for in a quarterback, Mendoza has it. He's extremely accurate. He's incredibly tough. He's smart. He's big. Like, he checks a lot of boxes. Whereas with Ty, I like him. I have him as my 38th player. I would love Arizona at pick 34. I think would be great for him. If somebody took him, in the latter portion of the first round, I wouldn't mind that either. But you're going against history when you look at the number of starts, and Cam Newton's the only one who's really been any good with that few starts, under 17 starts since like 2011. So you're fighting history there. And then on top of that, he got a little bit beat up later in the year. So you're wondering, at his size, which is not a big guy, how is he going to be able to withstand the punishment you're going to take as a starting quarterback for 17 weeks? So, that's just part of it. There's a lot more than that, but that's kind of the cliff notes of where I am.
I have to tell you something that I thought was so interesting about what Orlovsky, and this is, again, it's not to be like, I want you to say he's wrong. That's not what this is at all. It's more like confirming something he said that candidly, and I worked at NFL radio for a long time. I feel like I do have some decent sources in the league. I had not that I'm at the same level as you guys. I'm not trying to say that. But when he said that he's talked to some decision makers, that there are teams that prefer Simpson to Mendoza, and we assume the Raiders are not one of those teams, right, who pick first overall, is that the sense that whether like you agree or disagree, or I agree or disagree. Do you get that sense that there are some teams out there that do prefer Ty Simpson to Fernando Mendoza, DJ? You're obviously as plugged in as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can talk to different people, but I have not talked to anyone that has that. So, and that's not saying that he's saying anything untrue. He just is talking to different folks, apparently, than the folks that I've been talking to. But I have not. And that goes obviously from the Raiders and a bunch of other teams too. And it wasn't particularly close for the people that I talked to. And I can see. Look, Dan's got some history in the McVay system. And I could see people in that tree, liking Ty, because he fits that. He fits that. You think about the way Jared Goff operated in that system before they moved off of him. There's, he's not as big as Jared, but stylistically you could see some similarities there. So I wouldn't be surprised like if the Rams were one of those teams, that wouldn't surprise me. But I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody that has that, but some of that stuff's just dependent on who your buddies are.
I'll say this. If the Phillies starting pitchers come back, if Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola get back to what they were and can be, and they're healthy, with Sanchez and Luzardo and the development of Andrew Painter, the Phillies can be a very scary October team. And they can, with their starting pitching, they can beat anybody. So I'll probably say the Phillies. As the team, look, I do think the Cubs have a really good team and would be a threat. I think the Mets have a chance to be a threat as well. But I would answer you with the Phillies just because I know if 4 of their 5 starting pitchers are pitching to their best, to their potential, they can beat anybody in a short series.
Definitely.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's talk a little NFL draft. Let's talk a little free agency. Let's talk a little college football. Our guy Joe DeLeon, who covers all those things for A to Z Sports. He's also the host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Pod. You can find him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon. And he's a Jersey guy, or at least he lives in Jersey, just like me. So I got a little extra something special in my heart for him. Joe, how's it going, brother? How are things?
Good. I'm excited that we've got some baseball going on. It's a nice little surprise that we've got this standalone game, but it's been a pretty good week. Fantastic couple of weeks of sports going on, even though there's no football, but I've been doing great.
Good to hear. Joe, we normally do a segment every Wednesday where we've been taking teams in the NFL draft and we've gone in reverse order. So we're working our way all the way to number 1 by the week of the draft, which is, hey, we're a month away, man. We're a month away. Yeah. And so the 3 teams I wanted to ask you about today were the Buccaneers, the Lions, and the Jets, considering they've got 2 first-rounders. So we'll start with Tampa Bay. They're in an interesting spot here. They're drafted at number 15 overall. Horrendous finish to last year's season. They choked the division away, then beat the Panthers in Week 18. Still didn't get in because of that 3-way tie. Fire Josh Grizzard. He goes one and done as OC. They bring in Zach Robinson from Atlanta. He's with Baker briefly when Mayfield was with the Rams. But how does Tampa Bay bolster the defense? Because I think they were brutal down the stretch. They really showed their age. So does it have to be a defensive pick for the Bucs at 15, in your opinion? Or since they lost Mike Evans in free agency, should they grab another receiver to pair with Igbuka and the rest of the young guys?
Well, one part of what I understood with selecting Igbuka was part of the anticipation that they weren't sure or expecting, if anything, that Mike Evans was going to be moving on in free agency. So they wanted to have some sort of a solution there, and they have it because Igbuka looked great. I would imagine this has to be a defensive pick. From my understanding, from what I heard at the NFL Combine, the priority appears to be edge rusher. I would imagine that they would be considering R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M, maybe Zion Young from Missouri. All of those players fit into the secondary bucket of pass rushers that aren't the premier group of the David Baileys, the Arvell Reeses, the Reuben Baines, that group that is going to be so highly coveted. I almost wonder would maybe the Buccaneers consider needing to find a premier pass rusher? Because right now the squad that they're trotting out there this upcoming season, it doesn't look great. Would they maybe consider trading up if one of those three players slid just a little bit? Say theoretically, Jeremiah Love comes off the board early, and maybe one of the receivers comes off the board early, and Arvell Reese is still sitting there by pick 5 or pick 6, whatever it might be. Would they consider making that trade up? I feel like that's something to potentially project and discuss that I haven't seen many people consider, because right now is a bit of a do or die moment for Bowles. Even though he just got the extension, they got to get back to the playoffs and they got to start doing some damage.
Yeah, good stuff there. Joe, ESPN talking heads are now fully on board with Ty Simpson being a round 1 pick. Adam Schefter told Pat McAfee, I believe he was on yesterday's show, about Simpson, quote, talking to front offices, that's what I believe, end quote, that he is indeed going to be a round 1 selection. Meanwhile, Dan Orlovsky has also sung Ty Simpson's praises. How high in the draft do you see him going? And what are the upsides, downsides of Simpson's game? And give us a fair comp of, a quarterback currently in the league or somebody recently in the league that aligns with Ty Simpson's skill set. What do you got?
Yeah, I think the bit with him, I would be really shocked if he falls out of the first round, just because of the story that had come out at the very beginning of this draft process, where he spoke on the offers that he received from major programs to be enticed to go back and do what Carson Beck just did this previous season. And part of the motivation to declare was because he got such positive feedback. He got so many first-round grades that it made a lot of sense for him to take the swing. If he has that much first-round feedback and there's this many teams that need a future at quarterback, then he's probably going to get picked somewhere. Is it towards the back end of the first round by a team like the Steelers? Is it somebody in the teens? Maybe it's the Rams trying to build out their future. Could it be the Jets also with their second first-round pick? The Browns are also another team with another first-round pick that could take him in the 20s. So there's just a lot of options on the table for where he could go. In terms of what Orlovsky said, I agree with parts of what he brought up. I think a lot of people completely overlooked that Ty Simpson had to carry his team a ton, more than Mendoza did. Now, Mendoza's film was a lot better. Mendoza's the better prospect. That was where Orlovsky really caught himself into this whole situation, is that he tried tearing down Mendoza while comparing him to Simpson. That was the wrong avenue. Mm-hmm. But I do think that the big reason why I like Ty Simpson so much is that he was the elevator for that team. The offensive line was mediocre. Receivers were dropping balls constantly, and they couldn't run the ball. And he kept them afloat in games when they weren't supposed to be. And I think that the college football playoff game against Oklahoma was an example of that. In terms of just a comp, though, I think he reminds me a lot of Brock Purdy. And I know Brock Purdy wasn't a first-round quarterback, but I think he could be very similar for a team in the NFL. And if a team gets a starting caliber quarterback like a Brock Purdy, that's a great solution. That is absolutely a first-round pick.
All right, let's go some more scuttlebutt around media circles, Joe. The Athletic NFL Insiders reported earlier this week the Commanders, quote, won't hesitate, end quote, if Jeremiah Love is available when Washington is on the clock at pick number 7 overall. What percentage chance do you give him to slip to that position in Washington at number 7? If not, where does Jeremiah Love go in the draft? And finally, does he deliver on the hype? Or is he kind of like Ashton Genty, the sequel, and kind of underwhelms?
Well, I think that he will deliver on the hype, because I think that there's much better options for him to land to for teams that can be immediately competitive. So it's not going to be like landing on the Raiders, unless the Titans or the Giants do end up picking him. But I would imagine if he does go to the Commanders, maybe if the Saints, even though they just brought in Travis Etienne, if they still considered it, kind of like the Chargers just did this past year with Amari and Hampton, or obviously the Chiefs are going to do it now. But the one thing that I've found interesting is that I think that there's plenty of teams that are picking highly that early on in this process maybe wouldn't have considered selecting Jeremiah Love. But as free agency has happened, and if a slide does occur where he does end up being the back end of the top 10, more teams would be more compelled to take him than we would have been expecting. Like today, I did a mock draft on my show Best Spot Available with the Bengals expert for A to Z Sports, John Sheeran, and he picked Jeremiah Love for the Bengals pick because all the defenders were off the board, and he's the best player available. I think a lot of teams are viewing him as the best offensive player in this class, without a doubt. If he ends up with the Commanders, that would be the most compelling destination out of any. Their offensive line is solid enough that he'd be able to have rushing lanes to succeed and to produce big plays. But holy hell, having two athletes like Jaden Daniels and Jeremiah Love that could take it to the house at any time that they get a chance to, that would be unbelievable to watch. So I think that would be, if we're talking about pairing of quarterback and running back, that would be the best situation for him.
We're talking with Joe DeLeon here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Joe covers the NFL draft, the NFL, college football for A to Z Sports. He's also the co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Pod. You can find him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon. Joe, another team that's been very used to the playoffs, like the Buccaneers, and I'll go back to my first question, and also missed last year, the Detroit Lions. They pick at 17. Man, they've had a tough offseason with their O-line. Taylor Decker leaving, Graham Glasgow released, Dan Skipper retired. And they traded for Isaiah Pacheco after they traded David Montgomery to the Texans. And they did sign plenty of help for the O-line in the secondary, which has just been crushed with injuries the last 2 years. But can the Lions have enough depth at either of those positions? Is it O-line or secondary for the Lions? And who do you think would be a player or two that they hone in on?
Yeah, I would imagine that offensive line is going to be the top priority for them. And I look at some of their potential options where they sit at pick 17. I feel like that there's a likely world that they could end up grabbing whichever tackle maybe starts to slide because a lot of the defensive players come off the board. Maybe there's a run on receivers, whether that's Spencer Fano, who could plug in at right tackle for them, or if it is Maui Noah. I couldn't imagine that Maui Noah falls that far, but could be worth consideration. Maybe they take Monroe Freeling. If they're believing that Penei Sewell is going to play left tackle for them, do they try to get Freeling to play right tackle? Do you keep Sewell at right tackle and then stick with Freeling at left? They would allow for at least some sort of flexibility in navigating that. But there are still other good options with Caleb Lomu from Utah, or I'd also throw in there Max Ionichor from Arizona State, who had a really good pre-draft process. He was phenomenal at the Senior Bowl, and he's a guy who's developmental, but one that I think is worthy of consideration somewhere in the teens. There are a bunch of solid options for them. It's not a great tackle class. As the depth starts to unfold, they need to address it early, because if they don't, then they're going to be going into the season with a pretty big hole at tackle for them if they don't end up finding that guy.
Joe, as you may or may not know, I am a fantasy football lover. I've been covering it, been playing it for like 3 decades practically. It's utterly ridiculous. I'm going to talk about a backfield I'm really interested in right now, and that's Jacksonville. They got Bashaw Tutin. They got Chris Rodriguez. Liam Cohen has ties to during his days at Kentucky when they both were there. Do you see the Jags investing in another back in this NFL draft? Do you think they're going to go in with a committee of Tutin and Rodriguez to start the season? And who do you believe will be the most statistically viable in that Liam Cohen offense this fall?
Yeah, I would imagine that they would look to draft a running back, because you just broke down their available running back depth, and that's just not great. That is just not a very compelling or explosive room. And knowing what Cohen's gotten out of running backs, got solid season out of ETN. He had a great season out of Bucky Irving. I kind of wonder where they would choose to draft a running back. The first guy to start with would be Jadarian Price with their pick in the second round. I know that they've got other needs that they need to figure out, but I feel like his ability to win in space and his shiftiness, as well as his underrated ability as a receiver, I think that he could be a pretty good receiver for them. I feel like Jadarian Price from Notre Dame would be worth the swing. And another player who mirrors Bucky Irving in terms of not being a crazy explosive long speed athlete, but really shifty and having really, really good vision and patience. Emmett Johnson from Nebraska, I feel somewhere on day 3, maybe end of the third round, just somewhere in that 3rd, 4th, 5th round range. I feel like he would be worth the consideration as well. Emmett Johnson, to me, could be an underrated player in the right system with the right opportunity just like Kyle Monangai did that with the Bears, just like Bucky Irving did in his first year with the Buccaneers when Cohen was calling those plays in Tampa Bay. So I would consider both those guys would be intriguing options for the Jaguars.
Talking to Joe DeLeon for another 2 minutes or so here on BetMGM tonight. Joe, finally, the Jets have the number 2 pick, and it should be Arvell Reese, in my opinion. They also pick at 16, and man, oh man, after we talked about Ty Simpson, if there's any team that gets suckered into the CAA hype about Ty Simpson potentially launching into the top 10, and then he's there at 16, and the Jets grab him because Woody Johnson wants him, or his rockhead kid, Brick Johnson, wants him because, his NCAA rating was over 85. It'll be a disaster. How do the Jets approach having that second first rounder here at the 16th pick? And do you disagree with me? Do you think maybe Ty Simpson to the Jets would actually be a good decision?
Well, I think that if it's at pick 16 and they don't have to mortgage anything to go get him, if he's still on the board, I think that they should consider it. I think that to have the ability to take a swing on having a player to build around is worth doing at quarterback. And the rest are options, day 2, day 3. There's literally none. There's nothing. There's nowhere they can go. Cole Payton, Taylor Green, none of those guys are going to pan out as starters in my eyes in the NFL. Ty Simpson, to me, has the tape of a guy who could be a franchise cornerstone. But if they choose not to go that direction, or somebody else drafts him earlier, which seems totally plausible, somebody maybe goes and trades up for him, whatever ends up happening, I feel like looking at Arvell Reese early and then going to receiver with that pick, who is the best of that remaining trio? I feel like at least one of Mekhi Lemon, Carnell Tate, or Jordan Tyson would still be on the board. And it would be really intriguing if Jordan Tyson, with some of these concerns and uncertainty of his health affecting his draft stock, be in the pick for them, because I think he's got the most upside. Reminds me of Justin Jefferson. And I think that that is the type of reward payoff that the Jets have been hoping for and trying to get for so long, is landing on a receiver like that to go along with Garrett Wilson. So I think that receiver would probably need to be that other position group, or maybe they go with one of the corners, but I don't really see the corner class having value of somebody being worthy of being selected there that would still be on the board.
Joe, great stuff, man. I mean, you literally talk about every team, every player, like you know it like the back of your hand, brother. That's the work that you put into, and we appreciate you spreading that wealth and spreading that knowledge with us, man. Can't wait to chat with you next week. Enjoy.
Thanks, guys.
See you, Joe.
There you go, the great Joe DeLeon. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon, DeLeone. He's got an Italian last name, Italian. He's in Jersey. I mean, he's a great guy. We love him. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll do a little March multiple choice on the eve of the beginning of the Sweet 16. The madness will resume in less than 24 hours. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There's one name and one name only that North Carolina should call. And he should be at the top of the list. And I told you who it was on Monday. Chicago Bulls head coach, Billy Donovan. This is not, if you want to compare the two NBA situations, Donovan and Stevens, they're not comparable. Brad Stevens is running the Boston Celtics, who are good every single year. Like, that is an A-plus job. Now, if you wanted to tell me that Billy Donovan is the coach of the Bulls and they are run well and the team's good, then yeah, like, that's an A-plus job. But let's be honest. What would you give the Chicago Bulls head coaching job right now in a letter grade? Is Chicago one of the best cities in America? Yes. Are the Bulls a legacy franchise? As much as I hate to say it as a lifelong Knicks fan, yes. No question. But the team sucks. They suck. And everyone who knows anything about the NBA says that they are run as poorly as it gets. That they don't know what they're doing, and it reflects in the record every single year. You are in limbo. You are in purgatory if you're with the Chicago Bulls. Now, I would say this is justice for winning all those championships with Michael Jordan, but I'm also a jealous and angry and bitter and jaded Knicks fan, and I acknowledge that. But this Bulls job, if he wants to stay in Chicago, it's just because he's comfortable. Like, there's no reason, if he wants to be professionally challenged, he should leave the Bulls, he should leave them yesterday, and he should go coach the North Carolina Tar Heels. I want someone to tell me how Billy Donovan, with 2 national titles under his belt at the University of Florida, couldn't go to North Carolina today and win a title in the next couple of years in Chapel Hill with those resources that Carolina has and his coaching acumen. This needs to happen. The saying goes, there's nothing finer than North Carolina. That's actually a lie. The only thing finer than North Carolina would be if North Carolina hired Billy Donovan to be its next head basketball coach.
Yeah, well, it's interesting the way you phrased it. If you ask me who the top receiver is, who the best receiver is, I'll go Carnell Tate with that one. I know exactly what I'm getting. I'm getting a vertical receiver, someone who's big, who's rangy, who's long. I don't even worry about the 40 time. He plays plenty fast. He ran in the low 4.5s officially. Some teams had him in the mid to high 4.4s, but he's fine from that standpoint, and he gets up to top speed. He's not a great starter, but he's got great top speed once he gets out and gets going. So you're getting a vertical stretch receiver. He's going to be a big play producer. He's going to be a point scorer, can play above the rim, down the red zone. So that would be my answer, is who the best or who the top receiver is. But the way you phrased it, who my favorite receiver is, would be Mekhi Lemon, just because of the way he plays. He does all the dirty work in the middle of the field. He's fearless. He catches everything. He can make you miss. He can break tackles. I love everything about his game. You watch the Iowa game, it's as good a receiver game as you're going to see, of just him, contact catch after contact catch after contact catch. So I'm a big fan of his. Aesthetically, I just enjoyed watching him more than anybody else. And then, I would put Omar Cooper Jr. in there, with Jordan Tyson. I ended up putting Omar Cooper above him. Just with Jordan Tyson's got all the ability in the world. The guy's been hurt every year, and he hasn't had a healthy process through this run up to the draft either. And there's some play strength stuff that's not ideal. So you kind of add those two things together. It does scare me a little bit. Now, he's got a ton of ability. He could end up emerging as the best receiver in the draft, when it's all said and done, because he's silky smooth and he's got great ball skills. But, when you have durability concerns and then the toughness is not on the top shelf, that to me, pushes him down just a little bit.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Right before we came back from break, I just ripped the sickest burp. And I don't know about you, Brad. Farts will always be funny, and sick burps will always be cool, at least to a guy like me. So it's one of those burps.
Congrats.
You hit it and you just go, oh, I'm impressive. So there's that.
Did it have a lot of depth to it? Because that's what's critical for burps. I mean, it's got to be like a baritone, way down in the gut kind of burp. Was it that kind?
Yep. It was. It came from the depths. It was long. It had a nice arc to it, and I could taste the chicken breast with the seasoned chicken breast and the buffalo sauce that I had for dinner. So that's like always a plus. I feel like a bird. I get to half taste the food that I've already eaten.
You should be proud for that one, my friend. Yeah.
Thank you. I am. Okay, let's do a little March multiple choice here. Let's get producer Brandon Combs back into the mix. Couple of questions here to get us ready for the Sweet 16. Combs, what's going on, brother? Combs is MIA.
I was not ready for that. Not one iota was I ready for that. Pat,
yeah, you had
opening night, brother. You think I'm listening to you talk?
I mean, as the producer of the show, I would hope maybe a little bit.
No, you've been on mute the entire time. I've got the game on.
That's just not something you'd want to admit. But to each their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's just kind of how it goes. All right, you guys ready for some March multiple choice?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Among the following players, who is the most unsung contributor on his roster in this NCAA tournament? A difference-making player who generally doesn't make the headlines. Is it A, Blake Buchanan of Iowa State, B, Cohen Carr of Michigan State, C, Morez Johnson of Michigan, D, David Mirkovich of Illinois, or E, Fletcher Lawyer of Purdue? I probably butchered that name, didn't I?
David Mirkovich, but close enough.
Hey, I got the last name pretty close. Brad, which one is it?
I'm going to go see Morez Johnson, the former Fighting Illini standout. Mirkovich is obviously near and dear to my heart. Fletcher Lawyer is a guy that's really found his stroke in this NCAA tournament. The other two guys, Cohen Carr is a dunking machine, the best dunker in college basketball, and Blake Buchanan is an unsung hero on a limping Iowa State squad that could be down Joshua Jefferson. But Morez Johnson has been incredible this season. He's even knocking down the occasional three-pointer. He's a guy who goes out there, usually good for close to a double-double a game. He is an enforcer, too, around the rim. As Mara gets all the headlines, being the longest drink of water in that Michigan interior, Morez Johnson deserves a ton of credit and accolades as well. C, Morez Johnson from Michigan is my answer.
Yeah, I'll go with I'll take your Wolverines and I'll give you a Spartan here, a little Battle of Michigan. Give me B, Cohen Carr from Michigan State. Brad mentioned him, the best dunker in college basketball, one of the most electrifying players in college basketball, but a guy that you don't think of when you think of all the star players in the big dance. He averaged 12 points per game and 5.5 rebounds, but so far in the tournament, he's got 38 points in the 2 games, so that's 19 a game. He had 21 against Louisville. He also had a double-double, 21 points, 10 rebounds to go with 2 blocks. So in the first game against North Dakota State, they didn't even need him to play that much late down the stretch, and he still scored 17. So, I mean, he's up more than 7 points per game on his average. He's up almost 2 more rebounds per game than an average, and he's already got 3 blocks in 2 games. Cohen Carr, for me, is a guy that is stepping up and making a big-time difference. That's why Sparty is in the Sweet 16, feeling good about their chances against UConn.
All right. Let's go to the next one. We've got a couple of minutes left here. North Carolina admins have stated they will search high, low, and outside of the school's brethren for its next head coach. Who is the best fit among the following candidates? Is it A, Billy Donovan, B, TJ Otzelberger, C, Todd Golden, D, Tommy Lloyd, E, Nate Oates, or F, Dusty May? Pat?
Yeah, I said it yesterday, and I said it earlier when we started the show with it. I like Nate Oates, man. I mean, I think he's a good fit. I think North Carolina, they could really use a modernized offense, shooting the 3 ball a ton. But, also then have, the big bodies that also grab those second-chance rebounds and play good defense. It doesn't have to be what Alabama is, which is, all offense, no defense. No, but, that offense could be great with Nate Oates calling up the plays. So, and I think he's an awesome recruiter. And I think that, despite the fact that some players on his team always find themselves mired in controversy, hello, Aiden Holloway, the guy still ends up getting to the Sweet 16 almost every single year. So Nate Oates, Chapel Hill, I think would be awesome. I'll go Nate Oates.
Yeah, I'm going to go beat TJ Otzelberger from Iowa State. Again, he's got the lowest buyout of anybody in this group. Of course, Billy Donovan doesn't count because he's right out of the Chicago Bulls, and we'll see if he comes back to the college game. But Otzelberger can recruit. He recruits to his system, and those guys flourish within that system. They're very balanced bunch every single year, always up there in terms of offensive efficiency. Get it done beyond the arc, bludgeoning in the interior with some of those easy kisses off the glass, and also their very strong on-ball defense. I would say one of the best in turnover percentage D on the year, and they just challenge everything. So I think that balance will play extraordinarily well. I think it would compete with Duke and everybody else in the ACC. So give me B. TJ Otzelberger, right now the head coach of Iowa State, but I think he would be the best fit and the best hire for North Carolina if they go that direction.
I agree with Jeff Goodman. I want to see Billy Donovan go there. All right, last one quickly. Most people agree with the adage defense wins championships. Of the following Sweet 16 teams, which squad is the stingiest to score on? Is it Nebraska, B, UConn, C, Alabama, D, Michigan State, or E, Arkansas? Pat?
The stingiest to score on, I would go with, that's a tough one. I'll go with UConn. I like their defense. I think their experience. I'll go with the Huskies, although none of these are really the most dominant defenses left in the tournament. I'll go with the Huskies.
The Meth Madness. I'm going to go A, Nebraska. They're the best on-ball pressure defense of everybody in this group. They get a lot of turnovers.
Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. Get ready for Sweet 16 and opening day for just about every other team in baseball tomorrow. Going to be a fun show.
Go Cubs and ILL. I'm going to be nervous tomorrow.
We come back. The rest of the crew will make our MLB picks for this season here on BetMGM tonight.
And what the Pistons have shown in this stretch without Cade is that they are, and we knew this already, it's not just Cade Cunningham propping them up to the 1 seed in the East, but you're seeing guys step up, and they're an awesome team, and the defense has been revved up. Like, tell me now, when we get to playoff time, and I am not suggesting that, like, Dennis Jenkins is now going to turn out to be like the new Robert Horry, the new Big Shot Bob. Like, I'm not saying that. But we've now seen Dennis Jenkins in the last 2 games for the Pistons, 22 and 30 points in 38 and 39 minutes respectively. Like, tell me this stretch without Cade Cunningham for Detroit might not yield fruit for the Pistons with all these players getting experience without Cade and having to step up in the big spot because he's not there to do it. Detroit's lead for the 1 seed has widened since Cade went out with the collapsed lung. And obviously, this is not saying that Detroit's better without him. That we're not even coming close to saying something like that. Detroit's way better with Cade Cunningham in the lineup. And this will only hold if Cade's back for the playoffs. Because this is not, and we've talked about this for weeks now, right? This is not your normal, like, play-in group in either conference since we've seen the play-in start, right? This could be the Sixers that Detroit has to play in the first round. Like, Paul George is coming back. You're thinking Embiid and Mac, like, they may be full strength for the playoffs. It could be Orlando. They're playing the Hawks tonight. Atlanta's won 9 of 10. The Hawks are 8 games over 500. Like, the Toronto Raptors, like, could end up in the play-in. The Charlotte Hornets, the Miami Heat. Like, it ain't going to be a pushover for Detroit in the first round. Like, you got to have Cade back. Assuming the Cade's back, and I'm guessing he will be, but it is a guess, this stretch is going to make Detroit, I think, a more viable team to potentially win the Eastern Conference. Now, I'm not going to pick them. I still like the Celtics more. I don't know if I like the Cavs more, just like here's James Harden in a big spot. I like the Knicks more. I am a Knicks fan, I have to say that. Maybe some bias there. But again, you have to take the Pistons a little more seriously now. You just have to.
funny part about it, after spending the spring with the Yankees in spring training, I think the Yankees are much improved just with their own players. And I think that's the huge storyline here. And I think the other thing is the Yankees farm system is now loaded at the top. And so they've got a lot of major league ready players that are going to be sitting there in Double-A and Triple-A. And as soon as you have an injury, they're going to have the depth that they can go get and keep winning. And I think that is special. The camaraderie with the Yankees is different. I think when you look at their use of science and analytics, it's more than it's ever been before in making pitching decisions, which is going to be fascinating. And then you've got guys like Carlos Lagrange, who walks into spring training throwing 102 miles an hour with an easy delivery and the makeup and character to match, where even though he starts the year in the minor leagues, you have an impact arm sitting there in the minors when you need it for the 7th and 8th inning if you need another bullpen arm later in the season. So there's so many positive things going. And you look at the young core of guys like Austin Wells and Ben Rice, and they have a whole nother level that they can go to. They've got a good right-handed bench because they need it because their lineup is too left-handed. But there's something special and different about this Yankee group this spring training. I'm picking them to win this division, and I think they have a legitimate shot at going back to the World Series.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means we've still got 2 solo hours left in the tank. We're going to keep going strong here. Hour number 4 of this program. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle. I got you the rest of the way along with the rest of our crew. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Alrighty, the phone number to join the show. Anything about baseball, which I'll give you a score update here in a second because we got some big-time runs coming across the plate on opening night between the Yankees and the Giants. Anything about baseball, your baseball team, what's your confidence level going into the season, scale of 1 to 10, anything baseball headlines you want to talk about? How excited are you for opening day tomorrow? Or if you're one of the few teams that don't play until Friday, how do you feel? Anything March Madness, Sweet 16 kicking off tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be one hell of a freaking sports day. Like this is, well, once again, we had a little bit of a calm. Again, I've been watching some NBA games over the last few nights. I'm a big tennis fan. I've been watching the Miami Masters. That's keeping me plenty of company. I've been starting to ramp up my hockey viewing. My producer, Brandon Combs, made sure to remind me yesterday that the Islanders, they were getting crushed by the Blackhawks early on, nearly made a comeback. So it wouldn't surprise me if they break my heart and miss the playoffs by a single point. But tomorrow's going to be awesome. You got opening day for 75% of the league. You got 4 Sweet 16 games along with basketball and hockey. I mean, it's going to be phenomenal. So, again, you want to call the show, 310-840-4910. You can text the show as well, 310-840-4910. We had a text come through earlier. I meant to get to it, so I'll get to it right now. This is from a 443 area code. They did not give their name or where they're from. Let's see, where are they from? 443 area code is in Eastern Maryland, so most likely Baltimore. And they texted, "This sounds like the same guy who used to glaze Josh Allen in the early mornings." I'm assuming that's me because I don't think Brad has ever done early mornings. My last show was 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern. And yes, the number one quarterback in the NFL, the MVP from 2 years ago, that Josh Allen, yes, I glaze him because I think he's the best quarterback in football. So, yeah. And nice use of the word glaze. I don't mind it. Monty in our show chat said he does glaze Josh Allen. That's right. I do. But I'm Pat Boyle. And here is your score update on opening day here. The Yankees, who may or may not win the World Series this year. Get to those predictions in just a second. They're putting a hurting. They're putting the beat down on Logan Webb and the San Francisco Giants here on opening day in San Francisco. The Netflix special. You got to have like 8 different freaking streaming services if you want to watch baseball this year for your favorite team. Great. Can't wait for that. But the Yankees were teeing off on Logan Webb in the second inning. Jose Caballero with an RBI double. Ryan McMahon with an RBI 2-run single. And then Trent Grisham coming off a tremendous year last year with a 2-run triple. It's 5-zip. 5-0 Yankees. All those runs came in the second inning. Logan Webb getting lit up like a Christmas tree. But the Giants do have a runner aboard here with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. So Max Fried try to make that crooked number stand up. But again, 5-0 Bronx Bombers leading San Francisco here. And the one game, the standalone game on opening day. So, with tomorrow being Christmas morning for my guys Brandon Combs and Michael Montgomery, the producer and video producer of this program, I figured it's a tale as old as time. I remember as a kid in my little WWF notebook that I had with Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock on the cover. That was my sports notebook. I would always do my predictions. I would write down. I would predict the entire division from top to bottom. I don't do it as much anymore, but before baseball season started, I always made my predictions. And so why don't we do our Major League Baseball division winners and playoff picks for the year 2026? We'll go through the American League first. We'll go through each division. Then we'll go through the National League. So we'll go rapid fire around the table here. It doesn't have to be rapid fire. You can give a couple words on why you think it's going to be the case. Then we'll hit what the NLCS and ALCS is going to be, and then our World Series prediction. So let's start with the AL West. Combs, you want to kick us off here, brother? Who do you got winning the AL West? As it's prediction time, legacies and pride are on the line. You're the big baseball guy, you and Monty. What do you got AL West?
AL West, I'm going to go with the same team that won it last year. I just think the Seattle Mariners, man, this pitching staff, this lineup, they didn't lose anything this offseason. They are the best team in the American League West, so I'm just going to keep running with them. So give me the Seattle Mariners.
Okay. All right. I don't hate it. Kind of square pick, but I guess I can't hate it. Monty, Michael Montgomery, big Iowa Hawkeye fan. Going to be on pins and needles tomorrow. But for now, prediction time, Monty. Who do you got winning the AL West?
Yeah, I kind of figured you guys would say the Mariners, and you absolutely can't be wrong saying that. They're clearly super talented. I'm going to go with the Rangers to be different. If you guys listened to the show earlier, you heard Pat say that in the AL West preview. So I kind of agree with along the same lines as you. The rotation is unreal. The lineup has a lot of talented guys in it too. So I'm going with the Rangers in the AL East or the AL West.
Yeah, Rangers in the AL East. No, I do like the Rangers as well. And, again, it should be the Mariners, but why the hell not? I do love the Rangers rotation. If DeGrom and Eovaldi are able to stay healthy, man, they're still two of the best arms in baseball. And then Leiter and Kumar Rocker, this is the number 2 and number 3 pick just a couple of years ago. So, you add Nimmo to this lineup. I think Wyatt Langford is a hell of a hitter. I still think Josh Young's a hell of a hitter. A couple of guys that maybe had, a down year last year. Langford, not so much, but Josh Young was an all-star 2 years ago. I just think everything comes together for the Rangers this year. Why not? It'd be a shame, too, after Bochy, if Bochy leaves and Skip Shoemaker, makes a run at the division title for them. So I like the Rangers as well, Monty, winning the AL West. Let's move on to the AL Central. Combs, who do you got winning it?
Yeah, look, this one is a tough one. I was between Detroit and Kansas City, But ultimately, I just think it's still Detroit's season, right? Tarek Skubal, they went out and got Framber Valdez, Jack Flaherty. They reunite with Justin Verlander. This lineup, too, to me, is one of the better ones in the American League. I think it's slightly above Kansas City's. So I'm going to go with the Detroit Tigers. I love Spencer Torkelson. Obviously, you know me. I love my boy Javier Baez. And then Kevin McGonigal coming up, too. He's making the opening day roster as well. Probably going to end up being the starting shortstop, which pushes Javi to a bench player. But I think that this team here is going to win the American League Central, and I think that they'll actually hold on to the 15-game lead if they get one this year.
Well, yeah, I would hope so. Monty, AL Central, who do you got?
Tigers, too, for me. Their rotation is just too good to ignore. I mean, talking about the Rangers rotation, look at the freaking Tigers, man. Skubal, Valdez, Flaherty, Verlander, Mize. Like, that top five is arguably the best in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, no argument from me here. All across the board, we're going with the Tigers. I don't think they're going to trade Skubal because I think they'll be in first place for most of the season, so I like the Tigers to win the Central as well. All right, AL East. Combs, who do you got winning the AL East, and what could be the best division in all of baseball this year?
Yeah, so I again, this is another division I went back and forth on, right? Because I am very high on one of the teams in the American League East. That might surprise you, but I have to, again, go with the team that won it last year, and I have to go with the Toronto Blue Jays. I mean, that pitching staff, they added Dylan Cease to that pitching staff. That rotation is ridiculous. The lineup, top to bottom, there's not one hole in the lineup. So the Blue Jays, to me, are still probably the best team in the American League, and so I'm going to go with the Blue Jays to win the East.
Okay. All right, back-to-back for the Blue Jays, says Combs. Monty, what do you got? Who wins the AL East?
That's fair. They were heavily considered for me, obviously, but I'm going with the Red Sox. I like what they're putting together here. Keep talking about the rotation. I like the Red Sox rotation. Crochet, obviously, at the top is awesome. Ranger Suarez joining the team. He's amazing. Sonny Gray, give or take. Brian Bayo, I like him. He's pretty solid. So, I mean, that's a really good top four. And then their lineup is loaded. Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, Jarren Duran, Wilson Contreras, Will Abreu. Like, that's a really good 1 through 5. So, maybe just being a little different, little contrarian going with the Red Sox. But I think there's real potential for them to take home the division, too.
I don't think that lineup's nearly as good as you say it is, Monty. I'm going with the Yankees. Give me the big bad Yankees, who
Shocker.
Shocker. Yeah, Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon out to start the year, and they're smashing the Giants. You better get the Yankees early without their two best stud pitchers, because when they come back, this team is going to be a tour de force. Cam Schlittler is going to be a Cy Young candidate this year. Judge is going to win another MVP. Cody Bellinger is going to have 35 and 100. Ben Rice is going to step up and just mash against right-handed pitching. You know, everybody loves to say, oh, this year the Yankees are going to fall off. This year the Yankees are going to fall off. They've had one of those in the last decade, and it was because Aaron Judge missed half the season. So if the big fella's healthy, Yanks are getting to the playoffs. Yanks are winning the AL East. Yankees back atop the division
like
this year.
They're due for another letdown. No?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
Because every year everybody says, the Yankees have Garrett Cole injured to start the season. Oh, Garrett Cole hurt. Doesn't matter. The Yankees are going to have guys step up. All right, let's get to our wild card teams. Rattle off your 3 wild card teams, and then we'll go around the room. So Combs, 3 wild card spots. Who is filling them in the American League?
Yeah, this is the year the Yankees fall off. They are not one of my 3 wild card teams. I'm going to take the Orioles. The Baltimore Orioles are going to be a wild card team. I think they finished second in the American League East. I don't think any division in the American League gets 3 teams in. I'm going to take the Royals out of the Central, and then I will take the Texas Rangers out of the West for the 3 wild card teams. I think this Orioles team, man, I think they are poised to just surprise some people. I love this rotation that they have. Their lineup, adding Pete Alonso. I think Pete Alonso is going to be a candidate for MVP this year. And I think that this team is they're just going to shock some people. And dealing with the injuries that they dealt with last year, being healthy this year, I don't see any way that this team doesn't make a playoff run this year.
If you think the Royals are going to have a better record than the Yankees, you are officially off the reservation. Monty, 3 wild card teams in the American League. Who are they?
I also do not have the Yankees in the playoffs. I've got the Blue Jays. It's not even, it had nothing to do with you, Pat. Okay. Granted, I did this over the last couple hours. But I think the AL's just too deep, man. It's too deep. It's so deep. Like, I love the Orioles offense, but they have no pitching. I love the Athletics lineup, but they have no pitching. So there's a lot of really good teams, but it's too deep. So I've got the Blue Jays, the Mariners, and the Astros as my wild card teams. I agree with Brandon that we don't get 3 teams from one division in the American League.
The Orioles have plenty of pitching, Monty. Plenty of pitching.
No, they do not.
Trevor Rogers, Kyle Bradish, Shane Baz. This team's got plenty of pitching.
None of them are good.
None of them are good. My wild card teams in the American League. I think the Mariners just narrowly miss out on winning the West. If my prediction is true about the Rangers, so I'll say Rangers out of the West, but the Mariners do get a wild card spot. I think they're so damn good, and I think they're going to make a deep run. I'll give the Blue Jays a wild card nod as well. Again, the lineup's so freaking good. They did enough bringing in Cease. I think the rotation will be good enough. It was a big question mark for them last year. And then I also do like the Royals to be a wild card team. I think that lineup's got some serious pop to it. I'm excited to watch Jack Caglione. I'm excited to watch Pasquantino. I'm excited to watch Bobby Witt. And I think their arms are reliable enough to get them to like 85, 86 wins, which is probably the 3rd wild card team. And they'll sneak in on the last day and beat out the Red Sox. All right, let's get to the National League, and let's go division by division here. Let's rip through this. National League West, Combs, if either one of you or Monty don't say the Dodgers, you're looking for clicks. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, it's the Dodgers. I mean, I tried to find reasons to get the Padres or maybe even the Giants over the Dodgers, find a way for the Dodgers to fall off. I just can't find it. I mean, the Dodgers are going to win the West, and it's not going to be close.
Yeah, I didn't look. It was the second team I filled out. NL West, Dodgers. There's no reason to think otherwise.
Yep, no explanation needed. It's the freaking Dodgers, man, because they are a machine on paper. So, like, last year was the time to get them because they had several injuries in the starting rotation, and they still win the division. It's scary hours for the rest of that division. All right, NL Central. I can only imagine the types of picks we're getting from you guys here, the Chicago natives. Go ahead, Combs. Who takes the NL Central?
The best team in the NL Central, which is the Chicago Cubs, and it has nothing to do with us being homers. It has to do with them being the best team in the division, Pat. They have the best roster. They have the best manager. They have the best team in the Central Division. They're going to win the Central Division. You talk about your stinking... I know you're going to pick against them just to pick against them.
Really? Because I could say the same exact thing about you and the Yankees. The Yankees are on paper are the best team in the AL East, and even if they're not, even if you do think the Blue Jays are better, like to say that the Yankees won't be a playoff team, and unless you're projecting Aaron Judge to miss 100 games, there's no reason.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. So who's your non-Cub that's winning then?
Well, hold on. You didn't let Monty go yet.
No, we know who's Monty's picking.
Yeah. That was the first team I filled out for this was Cubs in the NL Central. There's nothing else.
Okay. All right. I said it yesterday when we broke down the division. Give me the Brew Crew. Give me a real manager and Pat Murphy. Give me the best manager in baseball, Pat Murphy, leading this group back to the playoffs. Okay, so what? They lost Freddie Peralta. Like, who cares? He's not even that good. They got plenty of arms.
What?
That's a joke. That was a joke. You're talking smack on my guy, Chad Patrick, and Chad Patrick's going to come to the mound and be like, hey, bro, who do you know here, huh? And he's going to strike out 13 Cubs when he pitches against them. This lineup is stacked. Turang and Churio are bona fide all-stars. Contreras is a freaking animal. Like, they're just stacked from top to bottom. They're stacked from top to bottom. There's nothing else.
This pitching staff is terrible. You got Brandon Woodruff. You got Quinn Priester, who's already hurt, starting on the IL. And after that, you got Mizorowski, who can't throw a fastball for a strike. And then you got two made-up names as your fourth and fifth starters, and Chad Patrick and Kyle Harrison. These are two made-up names. These guys are on South Park. That's what these names are from, South Park.
You're forgetting a guy that's going to be an all-star in Brandon Sproat, who they got in the trade in January. He's going to be a freaking stud. So,
Stop.
I want you to tell me more about how the lineup is stacked from top to bottom.
Lineup is stacked.
You're crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you know what?
Joey
Part
Ortiz,
of me for a second,
Jake
I honestly had a
Bowers.
brain fart. I was like, wait a minute. Did Brewers didn't release, or like William Contreras didn't go anywhere else, right? Guy comes mixing him up with Wilson. No, yeah, like Andrew Vaughn's gonna, basically be Barry Bonds, which is what he was after they got him in the trade last year with the White Sox. Garrett Mitchell is gonna hit like 350, and Joey Ortiz is gonna steal like 40 bags.
Pat, I mean, you're out of your mind. Just out of your mind.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the NL East. Combs, who wins the NL East?
The Philadelphia Phillies. This is another team, man. When you look at this rotation of the Philadelphia Phillies, I mean, top to bottom, I don't think that there's another team in the division that stacks up with their pitching rotation, top to bottom. There are teams that have, in the division that have a good 1 and 2, but nobody has a good 1 through 5 the way that the Phillies do. Plus this bullpen. I mean, added Brad Keller to this bullpen. They got Johan Duran to close out games, and then this lineup, man. You got Bryce Harper, Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, Trey Turner, Brandon Marsh. You want to talk Dolis Garcia on the Phillies?
Talk about top to bottom.
I mean, yeah. You want to talk about the Brewers lineup? Yeah, go ahead and stack them up against this lineup. This is a true top to bottom lineup in Philadelphia. I think that they win the East.
Okay, Monty?
Same, yeah. I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm with the Phillies. I like the rotation, and I like the lineup more than I like the Mets. So I'm going with Philly.
Yeah, look, I honestly, it gave me a lot of joy, I got to be honest, watching the Mets crash and burn last year. But something tells me they are going to put it all together this year and win the NL East and win like 96 or 97 games. I like the moves they've made. You guys were laughing at me when I said Freddie Peralta wasn't that good. He's going to join this pitching staff. He's going to pitch tomorrow against Paul Skeens, and he might outduel him because he's that good. Bichette in the middle of this order with Jorge Polanco and Combs. You like to talk up Luis Robert. I mean, if he's as good as you say he is, then like all of a sudden the heart of this order is super dangerous. And the rest of that pitching staff, Nolan McLean. Again, if they get anything out of Kodai Senga, it's a plus because I'm not expecting much out of him. But like 2 years ago, this guy was a stud. So the bullpen's got question marks. They lose Edwin Diaz and they replace him with the two Yankees failures, Devin Williams and Luke Weaver. So that'll be interesting to see how that goes. But something tells me this offense is going to be the best in baseball. All right, really quickly, let's hit our wild card teams and then we'll tease the playoffs. But Combs, 3 wild card spots in the National League. Who do you got taking those roles?
Yeah, I've got the Padres out of the West, and then I've got 2 teams out of the NL Central. I have the Reds and the Pittsburgh Pirates. I think that the Pittsburgh Pirates are going to the playoffs this year. This team is better than people think. I'm going to be the first one to die on this hill, but I love this rotation that they have. Their middle relief, little suspect, but I also like their lineup as well. So I think that this team is going to the playoffs. I love the addition of Brandon Lowe. O'Neal Cruz, Ryan O'Hearn. This team is pretty damn good, and this is a team that's going to sneak up on some people this year.
Okay, Monty, wild card teams in the National League. Who are they?
Similar to last year, I got the Mets, and then I got the Padres and the Giants. So I think 3 teams from the NL West make it again. I think it's a year too early for the Pirates. I like their lineup, but and the staff's okay, but I don't think they're going to be that great. And the Reds, you never trust them. I think the NL is not very deep. I think the NL will be chalky like the NCAA tournament.
This game doesn't
I
scare
like
you at
that.
all about the Giants?
No,
Opening day?
it's March 25th.
And Tony Vitello's their manager. He's just going to yell at them, and that'll fire them up if they get onto a losing streak. Combs, I don't mind. That's a very bold pick for the Pirates. I am going to go, I guess, rather chalky as well. Wild card teams. I got the Cubbies. Yes, your Cubbies will be in the playoffs. I'm not going to be a complete hater like you guys. Tell me the Yankees won't make the playoffs. I mean, you're just lying to yourselves. I think the Phillies also make the wild card again. That lineup, they might fail in October, but they're pretty damn good from April to September. And I think this year the Braves really bounce back. I mean, they still got the talent, man. They still have the names. They've got the arms. If they can stay healthy, I think Atlanta can absolutely win at least 88 to 90 games, and I think that'll get the last wild card spot. And then, yeah, there will be a drop-off to everybody else. All right, when we come back, the rest of the crew will come back. Combs and Monty will give our picks for the ALCS, NLCS, and the World Series. We'll get you a score update on the Yankees and the Giants as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, Saquon's in sacred air for me. Maybe that was just being in the building at the Rose Bowl against USC and seeing that in person and the body type and everything that he brought to the table. To me, he was in a different class. But when you start talking about Bijan, you start talking about Gibbs, like he's very much in that neighborhood. He belongs in the conversation with those guys. Some things he does a little better than one of them, and other things maybe to give the nod to the other guys. But that is right in the mix of the grade that I gave him and the company that he keeps. And you're going to feel him right away. I mean, you're going to feel him as a rookie. You're going to be able to get him involved in the passing game early on to go along with what he can do as a runner and hit some home runs for you. So I pray that he goes to a better situation than Genty went to last year. I have a higher grade on him than on Genty, but I think some of the people they've written Genty off already. I mean, that kid had no shot last year. So I'm hoping that he gets an opportunity to play behind a little bit better offensive line than what Genty had last year.
Absolutely had to happen. Had to happen. Once North Carolina lost in the fashion it did last Thursday night to VCU, blowing a 19-point second half lead, the team dead tired, like they just finished running a damn marathon. Everyone can see it, including the players and the coaches for VCU. Phil Martelli Jr. came on with us on Friday and really nicely basically said we knew they were exhausted. The only person that didn't know, apparently, was Hubert Davis, who steps up to the press conference after the game with like marbles in his mouth and has like nothing to say about any of it. You knew in that moment it was over for Hubert Davis. This absolutely had to happen. Like, you can get away with what has happened at North Carolina over the past 4 seasons. You can get away with that at a lesser school, at a lesser program, one without the national spotlight and the national attention that North Carolina draws. No way you can get away with this when you're the head coach of the Tar Heels. And Hubert Davis can be a really nice guy, and he could be a successful coach somewhere else. This is not an indictment on his future or him as a man. But we have to call it like we see it, right? When it comes to how this went at North Carolina. Hubert Davis was handed a Ferrari by Roy Williams and the school and proceeded to drive it straight into a ditch. And before the car went into the ditch, he's doing 30 miles per hour in a 55. Like, you got this badass engine, rev it up, big boy. And instead, he's watching on the road as he's getting passed by a Honda Civic. Here's a Hyundai Sonata driving right by him. I mean, could you imagine? Ole Miss last year in the first round. Even with Chris Beard, there's your Honda Civic. How about VCU? Here's your Pinto. No disrespect to VCU, but you can't compare these two programs and the resources that they have. And I know that Caleb Wilson didn't play for Carolina. I understand that North Carolina didn't have its best player. And that best player is going to be a top 5 pick and a potentially legendary NBA draft. I understand that. Also, they were up by 19 in the first round against VCU and lost. You can't have this. Cannot have it if you're North Carolina. If the best team wins, it's just going to be the Dodgers. Three-peating, right? And my sense is that's what's going to happen. And, I thought it was interesting, and he's right when he's saying, let's look at a couple holes that the Dodgers had last year, and he brings up, the defense and left and Teoscar Hernandez, and here's Kyle Tucker. Obviously, that's not like a Band-Aid on a situation. That's like you get a cut on your arm and you put a Band-Aid on it. No, the Dodgers put like a cybernetic arm in place. Forget the Band-Aid. Here's a cybernetic arm with Kyle Tucker, like big time upgrade. And he's right about Edwin Diaz. Right now, here's this badass closer that the Dodgers
Late
have.
games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Here we go. Opening day. Tomorrow. It is here for just about everybody. I don't know why. There's a couple of teams that don't play tomorrow, but they play Friday. Like, for example, A's and the Blue Jays don't start till Friday. I believe the Rockies and the Marlins also don't start until Friday. And I think it was the Royals and the Braves were the other one? Yeah, Royals and the Braves don't start until Friday. Why? I don't understand it. I don't get it. But hey, I'm not the guy that makes the schedule. Either way, most of baseball will be in action tomorrow, and it's going to be freaking great. We welcome you back to BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Speaking of opening day, BetMGM players will be eligible to receive their stake back in cash as a second chance refund on any pre-tournament straight golf tournament winner wagers on Monday through Wednesdays where the player they wagered on does not win the tournament but does finish in second place. This promotion will be available pre-tournament for all applicable golf events on Mondays through Wednesdays. Okay, so not only can I not read, I thought that was going to be about baseball, and that was about golf. So that's my mistake. We got the Masters coming up in a couple of weeks. I know that. So either way, there you go. Another message from our friends at BetMGM. Okay, quick scoreboard update here. Yankees, they pounded Logan Webb in the second inning to the tune of 5 runs, and that is where it has stayed since. It's 5-zip Yankees going into the bottom of the 4th. Yankees had some traffic again this past inning. Ryan McMahon walked and Austin Wells single, but then Grisham flied out and Judge struck out swinging to end the inning. So far, Max Fried is pitching a gem. 3 shutout innings, 1 hit allowed, 4 strikeouts. And outside of that second inning, Logan Webb's been good. The only thing is the Yankees put up 5 in the second inning. So 5-0 Yanks over the Giants in the bottom of the 4th. The one standalone game on Netflix on opening night here for the 2026 Major League Baseball season. We were making our division predictions and our playoff team picks last segment. Now let's get to the real good stuff here. With myself, with producer Brandon Combs, with video producer Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, let's predict the ALCS, the NLCS, and our World Series champions. And one of the other members of our crew, Zach Kroll, doing a great job. He told us in the break, hey, guys, I got these all clipped so we can review them at the end of the year. Good, because I'm going to rub it in Monty and Combs' face when the Yankees win the AL East. They've got them missing the playoffs entirely. Okay, very, very good. All right, Combs, NLCS. who do you got meeting for the National League pennant?
Let me preface this by saying I never, ever, when I am doing my preseason picks, I never pick the Cubs to go to the NLCS, and I never pick the Cubs to go to the World Series because I don't want to jinx it. So preface that by saying that. So in the NLCS, I hope I'm wrong, but I have the Phillies versus the Dodgers.
Wow, that's a shocker. Well, I guess if you're following your rule, you never pick the Cubs because you don't want to jinx them. I mean, you had 107 years worth of jinxing. I mean, honestly, after they win the World Series, I don't think there's anything
Really,
you could
Pat?
do that's going to
Really?
stop them.
That's what we're gonna do? Really? You want to bring 107 years? Oh, I'm a Yankee fan. We got 27 World Series. I'm so superior to everybody. Typical elitist Pat take right there.
No, it's not. I'm just saying the Cubs didn't win a World Series for 107 years or however long it was. I don't think there's anything
It's 108,
you could
Pat.
do. I don't think there's anything you could do to jinx them. Monty, who do you got in the NLCS?
I am not like Mr. Brandon Combs. I have no problem picking my Chicago Cubs, so that's what I did. I'm going with the Cubs over the Phillies because I'm also rooting against the Dodgers, so let's just hope it happens.
I like
Okay. I also have no problem picking the Cubs like you guys, and I think this is pretty good for me here because I got the Dodgers versus the Cubs in the NLCS, and I got the Cubbies actually taking down the big bad Dodgers. So,
Whoa.
yeah, look, if
Can't win
they
the division
do,
though, huh?
no, I have them coming out of the wild card because I think the Brewers are just a better 162 game team. But you know, when the chips are going to fall in October, I got to be honest, I really do love this Cubs lineup. And as much as I hate him because of his years in Houston, Bregman, the guy performs in October more often than not. So yeah, and look, if the Cubs end up missing the playoffs entirely, I can say, the team that I picked to go to the World Series missed, and maybe you could blame me for jinxing them. But if it works, I could say I was actually right all along. I was on your Cubbies from the beginning.
If
So I
the
kinda
Cubs
play 'em
miss the
both.
playoffs, I'm going to choke you out. Just throwing it out there.
You'll have to get to me first, which I don't think you can do. But yeah, so I do have a lot of belief in the Cubs. They're going to beat the Dodgers in the NLCS. And I think, I don't know if it'll be Pete Crow Armstrong. I think Michael Busch might be the hero of October for the Chicago Cubs. So there we go. I got the Cubbies in the World Series. All right, American League, ALCS. Combs, who do you got?
I have got the Blue Jays versus the Kansas City Royals. I believe in this Royals team, man, and I think that the Blue Jays are going back to the ALCS, and I think they're going back to the World Series. I think the Blue Jays beat the Royals in the ALCS.
Wow. That's a shocker. Royals in the ALCS. All right, Monty, bring us back down to earth here.
I almost went with the Blue Jays, but I did not. I'm actually going to go with the Mariners, who I had coming out of the wild card, because I have the Rangers winning the AL West. But I'm going to go Mariners over the Red Sox, who I have winning the AL East. There's just something about this Red Sox team that I like. They have a true number one in Garrett Crochet. They really added to their rotation. But I think they're going to lose. I think the Mariners win the ALCS this year and go to the World Series.
Well, Combs, I'm going to fulfill your prophecy here. You said yesterday if the Cubs and the Yankees were to meet in the World Series, this show would be fireworks. How about Yankees over the Mariners in the ALCS, and the
You
Yankees
son of a...
play the Cubbies in the World Series? I'm manifesting it. I'm willing it into existence. All
I
right.
hope it happens.
Who wins it all? Combs, who's your World Series champion?
I have got the Phillies over the Blue Jays, 4-2. This Phillies team, man, like I said, this rotation is something different. The Blue Jays rotation also very good, but I think that the Phillies bullpen is a little bit deeper than the Blue Jays, so that's why I give the Phillies the edge in what I think would be an epic World Series.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of perennial chokers, and this would be the year the Phillies get over the line in October? Okay.
I mean,
all right.
The Blue Jays went to the World Series last year, so I don't know about perennial chokers. And then
no,
the Phillies,
I'm talking about the Phillies.
Yeah, but look, this lineup, man, and this rotation is so damn good. If they can just stay healthy, that's the big thing for the Phillies is health.
Dude, last year they could have sent the Dodgers to a Game 5, and their pitcher literally forgot how to throw the ball from the mound to home plate.
And you're talking about perennial chokers. You picked the Mets to win the East. Talking about perennial chokers, and you want to go after the Phillies. My pick for the Phillies to go to the World Series.
Okay. Monty, who's your World Series champion?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, not 100%, but 75% homerism. I'm picking the Cubs over the Mariners in 7 games. I think it goes the distance. Both really good rotations. I don't love the Cubs rotation right now. I really like it, but I'm going to absolutely love it when Justin Steele comes back. He's the true number one that they're missing. And then the lineup is really the question all season long. What are they going to get out of PCA? Is he going to be able to do what he did last year or take a step forward? What's Bregman going to give them? Is Ian Happ a shell of himself? Is Michael Busch really cemented in the leadoff spot? So all those questions will get answered throughout the year, but I think the lineup is hopefully good enough, and maybe they add a hitter or two at the deadline to really put them over the hump.
You're going to really love this Cubs rotation when they trade Jackson Wiggins and Matt Shaw for Tarek Skubal at the deadline.
Yes.
Yeah, right. I'm going with the Yankees. Surprise, surprise. The Yankees got World Series championship number 28. They beat your Cubbies in 6. Yankees over the Cubs in 6.
You're such a loser.
Why?
Because your homerism is stupid. You love the Cubs. They're going to the World Series, but you don't think they're better than the Brewers to beat them in a division. I mean, like your stuff's all over the place. What are we doing here?
Oh, stop me if a wild card team, Diamondbacks, Rangers, have ever gotten to a World Series before. Oh, what? Like it can't happen. Yeah. Anyway, when we come back, take a look at some of the top opening day pitching matchups for tomorrow, and our very own Monty, Michael Montgomery, our video producer. He's got a website to help you in whatever baseball endeavor you got going on this year. Fantasy, a little betting, whatever it is, Monty can help you with his very own website. We'll explain what batters-box.com is when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
These matchups are mouthwatering. The coaching talent is through the roof. And I told you on Monday, I like this new NCAA tournament. If this is what it's going to be moving forward, and we're going to have less upsets on the opening Thursday, less upsets on the opening Friday, I will trade that for an incredible round of 16, an incredible Elite 8, a great Final Four Saturday, and 2 stud teams, 2 Titans playing for the national championship game on National Championship Monday night. Like, just consider this, and we'll do way more on this tomorrow and obviously Friday, which will be game days in the round of 16. Duke and St. John's. Pitino against Shire. Duke coming off playing, I think, pretty poorly in 3 of 4 halves in its first 2 games against the St. John's program. Resuscitated, resurrected. I'm at church this past Sunday. The gospel is Lazarus coming back from the dead. Roll out the boulder. Now, I'm not comparing Rick Pitino to a certain person here, but I'll just say St. John's was dead. And now here's St. John's in the Sweet 16, ready to take on the Duke Blue Devils. Oh, baby. And Pitino, the revenge that he got in 2013 against Duke when Louisville annihilated the Blue Devils en route to a national championship. Not enough. Not enough for Pitino, who wants to take down Duke. And Duke looking to springboard into the Elite 8 against either, and how amazing is this East region, against either Tom Izzo and Michigan State, or Danny Hurley and UConn? Man, 2 NCAA tournament meetings between those two schools in history. 2009 in the Final Four, won by Michigan State before Carolina and Roy Williams beat Sparty in the national title game. 2014 in the Elite Eight, UConn winning that game, en route to Shabazz Napier and Kevin Ollie and the Huskies winning one of the weirder national championships ever against Boogie Cousins in Kentucky. Amazing stuff there for UConn in 2014. Huskies a 1.5-point favorite against Sparty coming up on Friday night. Nebraska, Iowa is probably the game with the least juice in quotes, and I think it's got a ton of juice. Ben McCollum, one of the great up-and-coming coaches in college basketball, off the upset of Florida. Freddie Hoiberg, a former NBA coach, obviously, who's got Nebraska in the Sweet 16 for the first time in school history. You gotta love it. These two football schools in the Sweet 16 in college basketball. Illinois, Houston is one of the great high-leverage games in the history of the round of 16, where the winner of that game, you can make the case, will play for the national championship, win the national championship. Illinois and Houston. Arizona, Arkansas. Tommy Lloyd and company against John Calipari and Darius Acuff. How great is that? Texas is an 11 seed coached by Sean Miller. That ain't your average run-of-the-mill 11 seed. This ain't VCU. This ain't LaSalle. It's Texas taking on Matt Painter and Purdue. And you can bleep all over Matt Painter. The guy went to a national championship game a couple of years ago. Michigan and Bama. Dusty May and Nate Oates. Iowa State and Tennessee. Otzelberger and Rick Barnes. This is the first Sweet 16 in the history of the NCAA tournament to feature 3 coaches with at least 900 wins. Pitino, Izzo, Calipari. Now, 2012, in my estimation, when you think about the NCAA tournament, will always be the gold standard for coaches. Cal, Izzo, Roy, Pitino, Boeheim, Self, Donovan, all national champions. This one, though, pretty special, pretty damn good. And I can't wait for it.
Well, first of all, it's interesting.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call. You can text. You can text the show. We've had a couple of texts so far already. So we'll continue to take your texts. And texts, that's always one of the toughest words to say. I feel like there's no good way to say it. Texts. You really got to emphasize texts. You got to hit the X. Then you got to hit the T that's in there. And then you got to hit the S. You can't just say texts. You can't say texts. Texts. All right, anyway, I'm done. Done with the English language for now. So, get your quick scoreboard update here on opening night in San Francisco. It's now 7-zip Yankees. They beat up Logan Webb. And most recently here, the Giants defense didn't do themselves any favors. Giancarlo Stanton with an RBI single, and then Jazz Chisholm hits a ground ball over to first, and you got a throwing error on the return throw by Willie Adames. And so it's 7-0 Yankees going to the bottom of the 5th. Max Fried has pitched a gem so far. 4 shutout innings, just 2 hits allowed, 1 walk and 4 strikeouts. And it was a 5-run second inning that really broke this thing open. So the Yankees looking really, really good on opening night. Before we get to the best opening day matchups tomorrow, let's get our guy Michael Montgomery in here, our video producer. Monty, who's a big Hawkeyes fan, but he's also owned and operated and created his own website to help you with your baseball endeavors. It's called batters-box.com, just like the dash symbol. Battersbox.com, but a dash in between there. Go ahead, Monty. What were you saying?
No, I was just laughing because you're correct.
Well, yeah.
The dash always throws people off.
Yeah, maybe some people would actually type dash. No, it's like the actual dash logo. So batters-box.com. Monty, what is batters-box.com and why did you create it?
Yeah, so I just, I got really hardcore into MLB daily fantasy years ago, and I wanted to have a way to just compare every hitter against each other, and so give it a score and say, okay, who is in the best spot today? Who's in the best situation against the pitcher to either go off in fantasy or, hit a home run or whatever that may be. And so I, read some stuff and eventually I figured it out. And so I just kind of came up with my own algorithm score and spent hours copying and pasting data in Excel sheets for years. And then I did a coding boot camp to learn how to code. And so I put together the website. This is going to be my 5th year. So we've been doing it for a little bit. And it's been a lot of fun and it's free. So you can just go there and you can get a matchup rating for every single hitter every day. So I update it every morning, depending, who the pitchers are. And so it'll tell you, today, surprise, surprise, Aaron Judge was the highest rated hitter in the Yankees Giants game tonight. But, that's pretty much always the case because he's Aaron Judge. So one of the main things I try to do with these hitter ratings is just help myself and you, whoever uses it, to filter out the noise on if you're going to put money down on a hitter, why would you put it down in a situation or a spot against a really good pitcher that might be a tough spot for him when you could do it with somebody who might be going against a gas can who's just going to, give up 6 runs or have a 5.58 ERA or something like that,
Well, that's awesome. So you literally learned how to code so you can make your own website to help yourself out with daily fantasy. It is free, and you check it out every day. You basically you yourself put in all the information for all the pitching matchups on a day-to-day basis, or does it effectively? How does it run on a day-to-day throughout the course of 162 games?
Yeah, so it's originally when I started it, I was putting in all the information, but at this point, as I became better at software engineering and have been working on it over the years, everything's automatic at this point, pretty much. Every once in a while there's a hiccup, but I'll just, download the information from online and, input it into the scores and get the necessary algorithm or stats for the algorithm that it needs. And so it'll be done every morning. Sometimes I might sleep in a little bit and it hiccups. So it might be, 8 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Eastern, but I try to have it done early for the morning birds. I've got one guy on Twitter that's always hit me up when I'm sleeping in that's saying, hey, come on, man, wake up. I got to look at it. So it's fun to to see people kind of waiting on me to get it updated. It's always fun.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, so you've built a solid following here, man. And again, you kind of explained it in the beginning, but I guess like, what is it a lot of analytics? Is it like a lot of analytics that baseball teams use? Like the stats, like you see OBP plus or, WRC plus. Is it stuff like that you use to figure out what would be a good matchup on any given day? Because like you said, I know it's not square, but like you said, Aaron Judge is normally a high ranked hitter every day. So it's like, yeah, sure. Anybody can say, oh, well, Aaron Judge will get over 1.5 hits today. So how do you think you really create value on a day-to-day matchup?
Yeah, for sure. So it's all advanced stats. WRC Plus is one of them. So, I've got an about page and a help page and stuff on the website. So if you go there, batters-box.com, you can read more about it yourself if you really want to get in depth, or you can send me an email. There's an email on the site, and I can answer more questions. But it's all advanced stats. Everything you see, if you go there on the table, you can compare, every hitter on every team to one another. So I can tell you Gunnar Henderson against Yandy Diaz, who's better, or Pete Alonso or Christian Yelich, whoever. And you can see all their stats there: WOBA, ISO, hard contact percentage, home runs per fly ball, and then all the pitcher that they're going at, all the pitcher stats for who they're facing that day too. So it's all right there. Everything that's on the table is what goes into the algorithm. So I'm not trying to hide anything from you. I'm not going to give you the exact algorithm, obviously, because it's proprietary. But there's nothing secretive. Besides just the particular weight that I put to each stat, but the stats you see there are what it factors in. And I really just try to
let me just jump in really quick because we got a minute here. So does it have the matchups loaded for tomorrow? And if so, what are the top 3 pitcher or hitters to look after tomorrow?
Everything's ready for opening day. Ohtani is number 1 right now. Like Judge, he's often at the top because he's amazing. But number 2 is Colson Montgomery, a lefty for the White Sox. A lot of people maybe don't know. And then Yandy Diaz is number 3. Aaron Judge was 5th. Gunnar Henderson 6th. Marcelo Zuna, Pittsburgh Pirates 7th. So you're going to filter through that noise and see some guys you don't expect. And a lot of times newcomers with small sample sizes are going to be at the top 2. Like if somebody hit 2 homers in the first, or let's say 4 homers in the first 2 weeks or something, they're going to be towards the top. And so that's just something to consider as well.
All right. Beautiful. Michael Montgomery, the genius, learned how to code so he could create his own website to help you out if you'd like to play daily fantasy, if you like to bet on baseball. Batters-box.com. And I know our guy Colby Marcio, who is loving it and had a nice year last year, to say the least. All right. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. We got some more texts coming through. We'll do hot or cold when we return and get you caught up on all the scores around the sporting world. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Well, first of all, it's interesting because Dan's a good friend of mine, and long before he went on TV and talked about this opinion, we had shared a lot of text messages back and forth, and I share a different opinion than he does. And so we had this conversation over text, probably a week ago. And I ended up, the last thing he said, look, I finished up all the tape. He felt the way he felt. I gave him the reasons why I didn't feel that way. And my advice to him was, look, hey, if you've done all the work, when you've done all the work, then you can be confident in your opinion. And that's what your job is, to give your opinion. So there was nothing, I think people like the whole trial balloon of like, oh, it was an agency favor and all that kind of stuff. Like, well, I'm represented by the same agency, and Ty Simpson is my 38th player, and Fernando Mendoza is my number 1 overall player. That's not really how this whole thing works. So that was kind of silly to me. But for me, you talk about Mendoza. First of all, he's played a lot more. He's bigger. He's stronger. He can, he plays big too. It's not just guys that, in terms of their size, I thought he played big. When bodies were around him, he didn't feel small. Big moments late in games, he did it throughout that run that they were on. I'm a Mendoza guy. And, the offense, you have to cut through all the RPOs. That can be a challenge if it was 10, 15 years ago. But now with the technology, I can sort the video. So I can watch all the 3rd and 7+ throws. I can watch all the red zone throws. I can see him drive the ball on deep outs. I can see him layer the ball on some seam balls down in the red zone. And by the way, in the red zone, he's got 30+ touchdowns, no picks. Like all the key things you look for in a quarterback, Mendoza has it. He's extremely accurate. He's incredibly tough. He's smart. He's big. Like, he checks a lot of boxes. Whereas with Ty, I like him. I have him as my 38th player. I would love Arizona at pick 34. I think would be great for him. If somebody took him, in the latter portion of the first round, I wouldn't mind that either. But you're going against history when you look at the number of starts, and Cam Newton's the only one who's really been any good with that few starts, under 17 starts, since like 2011. So you're fighting history there. And then on top of that, he got a little bit beat up later in the year. So you're wondering, at his size, which is not a big guy, how's he going to be able to withstand the punishment you're going to take as a starting quarterback for 17 weeks? So, that's just part of it. There's a lot more than that, but that's kind of the cliff notes of where I am.
I have to tell you something that I thought was so interesting about what Orlovsky, and this is, again, it's not to be like, I want you to say he's wrong. That's not what this is at all. It's more like confirming something he said that candidly, and I worked at NFL radio for a long time. I feel like I do have some decent sources in the league. I had not that I'm at the same level as you guys. I'm not trying to say that. But when he said that he's talked to some decision makers, that there are teams that prefer Simpson to Mendoza, and we assume the Raiders are not one of those teams, right, who pick first overall, is that the sense that you're, whether like you agree or disagree, or I agree or disagree. Do you get that sense that there are some teams out there that do prefer Ty Simpson to Fernando Mendoza, DJ? You're obviously as plugged in as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can talk to different people, but I have not talked to anyone that has that. So, and that's not saying that he's saying anything untrue. He just is talking to different folks, apparently, than the folks that I've been talking to. But I have not. And that goes obviously from the Raiders and a bunch of other teams too. And it wasn't particularly close for the people that I talked
Whoever
to.
wrote the
And I can see.
one,
Look,
I think
Dan's got some history in the McVay system.
Leave, no,
and I could see people in that tree.
I don't know, just in my head, that's like, okay, I accomplished something.
You think about the way Jared Goff operated.
It's okay
in that
to
system
leave
before they moved off of him.
Like he's leaving the school in a better place.
He's not as big as Jared, but stylistically, you could see some similarities there. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams were one of those teams. That wouldn't surprise me. But I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody that has that. But some of that stuff's just dependent on who your buddies are.
I'll say this: if the Phillies starting pitchers come back, if Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola get back to what they were and can be, and they're healthy, with Sanchez and Luzardo and the development of Andrew Painter, the Phillies can be a very scary October team. And they can, with their starting pitching, they can beat anybody. So I'll probably say the Phillies as the team. Look, I do think the Cubs have a really good team and would be a threat. I think the Mets have a chance to be a threat as well. But I would answer you with the Phillies just because I know if 4 of their 5 starting pitchers are pitching to their best, to their potential, they can beat anybody in a short series.
There's one name and one name only that North Carolina should call.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We have reached hour number 5 of our radio program, which you can watch live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. That is not only our talk, that is our text line as well. So you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. And if you text in your question, let us know who and where you're from, who you are and where you're from, to get featured on the show. Because otherwise, we only just see your phone number that comes in. So we'd like to be able to shout you out if you do want to send a text in. We've had several texts come through already. We got one more that just came through here. Our guy Ross in New Jersey texts in, keep up the great work, guys. Best time of the year. Here is some of my favorite win totals for baseball this year from MGM. Giants over 80.5. And then he said, not looking good right now, LOL. Yankees, will give you an update on the score in just a sec. He's got the Dodgers under 103.5 wins. He thinks the Guardians win at least 80. Tigers under 85.5 pick. And then he's got Russ in New Jersey as his World Series pick. Dodgers over the Astros in 6. I think we see a replica of the blast from the past trend that we saw in the Super Bowl and get a 2017 rematch out of nowhere. I think Russ is nuts for the Astros. I think the Astros missed the playoffs again. They missed it last year for the first time in a decade, and I think they got worse. I think they're missing the playoffs. So, I mean, Dodgers chalk. Can't blame them for that. But the Astros, Ross, what are you smoking? What are you smoking, brother? So again, you want to call the show, you want to text the show 310-840-4910. Okay, we've talked a ton so far today, previewing the final two divisions in baseball. We've been hitting all 6 divisions throughout the week so far, going through each team, giving you a primer on who their top stars are, what they've done this offseason, how good we think they're going to be, and then the whole crew. Once Brad signed off, me, Combs, and Monty. We picked the division winner for each division, picked our wild card teams, picked our ALCS, NLCS matchups, and our World Series. We've also talked a ton of college basketball tonight. We got the Sweet 16 kicking off tomorrow. We got opening day for about 75% of Major League Baseball tomorrow. So it's been a fun show previewing all this stuff. Can't wait for tomorrow. Before we get to hot or cold, let's get you a score update here on opening night. Just the Yankees and the Giants tonight in San Francisco. The Netflix standalone. Got to have Netflix if you want to watch it. It's still 7-0. Yankees, they got into Logan Webb early in the second inning, put a 5 spot on the board. A couple of defensive miscues from the Giants. Later on, pushed another run across. So it's 7-0 Yanks. Logan Webb is out of the game. 6 runs allowed in 5 innings, 6 earned runs in 5 innings. Meanwhile, Max Fried just picking up right where he left off last season. 5 shutout innings with just 2 hits to go with 4 strikeouts. So there you go on that. And I figured we had a bunch of big games in the NBA tonight, so why not get you caught up there as we head into the final hour of the show. The Atlanta Hawks the Detroit Pistons without Cade Cunningham. They had not lost. They beat the Lakers and snapped their 9-game winning streak on Monday. Could they then beat the next hottest team in basketball, the Atlanta Hawks, who have won 13 out of 14? Well, they nearly did. Massive second-half comeback, but it falls by the wayside. The Hawks outlast the Pistons in overtime, 130-129. Dennis Jenkins, again, another pretty damn good game for the guy that has stepped into the monster shoes of Cade Cunningham. He had a double-double, 19 points, 10 assists, and 3 rebounds. And you had plenty of points in this one. Atlanta, though, got a monster game from Jalen Johnson, who's their best player. 27 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists. CJ McCollum continuing to turn the clock back. What an addition he has been for this team. He had 27 points. And the Hawks make it now 14 wins in 15 games. We asked our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, if he thinks that they are a dark horse in the East. He said no, but I do like the moves they've made. So Atlanta, they get a win over the Pistons, who lose for the first time since Cade Cunningham had that collapsed lung. The Lakers, they take care of the lowly Pacers in Indiana, 137-130. Luka Doncic, again, just playing out of his gourd. 43 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists as the Lakers get back to their winning ways. And then it just went final. Game of the night, potential NBA Finals preview. Huge second half from the Celtics. They were trailing at the half by 4, and they use a monster third quarter to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 119-109. Jaylen Brown with 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists. And Jason Tatum, I mean, I guess I shouldn't doubt modern medicine anymore. This guy is still only about 2.5, 3 weeks back since his torn Achilles last year in the playoffs. And he had 19 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists to go with 3 steals and a block. And he shot 5 of 12 from the field. That was perfect from the free throw line. Tell you what, it's getting real scary as a diehard Knicks fan. I got to be honest. It's getting real scary that they are this good and Tatum looks this great this early. And they beat the Thunder. And the crowd from the clips I've seen so far, again, I've had my eye on the Yankees game on Netflix so far for most of the show. But I have seen a couple of clips. That crowd looked like they are full throat. I love when people say that. And they're at full throat. The fans inside TD Garden, they were at full throat for most of that game. So the Celtics get a big win over the Thunder. And then the Heat, they crushed the Cavs on the road 120-103. Every starter for Miami, and 8 players scored in double figures as they just continue to, Eric Spoelstra, not afraid to get with the times. They've been the fastest paced team all season. They're the number 1 offense in terms of just sheer points per game. They run. And that game was tied going into the fourth. They outscored the Cavs by 17 in the fourth quarter. Cleveland just melted down the stretch. Not a surprise, since James Harden's on the team. So that helps my Knicks in the Eastern Conference standings. With that win, Miami moves right back on the cusp of a top 6 seed, and the Cavs move further away from a top 3 seed. So there you go. There was the action so far in the NBA. All right, let's get to a little hot or cold here with producer Brandon Combs. Combs, what's going on, brother? How have you enjoyed opening night so far?
It's been fun, man. Watching this game, Netflix done a pretty good job on the broadcast from what I can see. I've taken a time here and there in our breaks to pull up the volume and kind of listen to what they're doing. I like their crowd mic, man. Their crowd mic is incredible.
Yeah, so the overall presentation, again, I'm watching the game on mute, but the graphics look good. Camera, the directing looks pretty good, but the sound is definitely important for a baseball game, and you like the sound of it?
Yeah, the sound of it. I mean, obviously, anytime you got Mav Escargin on the call, it's pretty incredible because he does a great job. But their crowd, there's something different about this on Netflix because their crowd mics it's ridiculous. Like I haven't heard a baseball game like this in I don't think ever, to be honest with you.
Wow, what is it? I mean, just that like you sound like you're right next to it. The crack of the bat, pop of the mitt, the crowd, everything sounds awesome.
It sounds like you're at the stadium. I can only imagine what this will be like if I'm at home with the surround sound on.
Oh baby, oh yeah. Look out! All right, let's get a little hot or cold here. I'll kick us off. Your guy, you're a Bulls fan. Your guy Billy Donovan, name entrenched in a lot of rumors today. We heard the audio from Jeff Goodman from the Field of 68 all the way back in the beginning of the show. He thinks there's a good chance he might leave Chicago, or he thinks he should leave the Chicago Bulls to become North Carolina's next head coach. So I'll ask you, hot or cold here, Combs? Billy Donovan steps down from the Bulls to become UNC's next head coach.
I'm gonna say cold, only because I don't think he will. Because I think, we heard Jeff Goodman say earlier, he's loyal to Jerry. Jerry's loyal to him. I just don't think that he'll walk. He should, though. He should go to UNC. He should leave this behind because sometimes you get in situations where you can't be successful because of who's above you. And when you're in a situation where you can't be successful because of who's above you and the fact that they're never going to allow you to get to where you need to be, sometimes you just have to move on. And I think that would be a great move for Billy Donovan to go to North Carolina. I just don't know that he will.
Yeah, I'm cold on it. I'm cold. Something just tells me it feels like it's too good to be true. Like it would be great, right? I mean, Billy Donovan back to back with one of the most dominant teams in the history of college basketball. Those two Florida teams. So I don't think stepping back into the college game 10 years later with how it's transformed, I don't think that's going to bother somebody like him. The guy is a tremendous tactician, great recruiter, always had great energy. So I just don't think it's going to happen. For most of the reasons you said, and. Maybe he likes life in the NBA, or he hasn't been given a lot of help for sure from the Chicago front office, but he knows that he's got a job basically for life. If Jerry Reinsdorf won't fire him, he loves him, and so he can keep making the play-in tournament. And this year they kind of cut most of it down, but if they make the play-in tournament again next year, that's good for Billy Donovan. So I would like to think that he wants to win and he wants to have that challenge, but if he's got a very cushy job in Chicago, why leave it? Why leave it? I also don't know what his family dynamic is like either, so I can't speak to that, but I am cold.
All right. Let's go to baseball, baby. My Cubbies start tomorrow, so I had to throw a Cubs one in there. The Cubs will start the season 12-3 or better in their first 15 before they go through a gauntlet starting April 13th. Their first 15 games will be against Washington, the Angels, Cleveland, Tampa Bay, and Pittsburgh. They will start 12-3 or better. Hot or cold?
Yeah, I don't have any of those teams as playoff teams. You had the Pittsburgh Pirates making it, but I like that. Your one bold take. One of your bold takes. I like that one. It's a weak schedule. The Nats, I think, are either probably going to be the worst team in the NL East again. Angels are going to be the worst team in the AL West. Cleveland, I don't have them making the playoffs this year. Tampa Bay is going to be the worst team in the AL East. And I think Pittsburgh probably wins like 74 games. So, yeah, that's about as easy. My smoke alarm going off here. I'm going to say not 12-3 Combs. Go ahead while I try to figure this out.
You can't let the roommate cook, man. You got to stop allowing the roommate to cook. Hopefully it's not the girlfriend, though. I don't want to upset her. Yeah, look, the Cubs better start 12-3 or better against those teams, right? Because after that, they've got Philadelphia, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, San Diego, Arizona, Cincinnati, Texas, Atlanta in like a 1-month stretch. So it's a pretty big gauntlet after those first 15 games. So a 12-3 or better start would be amazing before you start playing all of these teams that are bound to be playoff teams, maybe with the exception of the Arizona Diamondbacks. So yeah, I honestly think that 12-3 or better is doable for this team.
Present the next one and give me your answer because this is still happening.
All right. So we have Paul Skeens giving up 3+ runs tomorrow against the New York Mets. I'm going to go cold. I am cold on this, and here's why. Paul Skeens he was pitching at a high level in the World Baseball Classic already. So he is already ramped up. He is already ready to go. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not high on this Mets team this year. I'm really not. I know a lot of people talk about all the moves they made. They lost Pete Alonso, but what did they replace it with? Brett Beatty, Francisco Alvarez, Marcus Semien. I know they got Bo Bichette, and I know that they've got Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto, but I don't see these guys really putting up much of anything against Paul Skeens. So for me, I'm going to have to go Cole because I don't think that he gives up more than, if anything, maybe 1 run, but he's not going to give up 3+ runs.
Yeah, look, I think opening day is one of the few days to get Paul Skeens. Guy doesn't have many off days, but I think this Mets lineup is going to be really good, man. I do. And again, I took a lot of pride. I took a lot of pride and a lot of joy when the Mets collapsed last year. I'm just going through Skeens' game logs to see how many times he actually did give up 3+ runs in a game last year. And let's see. Happened 1 out of 4 times in September. Happened 2 times in August. Happened 0 times in July. Once in June. Once in May. Once in April. So what was that? Only about 6 times last year out of 31 starts. I think tomorrow could be one of those times. Again, like I said, opening day. I know the game it's at Citi Field. So the Mets are home, even though that's kind of a pitcher's friendly park. If tomorrow is the day to get them, then I think the Mets get them. Maybe Juan Soto takes them deep. Maybe the Mets put up like a 2 spot in the first inning, and then they scratch another one across.
What's the weather like in New York tomorrow?
I think it's supposed to be nice. Okay. Let's see. Queens, tomorrow is Thursday, 71, but cloudy, but it will be warm.
Yeah, it's a Paul Skeens day, man. Warm,
I don't know about that.
With that movement, that's a Paul Skeens day all over. Hey, Monty, what is batters-box.com? What do they have Paul Skeens tomorrow? Is Paul Skeens a plus starter tomorrow?
Hold on, efforting. Working on it.
We'll give you time. Look,
I just think... see how good the batters-box.com really is, and maybe we'll have pattysbox.com. Pause.
He's elite tomorrow. He's elite.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe he is my second best matchup rating tomorrow for pitchers is Paul Skeens, right behind Max Fried tonight.
And he's been pretty spot on about Max Fried.
Batters-box.com was on the freaking money with Max Fried. He's shoving. All right, Combs. So we
out of curiosity, real quick, Monty, where did you have Logan Webb?
I also had him as elite, but he was further down the board.
Yeah. But hey, hey, sometimes you get in these. That's why we play the games, right? And Logan Webb, he should be elite, but he got touched up today.
All right, let's move on. We mentioned this briefly before, and again, I think most people know what the 9-9-9 challenge is. 9 hot dogs, 9 beers in 9 innings at a baseball game. The Giants, and I've seen 3 other teams do this as well here this year for Major League Baseball, so they're not the first. And I don't know what the other teams have done. I just remember briefly seeing them on social media, but I saw this one. Brad said it to us earlier in the show on Twitter. The San Francisco Giants are allowing you to do the 9-9-9 challenge for $54. You get 9 mini hot dogs, which I don't have a problem with. What I do have a problem with is that you get 9 little mini shot glasses. That's what they kind of look like. You get 1 beer to fill up those glasses, and it doesn't even fill up the glasses entirely. So the Giants, you're supposed to drink 9 beers. I get a baseball team can't legally sell you, put 9 beers in one gigantic thing, but still, the Giants 9-9-9 challenge is a joke to society, Combs, hot or cold?
That's hot. It's an absolute joke. What are we doing? What are we doing where you've got you got 1 beer to fill up 9 little mini shot glasses of beer? Give me a break. I'll smash a beer in a half an inning. Give me the 18-18-18 challenge if you're gonna do that.
Whoa.
Because I'm gonna do 1 each half inning if you're gonna give it that way. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing?
You would have to have your stomach pumped if you had 18 hot dogs and 18 beers.
But they're minis. They're minis, Pat.
It's the bread. I mean, what are you, Kobayashi? You gonna dunk them and take down 18 dogs and buns going like this? We're watching you in right field taking down hot dogs like that.
You got that down pat.
That's good. That was a good response. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know how we rectify this if you're the San Francisco Giants. I mean, you can sell more than 1 beer to somebody. You gotta, there should be maybe attach. It's like a whole huge tray thing. They went out of their way to make a nice thing. You should have attached 4 little cup holders. Sell 4 beers, and say, I don't know. I guess you can't stop somebody from coming back, but if you give somebody 4 beers and 9 hot dogs, they're not coming back. They're not coming back for more. So, I shouldn't have to worry about an alcohol thing. We gave this guy 9 beers. Now he drove home drunk, or now he's legally you can easily just have somebody that you're with, or you can come up to go to 6-7 different concession stands if you really want to get plastered at a baseball game. So
here's another problem with that too, though, Pat, is if you're getting 4 beers at the same time on a July day, man, you better take all 4 of those in the first inning. Otherwise, you're going to be drinking some really warm beer, and that's never good.
You know what? I guess maybe the 9-9-9 challenge wasn't made to be sold all at once. And baseball teams are trying to profit off it. And this is the best they can do. So I guess you're probably just an idiot if you're buying this. You should just do it the old-fashioned way. Get a hot dog, get 2 hot dogs and 2 beers, come back 2 innings later, and do it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. It's going to cost you about $500, but yeah.
Also, who is it that has the Red Sox, I think, are selling lobster poutine? That sounds like that's going to destroy your insides.
Yeah. I don't know about that, man. Lobster poutine. It sounds good if I'm at a restaurant. Does not sound good if I'm in a ballpark where they're mass producing it.
I agree. All right. We'll take a short break. We'll come back. We'll do some more hot or cold. We'll get to your phone calls, 310-840-4910. You can text the show as well, 310-840-4910. Get you a score update on the Yankees and the Giants, scoreboard update on the NBA, and, continue to talk about March Madness because the Sweet 16 will be here tomorrow, and we'll continue to talk about opening day because it's here tomorrow, baby. Strap in. More fun coming up next. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There's one name and one name only that North Carolina should call. And he should be at the top of the list. And I told you who it was on Monday. Chicago Bulls head coach, Billy Donovan. This is not, if you want to compare the two NBA situations, Donovan and Stevens, they're not comparable. Brad Stevens is running the Boston Celtics, who are good every single year. Like, that is an A-plus job. Now, if you wanted to tell me that Billy Donovan is the coach of the Bulls and they are run well and the team's good, then yeah, like, that's an A-plus job. But let's be honest. What would you give the Chicago Bulls head coaching job right now in a letter grade? Is Chicago one of the best cities in America? Yes. Are the Bulls a legacy franchise? As much as I hate to say it as a lifelong Knicks fan, yes. No question. But the team sucks. They suck. And everyone who knows anything about the NBA says that they are run as poorly as it gets. That they don't know what they're doing, and it reflects in the record every single year. You are in limbo. You are in purgatory if you're with the Chicago Bulls. Now, I would say this is justice for winning all those championships with Michael Jordan, but I'm also a jealous and angry and bitter and jaded Knicks fan, and I acknowledge that. But this Bulls job, if he wants to stay in Chicago, it's just because he's comfortable. Like, there's no reason, if he wants to be professionally challenged, he should leave the Bulls, he should leave them yesterday, and he should go coach the North Carolina Tar Heels. I want someone to tell me how Billy Donovan, with 2 national titles under his belt at the University of Florida, couldn't go to North Carolina today and win a title in the next couple of years in Chapel Hill with those resources that Carolina has and his coaching acumen. This needs to happen. The saying goes, there's nothing finer than North Carolina. That's actually a lie. The only thing finer than North Carolina would be if North Carolina hired Billy Donovan to be its next head basketball coach.
Yeah, well, it's interesting the way you phrased it. If you ask me who the top receiver is, who the best receiver is, I'll go Carnell Tate with that one. I know exactly what I'm getting. I'm getting a vertical receiver, someone who's big, who's rangy, who's long. I don't even worry about the 40 time. He plays plenty fast. He ran in the low 4.5s officially. Some teams had him in the mid to high 4.4s, but he's fine from that standpoint, and he gets up to top speed. He's not a great starter, but he's got great top speed once he gets out and gets going. So you're getting a vertical stretch receiver. He's going to be a big play producer. He's going to be a point scorer, can play above the rim, down the red zone. So that would be my answer, is who the best or who the top receiver is. But the way you phrased it, who my favorite receiver is, would be Mekhi Lemon, just because of the way he plays. He does all the dirty work in the middle of the field. He's fearless. He catches everything. He can make you miss. He can break tackles. I love everything about his game. You watch the Iowa game, it's as good a receiver game as you're going to see, of just him, contact catch after contact catch after contact catch. So I'm a big fan of his. Aesthetically, I just enjoyed watching him more than anybody else. And then, I would put Omar Cooper Jr. in there, with Jordan Tyson. I ended up putting Omar Cooper above him. Just with Jordan Tyson's got all the ability in the world. The guy's been hurt every year, and he hasn't had a healthy process through this run up to the draft either. And there's some play strength stuff that's not ideal. So you kind of add those two things together. It does scare me a little bit. Now, he's got a ton of ability. He could end up emerging as the best receiver in the draft, when it's all said and done, because he's silky smooth and he's got great ball skills. But, when you have durability concerns and then the toughness is not on the top shelf, that to me, pushes him down just a little bit.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. The calm before the storm. That is 4 Sweet 16 games tomorrow. And opening day for Major League Baseball for just about every other team. In fact, you've got 22 teams in action tomorrow, 11 games. You add in the Yankees and the Giants tonight. That means there will be 6 teams that have opening day on Friday. So it's going to be a massive sports day tomorrow. Can't wait to be with you on the air, breaking it all down, taking you through it as it's happening live as well. Good news. Welcome back, by the way. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Good news for the San Francisco Giants. They got Max Fried out of the ball game. The only problem is they still don't have a run, and they really haven't put much traffic on the bases tonight either. It's still 7-0 Yankees, top of the 8th with 2 outs. The game just kind of flying along right now. Nobody doing much of anything. Max Fried, 6 1/3, shutout innings, just 2 hits allowed, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. That is just brilliant. Brilliant for a guy that had to really fill up the tank last year and throw the most innings he's pitched in his entire career. And he did it brilliantly. 2.86 ERA a year ago, was right near at the top of Major League Baseball for wins with 19 of them. Nearly tossed 200 innings. Great way to begin the season for Max Fried. And the Yankees are 6 outs away from being 1-0. Okay, and then let's just get you a quick scoreboard update here on the NBA. We took you through the finals before the Thunder. Celtics getting a massive win over the Thunder. The Heat crushing the Cavs in the fourth quarter. The Lakers with another massive game from Luka Doncic beating the Pacers. And the Hawks finally beating the Cade Cunningham-less Pistons in overtime. 130-129. Atlanta has now won 14 out of 15. One game going on right now that's worth mentioning. The T-Wolves lead the Rockets 37-31. Massive game for playoff implications. Those two teams right next to one another. The 5 and the 6 seed in the West. If Houston wins, they will jump Minnesota, knock them back into the 6 seed. And if Minnesota wins, it'll make things really interesting for the Phoenix Suns. They'll have a little bit of life to see if they can avoid the play-in tournament. But either way, seeding going to be crucial to find out what is the first-round matchups in the NBA playoffs. All right, let's continue with hot or cold here because we got some good ones that are a little time-sensitive. So if you want to join the show, it's 310-840-4910. But we've kind of exhausted all the topics for opening day tomorrow. We're going to go through some of the pitching matchups that we haven't hit on yet, and we've previewed these Sweet 16 games just about every angle. So hot or cold, have some fun and introduce some other topics here. We get back producer Brandon Combs into the mix. Combs, I'll feed you one hot and heavy here really quickly. Florida has already been knocked out of the tournament. You got Duke, you got Michigan, you got Arizona, all still left. Hot or cold, 1 or fewer 1 seeds make it to the Final Four. So at least 2 more 1 seeds will get knocked out before the Final Four. Hot or cold?
Cold. I have Duke and Michigan in the championship game. I'm going to stick with it. I think all 3 of them. All 3 1 seeds left make it to the Final Four. All 3 of these teams.
Wow.
Michigan might have the best offense out of the 3. And Duke is just one of those teams with who they've got lined up. I just feel like they're going to be there. And Arizona is the toughest call of them all. But I think at least 2, but I think all 3 of them will be in the Final Four.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go cold. I wanted to see how bold you were going to be. I do think that Duke gets knocked out, whether it's by St. John's or whether it's by Michigan State or UConn. I think UConn would actually give them the better challenge. Again, I think John Shire's legacy is on the line here. I think he's got a lot to prove after he couldn't get that team from last year, which is just littered with NBA talent. They choked that game away to Houston. I thought John Shire was kind of just a spectator for those last 2-3 minutes when Houston kept throwing the full court press at him. I actually rewatched the last 8 minutes of real time of that Duke Houston game earlier today. My God, how Duke blew that thing is beyond me. So if they're in a tight game in the final 3 minutes, I don't trust them. I don't. So I think Duke will get knocked out, but I got Arizona winning the championship, and I still think Michigan is too damn good. If Iowa State was fully healthy and still had Joshua Jefferson, maybe. We'll see if he plays against Tennessee on Friday. But I think Duke gets knocked out, but I think we do get Michigan, Arizona in the Final Four. So at least two one seeds will make the Final Four.
You don't think John Shire is a good enough coach to learn from something that he clearly was a mistake and adjust to that mistake? You don't think that he's like, are you not a John Shire guy?
No, I'm not, I guess. I mean, I don't really believe in him. I don't think he's that great of a head coach. I think he has been kind of gifted, incredible rosters, in his first couple of seasons here. And I think when it's actually come time to coach these teams, again, that situation, that game last year, Houston, Duke, that can't happen. Like, that simply can't happen. And now you could say, well, the players have to execute. Well, the coach has to put them in good positions. Houston literally just kept running the same full court press over and over, and Duke did not adjust. To me, that's on John Shire, and they've mostly coasted throughout this season. If Patino's going to hit them with that full court press. And, again, if they don't have Caleb Foster, if they don't have their point guard, it's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with that pressure. And I don't know.
To be fair to John Shire, and with your comment, like he's gifted. I think a lot of these coaches that go to these blue blood schools get gifted with really good rosters, right? Like, I mean, that's just the college game, and they have the most money to spend, and they're going to spend. I mean, you could say that about Bill Self. You could say that about half of these guys, right? Like, if you're going to look for a coach who isn't gifted a great roster, you're going to look at some of the not elite, not blue blood type schools, like maybe a Ben McCollum. Shout out to Monty and the Iowa Hawkeyes. So I just think that when you say he's been gifted a good roster, I think, because he's a Duke coach. Every Duke coach gets gifted a good roster every single damn year because they're Duke, and that's where all the ball players want to play ball.
Yeah. I mean, again, let me just pull up his credentials here. I mean, hasn't been long. It's been 4 years for John Shire. They got bounced in the round of 32. They got bounced in the Elite Eight. Lost in the Final Four last year. So he's improved every season. But, I mean, if they get to the Final Four and they do it without Caleb Foster, I'll applaud him. And I'll say, hey, like he had to beat St. John's, had to beat Pitino, and then he's either going to have to beat Izzo or Hurley. And I just don't think this Duke team really, I don't think they're as talented as Arizona. I don't think they're as talented as Michigan. I think it's Cameron Boozer and Pat Ngungba is an NBA player. Don't get me wrong. But I look at the talent, the length, the size that Michigan has, that Arizona has. And you factor in Duke's injury to their point guard, Caleb Foster, and the fact that Ngungba, only played 13 minutes against TCU. I just don't think Duke is as talented as these other teams. So, to me, that comes down to coaching. And if John Shire gets him to the Final Four, I'll tip my hat to him and I'll say, hey, he earned that. Yeah, they don't have to get to the championship game. Last year, I just, you look at what these guys are doing in the NBA. You look at Con Knipple and Cooper Flagg, how they're dominating in their rookie season, and it's like, wow, how did you not win the championship with that team? So that's all. I think his credentials as being a top coach in college basketball are on the line, and I'm not ready to trust that he's going to pass it.
Yeah, you see, I mean, you're not fooling anybody. I know what you're doing. You know that Duke. You know that Duke losing would all but secure your win in our bracket pool. And that's what you're doing here. You're trying to talk it into existence. You're trying to be that guy because you want Duke to go out because you know it would screw my bracket.
Well, I had him going to the Final Four before the tournament began, and I had him losing to Houston. So, I wasn't a believer that they could get to the title game, but I was a believer they could get to the Final Four. Now I'm not so sure. Not if they don't have Caleb Foster.
Yeah. All right. Well, jerk.
All right, what else you got?
All right. Opening day should be every team on one day. it's not fair to these other fans of these other teams. Like, here's basically what this is. And I'm not even talking about like opening night, the one game, because it's usually the champion that's open, which is really weird this year that it's not the champion playing opening night, by the way. But this is equivalent to me, like, let's say me and you were brothers, and we're each 10 years old, and it's Christmas Eve, and mom and dad say you get to open your present, but you have to wait until Christmas morning. So it's just not fair. It's not fair to the teams that have to wait while everybody else is enjoying opening day. You've got 6 teams that got to wait until Friday.
No, I actually disagree here. I'm cold, and I think I see where you're going with the analogy you made, but it's almost as if like your neighbors open their presents on Christmas Eve, and you and your family wait till Christmas Day, right? I mean, you wouldn't say the Yankees and Red Sox are brothers or siblings. You actually say they're enemies. But even like, for example, the Yankees and the Giants are playing tonight. Your Cubbies are playing tomorrow. So it's as if like, you and me, it's like, you tell me your tradition is to open gifts on Christmas Eve. And then I turn around and go to my mom. I'm like, Mom, why can't we open gifts on Christmas Eve? She goes, because we always open gifts on Christmas Day. And I said, well, Brandon opened gifts on Christmas Eve. I don't give a damn what Brandon does. We don't do that. So
no, this is more like if your neighbor, I'll use your neighbor analogy. This is like your neighbors are opening presents on Christmas Eve and you know it, and your mom makes you go over there to watch them enjoy opening their gifts. Because all the other fans have to sit there and watch the games and watch the other team's fans enjoy their opening day while they have to wait another day.
I still disagree, and here's why. I think this is one of the reasons why Rob Manfred's an idiot.
There's plenty of reasons. Pick one.
Yes, here is one more. Tomorrow is the Sweet 16, and as much as I love baseball, I got to be honest, like I'll be locked into the college. We're also doing a show. But like once I get off the air, I'm putting on Houston, Illinois. I'm not putting on, what's the late game tomorrow? The Mariners. Mariners, I think, play at 10 o'clock tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. They do. They play the Guardians. Like I'm putting on Houston, Illinois. I'm not watching Mariners, Guardians. Sorry.
When I get home, I'm turning on Mariners, Guardians.
Yeah, but that's you're a diehard baseball fan. I'm more of a cyclical calendar sports fan. So when I have March Madness and I know I'm going to have baseball for 6 more months, I know I only got a couple more March Madness days on the calendar. I'm locking in for it because then I'm going to miss it when it's gone. Friday night, when it's whatever the late game is on Friday in March Madness, I'm watching that. I'm not putting on Diamondbacks, Dodgers. Like I'm going, once we get off the air, crazy. I'm watching Tennessee, Iowa State. I'm not watching Diamondbacks, Dodgers. So my point is, Rob Manfred is a buffoon because you could have had opening day on Tuesday, yesterday, or hell, even if you still wanted to start it today, because how much earlier could we do it? It's March 25th. Why not have 4 games today? Why not have a 1 o'clock, a 4 o'clock, a 7 o'clock, and a 10 o'clock? Why not dominate the entire day? Instead, you put one game on and you put it on freaking Netflix because God forbid, we can't have the whole country watch opening day. You got to have Netflix. And then tomorrow, tomorrow you have a bunch of teams playing. I guess I don't know why those 6 teams don't play until Friday. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But what Manfred should have done is he should have maximized as many of these days as possible. You don't have March Madness, and you should have put as many games on as possible. Instead, they do one, and they put it behind basically a paywall.
Welcome to baseball, and welcome to Baseball Marketing 101.
Yeah, welcome to Rob Manfred's brain where nothing makes sense. All right, take a short break. Phone number to join. Last chance to get aboard, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We still have 1 or 2 hot or cold maybe we can get to. But also, we've already seen some ABS challenges in this Yankees-Giants game tonight. Remember, automated ball strike is a thing. You can challenge up to a couple of times per game. Is it going to be good for baseball? Well, one person on the field thinks it'll actually be bad for baseball. We'll explain when we come back. We'll let you decide. Do you think ABS is going to be good or bad for baseball? I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
And what the Pistons have shown in this stretch without Cade is that they are, and we knew this already, it's not just Cade Cunningham propping them up to the 1 seed in the East, but you're seeing guys step up, and they're an awesome team, and the defense has been revved up. Like, tell me now, when we get to playoff time, and I am not suggesting that, like, Dennis Jenkins is now going to turn out to be like the new Robert Horry, the new Big Shot Bob. Like, I'm not saying that. But we've now seen Dennis Jenkins in the last 2 games for the Pistons, 22 and 30 points in 38 and 39 minutes, respectively. Like, tell me this stretch without Cade Cunningham for Detroit might not yield fruit for the Pistons with all these players getting experience without Cade and having to step up in the big spot because he's not there to do it. Detroit's lead for the 1 seed has widened since Cade went out with the collapsed lung. And obviously, this is not saying that Detroit's better without him. That we're not even coming close to saying something like that. Detroit's way better with Cade Cunningham in the lineup. And this will only hold if Cade's back for the playoffs. Because this is not, and we've talked about this for weeks now, right? This is not your normal, like, play-in group in either conference since we've seen the play-in start, right? This could be the Sixers that Detroit has to play in the first round. Like, Paul George is coming back. You're thinking Embiid and Mac, like, they may be full strength for the playoffs. It could be Orlando. They're playing the Hawks tonight. Atlanta's won 9 of 10. The Hawks are 8 games over 500. Like, the Toronto Raptors, like, could end up in the play-in. The Charlotte Hornets, the Miami Heat. Like, it ain't going to be a pushover for Detroit in the first round. Like, you got to have Cade back. Assuming the Cade's back, and I'm guessing he will be, but it is a guess, this stretch is going to make Detroit, I think, a more viable team to potentially win the Eastern Conference. Now, I'm not going to pick them. I still like the Celtics more. I don't know if I like the Cavs more. Just like, here's James Harden in a big spot. I like the Knicks more. I am a Knicks fan. I have to say that. Maybe some bias there. But again, you have to take the Pistons a little more seriously now. You just have to.
Funny part about it, after spending the spring with the Yankees in spring training, I think the Yankees are much improved just with their own players. And I think that's the huge storyline here. And I think the other thing is the Yankees farm system is now loaded at the top. And so they've got a lot of major league ready players that are going to be sitting there in AA and AAA. And as soon as you have an injury, they're going to have the depth that they can go get and keep winning. And I think that is special. The camaraderie with the Yankees is different. I think when you look at their use of science and analytics, it's more than it's ever been before in making pitching decisions, which is going to be fascinating. And then you've got guys like Carlos Legrand, who walks into spring training throwing 102 miles an hour with an easy delivery and the makeup and character to match, where even though he starts the year in the minor leagues, you know you have an impact arm sitting there in the minors when you need it for the 7th and 8th inning if you need another bullpen arm later in the season. So there's so many positive things going. And you look at the young core of guys like Austin Wells and Ben Rice, and you know they have a whole nother level that they can go to. They've got a good right-handed bench because they need it because their lineup is too left-handed. But there's something special and different about this Yankee group this spring training. I'm picking them to win this division, and I think they have a legitimate shot at going back to the World Series.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Welcome back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final couple of minutes, and then it'll be Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham on Westwood One Sports Night to take you from 11 p.m. Eastern to 3 a.m. Eastern. More March Madness, more baseball, more basketball, more NBA talk. Stay locked in here all night on Westwood One Sports and 24/7, honestly, because you'd be dumb if you didn't. 7-zip Yankees, bottom 9, nobody out. Runner on first for the Giants. Me and Combs, our producer Brandon Combs, were just talking in the break, and he said this is a good sign for the Yankees. They scored 7 runs off of a guy like Logan Webb without hitting a home run. And I said, relax. This is game 1. If I know the Yankees, and I did about 10 post-game shows on the Yankees radio network last year, so if I know the Yankees, and I know them well, they'll probably start out 44-25, and then they'll be the worst team in baseball for like 2 months. It's a tale as old as time, but that's just a damn good start. 7-zip Yanks. Max Fried was tremendous. I had a couple of Mets fans texting me. Aaron Judge is on pace to strike out 648 times this year. 0 for 5 with a golden sombrero for the captain, for Aaron Judge. 4 strikeouts. Struck out the first, the second, the fourth, and the sixth, and then grounded out in the third. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe he'll only hit 308 now this year instead of 315. Monty saying, press the panic button. No, don't press the panic button, because for far too long, the Yankees have needed Aaron Judge to save their ass, and he's 0 for 5 with 4 Ks, and they're up 7-zip. Look out. Rest of baseball has been put on notice tonight by the Yankees. And by the way, no Garrett Cole, no Carlos Rodon for the first probably month of the year. Good news, though, for the Yankees. Garrett Cole was put on the 15-day IL, not the 60-day IL. So that means he's most likely on pace or on track to come back before Memorial Day weekend, right? 60 days, 2 months. If he was going to miss at least 2 months, they would have put him on the 60-day. The fact that it's 15 days gives me a lot of confidence Garrett Cole will be back some point, probably mid-May at the latest. Okay.
Just so you know, rumor has it that Aaron Boone, before the game, told the team to treat this like it was a playoff game, which is why Aaron Judge is 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts.
You know, that's funny, Combs, because you could not be more wrong about Aaron Judge and his postseason acumen.
The World Baseball Classic.
Well, that's the World Baseball Classic. That's an exhibition tournament that nobody cares about. How about last year in the postseason when Aaron Judge had a 500 batting average with a 1,200 OPS and hit one of the biggest home runs of his life against the Blue Jays?
Did they go to the World Series last year?
No, but Aaron Judge was literally Hercules himself.
How about the 5th inning of the World Series the year before when Aaron Judge drops a routine pop fly that starts a freaking avalanche for the New York Yankees? How about that one? You forget about that one.
You're not going to let the guy live down one bad play.
I'm not going to let the guy live down big games where he just disappears. He's LeBron.
What are you talking about, Combs? He is career postseason 822 OPS, 17 bombs in 65 games, 41 ribbies. I mean, there's been multiple postseasons where he's had an OPS that would put him in the company with Barry Bonds. But no, nobody likes to talk about it because, one time Aaron Judge went 0 for 4. Oh, wow. I'm not letting you troll me. Let's finish with a good story here in the final 2 minutes. How about this? ABS is a thing now. It should be fully automated, fully implemented for balls and strikes. But you can challenge balls and strikes. I believe it's 2 times a game, right? And the ABS system, we've already seen it in the Yankees-Giants game tonight. How about former umpire Richie Garcia saying that he said, quote, I think it's embarrassing to the umpires that are calling the game. Nobody likes to be humiliated in front of 30,000, 40,000 people. This guy was an umpire from 1975 to 1999. What Major League Baseball is saying is, I don't trust the umpire's strike zone, so I'm going to use something that's going to be operated by some computer geek that knows nothing about baseball, and he's the one that's going to measure this and measure that because he's got a PhD in physics or whatever the hell he's got a degree in, end quote. I mean, my God, how butthurt, how soft, thin-skinned are these umpires, Combs?
Yes, that's exactly what Major League Baseball is telling you. They don't trust the strike zone of the umpires, and they shouldn't. And there are going to be umpires that get humbled by the ABS system. It's going to happen. I'm not talking about those ones that nick the corner and they're right or they're wrong. I don't care about those ones. But it's the ones that are 6 inches outside or right down the middle where they get them wrong. Those are the ones that are going to humble umpires. I really wish just go get him. Just go bring Angel Hernandez out of retirement and let him sit behind the plate for one game with the ABS system.
And let him get humiliated when he misses 35 calls.
It would break.
Yeah. Yeah, they use 13 different Hawkeye cameras. Hawkeye is what they also use for tennis to, track where the ball lands. It's like 99.99% accurate. So, I'm sorry. Oh, the umpires. Oh, no, we don't want to be told we're wrong. All right, we're out of here. Thanks to Brandon Combs, producer. Thanks to Michael Montgomery Monty, our video producer. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow on BetMGM Tonight.
Yeah, Saquon's in sacred air for me. Maybe that was just being in the building at the Rose Bowl against USC and seeing that in person and the body type and everything that he brought to the table. To me, he was in a different class. But when you start talking about Bijan, you start talking about Gibbs, like he's very much in that neighborhood. He belongs in the conversation with those guys. Some things he does a little better than one of them, and other things maybe give the nod to the other guys. But that is right in the mix of the grade that I gave him and the company that he keeps. And you're going to feel him right away. I mean, you're gonna feel him as a rookie. You're going to be able to get him involved in the passing game early on to go along with what he can do as a runner and hit some home runs for you. So I pray that he goes to a better situation than Genty went to last year. I have a higher grade on him than on Genty, but I think some of the people they've written Genty off already. I mean, that kid had no shot last year. So I'm hoping that he gets an opportunity to play behind a little bit better offensive line than what Genty had last year.
Absolutely had to happen. Had to happen. Once North Carolina lost in the fashion it did last Thursday night to VCU, blowing a 19-point second half lead, the team dead tired, like they just finished running a damn marathon. Everyone can see it, including the players and the coaches for VCU. Phil Martelli Jr. came on with us on Friday and really nicely basically said we knew they were exhausted. The only person that didn't know, apparently, was Hubert Davis, who steps up to the press conference after the game with like marbles in his mouth and has like nothing to say about any of it. You knew in that moment it was over for Hubert Davis. This absolutely had to happen. Like, you can get away with what has happened at North Carolina over the past 4 seasons. You can get away with that at a lesser school, at a lesser program. one without the national spotlight and the national attention that North Carolina draws. No way you can get away with this when you're the head coach of the Tar Heels. And Hubert Davis can be a really nice guy, and he could be a successful coach somewhere else. This is not an indictment on his future or him as a man. But we have to call it like we see it, right? When it comes to how this went at North Carolina. Hubert Davis was handed a Ferrari by Roy Williams and the school and proceeded to drive it straight into a ditch. And before the car went into the ditch, he's doing 30 miles per hour in a 55. Like, you got this badass engine, rev it up, big boy. And instead, he's watching on the road as he's getting passed by a Honda Civic. Here's a Hyundai Sonata driving right by him. I mean, could you imagine? Ole Miss last year in the first round. Even with Chris Beard, there's your Honda Civic. How about VCU? Here's your Pinto. No disrespect to VCU, but you can't compare these two programs and the resources that they have. And I know that Caleb Wilson didn't play for Carolina. I understand that North Carolina didn't have its best player. And that best player is going to be a top 5 pick in a potentially legendary NBA draft. I understand that. Also, they were up by 19 in the first round against VCU and lost. You can't have this. Cannot have it if you're North Carolina.